Chapter 232. In that case, shouldn't little friend Yang explain what is going on in the barren sand valley this time? Wu Xiong smiled and reached out and threw over the jade bottle containing the fifth earth true essence. If others didn't know, they would definitely think that Wu Xiong just threw over a bottle of insignificant things. Looking at the way he threw it out casually, and the way Yang Chen asked for it, the hearts of the palace master, Wang Yong, and Gao Yu almost hung in their throats. Yang Chen and Wu Xiong actually spoke in such a tone, which directly scared the three onlookers. The three were afraid that Yang Chen would anger Wu Xiong because of this. This kind of impudence could offend people at any time. However, they did not expect that Wu Xiong did not care about this at all, but kept staring at Yang Chen with a smile, until he put away the jade bottle engraved with a raise, and then said, "This is your doing, right?" This sentence made the three people next to him have goosebumps. Wu Xiong actually saw that it was Yang Chen's doing. Didn't this mean that Chunyang Palace would suffer a disaster? It's not a big deal. The Taishanmen secretly shielded my Chunyang Palace's traitor disciple Chu Heng. This Chu Heng also wanted to kill me before. Of course, I can't let them live well. Yang Chen answered in a big way, not caring about the almost horrified expressions of the three people next to him. He calmly said, "I don't like them. So you let them suffer a huge loss for this?" Wu Xiong asked with a frown. "Shielding Chu Heng, seriously injuring 4 of my sect's law enforcement hall disciples, and sending them back to the sect with great fanfare. He shamed my Chunyang Palace, and I naturally can't let his reputation be undamaged." Yang Chen didn't care much at all. He believed that Wu Xiong was not the kind of person who would sell his friends for glory. What's more, what was more honorable than his identity that was worth pleasing? They suppressed my Chunyang Palace, and I let their hundreds of years of arrangements fall short. They injured 4 of my law enforcement hall's disciples, so I made them lose 1 nascent soul and 2 golden core realm cultivators. I also eliminated my traitors along the way. As Yang Chen spoke, he laughed. He looked at Elder Wu Xiong and asked, "Since they did it, I'll do it back. There's nothing wrong with that, right?" After Yang Chen said these words, there was a dead silence. The head of the palace and Wang Yonggao did not dare to make a sound, but Wu Xiong stared at Yang Chen, as if to see the most real thoughts in his heart. This kid is ruthless enough. After a long silence, Wu Xiong's face suddenly burst into a smile, and he gave a thumbs up to Yang Chen. "No wonder you are still doing well until now. When I was young, I didn't have such courage and ruthlessness as you." When Wu Xiong opened his mouth, the head of the palace and Wang Yong Gao Yu, who were listening to the two people, were relieved. At this time, the three people found that their legs were actually soft. Even the 2 Yuanying stage masters, the head of the palace and Wang Yong, were scared by the boldness of Yang Chen and broke into a cold sweat. There was no way around it. Wu Xiong's strength was at the peak of the Daching stage. If he went crazy, it would definitely be a nightmare for the Chunyang Palace. "Why don't you tell me in detail how you did it?" Wu Xiong had already understood the cause and effect when he mediated, but there was no way to determine the details. It was not easy to catch the culprit, Yang Chen. Naturally, he had to ask clearly. "Even Elder Wu, you don't understand?" Yang Chen suddenly turned his eyes and asked with a smile, "If this younger generation junior says it, what are the benefits?" Chapter 233. As soon as Yang Chen's words came out, it immediately caused the three next to him to be nervous. How could such a tone be directed at Elder Wu Xiong? Elder Wu was willing to listen to your explanation, it was already a great fortune, but he still wanted to bargain? Even if all the people in the Pure Yang Palace were counted, if Elder Wu was ambiguous or not, it was still an unknown number. Wu Xiong's face was also formal, his eyes were sharp, and he stared at Yang Chen. A silent aura appeared directly and enveloped Yang Chen's entire body. Even if they were standing next to him, they were just affected. The head of the palace and Wang Yong Jiao Yu still felt a chill. The pressure released by the master of the peak Daching stage, even if it was them, they also felt fear. "Senior, please be merciful." Jiao Yu didn't know what she was thinking. At this juncture, she still had the courage to shout, but she didn't even realize that her voice was trembling. Although the head of the palace and Wang Yong heard it, they were anxious and helpless. However, The faces of the two were also overflowing with anxiety, but because of Wu Xiong's strong pressure and their identity, they did not say anything. At this moment, if the words were to be spoken, especially by the head of the palace, it meant that the dust had fallen to the ground, and they could only turn hostile. What surprised everyone was that Yang Chen, who was under the pressure of Wu Xiong, seemed to feel nothing at all. He still had the expression of a grin, and there was not even a sweat on his face. As for the trembling, it was something that had never happened before. The opposite Wu Xiong, who had already shown his power slightly, in the eyes of Yang Chen, seemed to be a serious elder. He still had to act shamelessly. "Senior, don't get angry if you don't give a reward." In one sentence, while awakening everyone, the three elders of the sect secretly cried bitterly in their hearts. "Good. I'd like to hear it. What do you have to say that is worthy of me giving you a reward?" Wu Xiong seemed to be so angry that he laughed. "Ha ha ha," he nodded to the head of the palace and Wang Yonggaoyu, "The three of you, please step aside a little. I would like to see what flowers he can say." "Senior, Yang Chen is just being mischievous for a while." Gaoyu saw Wu Xiong's appearance and immediately panicked in her heart. She couldn't care less about her fear and couldn't help but plead again. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't argue with a junior." With a wave of Wu Xiong's hand, the three of them could no longer say a word. Their bodies were involuntarily carried out of the door. The door was closed from the inside, and a powerful restriction immediately sealed up Yang Chen's room. The head of the palace and Wang Yonggao looked at each other, but their hearts were filled with infinite worries. Just now, Wu Xiong had casually waved his hand and the three of them could not resist at all. This kind of almighty power simply made the three of them despair. "Well, there is no one here. If you have anything to say, just say it." After Wu Xiong waved his hand and put down the restriction, he changed his previous majesty and became easygoing. He just heard some hints from Yang Chen's words, so he made such an arrangement. However, Wu Xiong was really surprised that Yang Chen could resist his coercion face to face. Even the masters of the Yuanying stage in the mortal world, in the face of Wu Xiong's full display of coercion, it was impossible to be so indifferent. Just now, Yang Chen had unloaded Wu Xiong's gradually strengthened coercion with ease. How could this not surprise Wu Xiong? Your master is good. She knows to protect her apprentice at the critical moment. She has vision. Wu Xiong was surprised, but he did not forget to praise Gaoyu. Although Gaoyu also faced pressure just now, she did not think of giving up her apprentice, which was really rare. That is, don't you see whose master it is? Yang Chen was immediately proud, and his tail was directly raised to the sky. Let's get down to business. Wu Xiong couldn't bear to see Yang Chen so proud and directly interrupted his arrogance and let him get to the point immediately. Elder brother, the ascension is imminent. There are some words I have to say. Yang Chen nodded and went directly to the chair on the left side of Yang Chen and sat down. He explained, "At the beginning, we didn't know each other well. It's not easy to talk about it, but if you don't say it now, there will be no chance in the future. You say it, I'm listening." Wu Xiong nodded slightly. He and Yang Chen hit it off, but it was only a friendship at the beginning of refining the heaven-seizing pill. On the contrary, after being separated from Yang Chen, he realized a lot from the conversation with Yang Chen, and he began to pay attention to Yang Chen, the younger generation. "Elder brother, after ascension, if you meet people with this symbol, don't offend them if you can. Be on good terms with them, there are benefits." As he spoke, Yang Chen showed the merit ring on his finger. In fact, the merit ring on Yang Chen's finger at the moment was just a tattoo. It was not in the shape of a ring, but the shape and pattern were very unique. "What is this?" Wu Xiong's eyes widened, and he carefully looked at the pattern on Yang Chen's finger, and he couldn't help but be surprised. He couldn't feel how this pattern appeared at all. With his cultivation, even if Yang Chen took something out of the Chenkuan bag, he could also find it, but he couldn't find how the merit ring appeared. "This is the symbol of the people above." Yang Chen would not say it so thoroughly, but he just reminded him. Anyway, Wu Xiong's ascension was imminent, and he was a rogue cultivator. At most, he had some servants. Those people must have already been arranged, and there would be no other worries. Yang Chen didn't mind letting him know. Listening to Yang Chen's words, Wu Xiong's face was a little shocked, and he couldn't help but stretch out his hand and pointed to the sky. Above. Yes. Yang Chen nodded, and tacitly did not say the name, but he admitted Wu Xiong's guess. When he looked at Yang Chen again, Wu Xiong's eyes were full of shock, and at the same time, there was some realization. No wonder Yang Chen didn't care about his pressure at all, no wonder Yang Chen could understand how to deal with the heaven-seizing pill in the end, no wonder Yang Chen could do so many shocking things. It turned out that he had such a famous identity. However, don't get too close, there may be some unnecessary trouble in the future. Yang Chen reminded again, he was afraid that Wu Xiong was too close to those people, and if he took action, it would be difficult for Wu Xiong to be caught in the middle. Wu Xiong could only nod with a face full of anticipation. To be able to learn about some things in the spiritual realm before ascending was simply a great opportunity that one could not even beg for. If Wu Xiong were to give up on such an opportunity, he would not be Wu Xiong. I know. Wu Xiong answered, but he was like a child listening to his parents' teachings. Chapter 234. There are some things up there, it's not good for you to know too much. Yang Chen certainly knew what Wu Xiong wanted to know, but he wouldn't say too much. A gentle reminder was enough. However, when you first go up, don't be too arrogant. Keep a low profile. It's not shameful to be a junior. Wu Xiong just nodded. He was mentally prepared for this. The people in the spiritual world ascended. If someone went up first, he must be a senior. Although he was used to being an elder in the mortal world, it was definitely not worth mentioning in the spiritual world. It was necessary to keep a low profile for a while. Of course, Wu Xiong was not without confidence. He thought that he could fight his way out after crossing the tribulation with his strong strength, but this kind of thing was obviously not so easy. Yang Chen said it so formally, coupled with Yang Chen's identity, Wu Xiong did not dare to be careless. Your sky-soaring shuttle needs to be integrated with a suitable cave house to improve the realm, and there is such a suitable place. Yang Chen had told Wu Xiong about the drawbacks of the sky-soaring shuttle before, but if he wanted to integrate the sky-soaring shuttle with a cave house in the mortal world, the resources consumed were simply unimaginable. It could only be done in the spiritual world. In Yang Chen's mind, there were several cave houses left by the guys, which were enough for him to occupy. Wu Xiong's favor, he could easily give it away. Moreover, after Wu Xiong accepted the favor, he would be regarded as Yang Chen's forerunner in the spiritual world. At that time, there would be a place to rely on. This kind of investment in the future, no one would be more proficient than Yang Chen. The location of the cave house is. He told Wu Xiong the location of the cave house. After confirming that Wu Xiong had remembered it, he clapped his hands. After going up, integrate this cave house first, and then you will have the capital to stand out. If you want to cultivate, there is a place to cultivate. If you want to escape, there is a magic weapon to escape. If you are a little arrogant, you will not be afraid. Little brother, you. Wu Xiong suddenly felt a little dry in his throat, and he didn't know what to say. He wanted to ask about Yang Chen's identity, but he could only say a little brother. He couldn't ask a word after that. You might be able to guess my identity when you get up there. Yang Chen smiled and waved his hand, but he did not explain to Wu Xiong. In any case, Wu Xiong would be able to obtain a lot of information after ascending, but Yang Chen did not want to tell Wu Xiong everything at this time. Words cannot express my gratitude. Little brother, please accept my bow. Wu Xiong was also an ambitious person who could take it easy and let it go. He did not question further and directly cupped his hands at Yang Chen. Yang Chen hurriedly refused, but he could not resist Wu Xiong's forcefulness and accepted the bow. He understood Wu Xiong's gratitude. Knowing a little more about this kind of thing could mean the difference between life and death. What do you see in me that you want a reward from me? After paying his respects, Wu Xiong immediately resumed his identity as an older brother and became casual. He was already on the verge of ascending, so he was open-minded and didn't care about some hypocritical social interactions. He also wouldn't put on the face of a junior and act casually. I'm not talented, but I'm interested in your cultivation experience. Yang Chen was not polite at all. He directly extended his hand to Wu Xiong. My sect also needs some trump cards. Older brother, Don't be selfish. Take it. Wu Xiong directly took out more than a dozen jade slips from his chenkuan bag, but he had already prepared them. Wu Xiong was a rogue cultivator. He was diligent in his cultivation, but he neglected to discipline his disciples. Speaking of which, he did not have an official disciple. These things were originally intended to be left for the fated person. Since Yang Chen asked for them, how could Wu Xiong not give them to him? Now, I can explain to the sect. Yang Chen held the jade slips in his hand with a smile and tossed them up and down happily. Although his experience was not worse than Wu Xiong's, Wu Xiong was a good cover. When he had more talent in cultivation, he could completely push it to Wu Xiong. At this point, the private exchange between the two had been completed, and it was carried out under the eyes of the palace master of Chunyang Palace and Wang Yonggao Yu. In the future, if Yang Chen had any ideas, he could completely push it to Wu Xiong's meaning. In this way, he could also have a source and not be suspected. For this reason, Yang Chen even deliberately prolonged the communication time with Wu Xiong. In the room, he enjoyed a few cups of Wu Xiong's black tea. While drinking tea, he talked about Wu Xiong's cultivation direction. Wu Xiong was quite famous in the spiritual world, but he also took some detours in his cultivation. Yang Chen now told him the correct route in advance. He believed that with Wu Xiong's ability, he would soon be able to stand out in the spiritual world. Wu Xiong listened to Yang Chen's guidance and was shocked. Many things were things that he had never thought of or could not figure out. Yang Chen could often make him see the light in a few words, and the joy in his heart could not be expressed in words. Even if Wu Xiong was about to ascend, he should have already passed the realm of showing his joy and anger, but he still couldn't help but have some excited smiles. Time passed quickly, the two chatted happily, but more than 8 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Feeling that the time was almost right, Yang Chen opened the room and invited the 3 people who were waiting anxiously outside the door. When Wu Xiong and Yang Chen were chatting in the room, the palace master and Wang Yonggao Yu had been waiting outside the room uneasily, for fear that Yang Chen's words would make Wu Xiong unhappy and bring disaster to Chunyang Palace. But they didn't know what was said inside. There was no movement for such a long time. They did not dare to break the restriction and eavesdrop. They could only wait outside bitterly. Yang Chen opened the door, and the smile on Wu Xiong's face fell into the eyes of the 3 people far away. Seeing Wu Xiong's smile, the 3 people finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yang Chen had solved the problem again. They wanted to ask Elder Wu Xiong for some things, but Wu Xiong no longer gave everyone a chance. He laughed and walked out of the door. He gave a thumbs up to Jiao Yu and praised, "Good, the little girl dares to defend her apprentice in front of me, good." After praising Jiao Yu, Wu Xiong rushed to the palace master of Chunyang Palace and said, "Today I have disturbed you, I have troubled you. Wu's ascension is imminent, I will not stay here." After that, regardless of the mood of the people, the soaring shuttle came out, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The 3 people looked at each other again. Then the palace master watched Wu Xiong disappear, and then he called everyone to Yang Chen's room. Then he directly made a move and put down more than a dozen restrictions. Then he asked Yang Chen, "What did Elder Wu say to you?" Elder Wu felt that this disciple was worthy of cultivation, and specially pointed out some problems in cultivation. Yang Chen unceremoniously flaunted himself as worthy of cultivation, and was not afraid that Wu Xiong would confront him face to face. Seeing that the 3 elders still had a look of lingering fear, Yang Chen smiled and took out the dozen pieces of jade slips. When Elder Wu left, he left some cultivation experience for this disciple. "This disciple does not dare to make a decision, please make a decision." As soon as this was said, the eyes of the 3 people directly stared at the jade slips, almost shining. Chapter 235. Elder Wu Xiong's Cultivation Insights. This was the lifelong cultivation experience left by a master who ascended to the Darching stage. No matter which sect it was in, it was a treasure among the treasures. Even if it was exchanged with a peerless cultivation method, it would not be given. Now, Elder Wu Xiong had actually left such a precious treasure to Yang Chen before he ascended. The 3 of them stared at the jade slips as if they had been starving for dozens of days. They stared at the jade slips as if they were delicious steamed buns. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater. There was even a feeling of disbelief. Is this really Elder Wu Xiong's? Gao Yu was the one with the lowest cultivation and the most impatient, so she asked first. Yes, Master. Yang Chen nodded very affirmatively, and then directly made an action that surprised everyone. Yang Chen divided the jade slips into 3 parts and handed one part to the head of the palace and Wang Yong Palace Master, Master Ancestor. This is the experience of the Yuanying and Daching stages. Master, this is the cultivation experience of the Jedan stage. Yang Chen also introduced what he gave to his master Gao Yu. As for the rest, Yang Chen himself put it into his Chenkuan bag. The rest is the experience of the foundation building realm. After I study for a few days, I'll hand it over to the school. Although he said so, Yang Chen had already made a copy in front of Wu Xiong. Elder Wu Xiong was a metal-type cultivator, and he needed experience in this area. This kind of backup, he would never miss it. Yang Chen didn't want to see these things in the future, and he had to go through the process of the elders' meeting. The head of the palace and Wang Yong each held a few pieces of jade slips, and their hearts were ecstatic. They were all nascent soul cultivators. Although their 5 elements were different from Wu Xiong's, the Grand Tao was simple. Wu Xiong's cultivation experience would definitely give them new insights, allowing them to avoid some detours in their cultivation. This ancestor Wang Yong did not expect Yang Chen to be so generous. He actually offered the things that Elder Wu Xiong had left for him to the sect. According to the results of the discussion between the elders and the head of the palace, personal things did not need to be handed over. All right. The palace master was so excited that his hands shook. It was not that there were no predecessors in Chunyang Palace who had ascended, and it was not that there was no cultivation experience, but Yang Chen could consider the interests of the sect so much. How could he not be excited? If it was said that before, it was purely because of Yang Chen's development potential and the possibility of becoming a senior alchemist master in the future that he took care of Yang Chen. Now the palace master was completely satisfied with Yang Chen and intended to focus on cultivating him from the bottom of his heart. If they didn't nurture such a disciple, were they supposed to nurture an ingrate like Chu Heng? The most exciting thing for the palace master was that Elder Wu Xiong was of the metal attribute, and the head of the palace was also of the metal attribute. The cultivation experience here was simply timely rain for him now. Yang Chen, you have made great contributions this time. I don't know how to reward you. The mood of the palace master could no longer be described as good. It was simply good to the extreme. His attitude towards Yang Chen was more and more amiable. You say it yourself, what do you want? As long as Chunyang Palace can get it, I will give you whatever you want. Frankly speaking, the current family property of Chunyang Palace was really not in the eyes of Yang Chen. But since it was the words of the palace master, and he was still in such a happy mood, Yang Chen certainly could not disobey the meaning of the palace master. How could it spoil the mood? This disciple asks for another chance to enter the secret pavilion. Yang Chen opened his mouth. In the secret pavilion of Chunyang Palace, to be honest, there were still many good things. Every time he went in, he could only see one thing. Yang Chen had to fight for several more such opportunities. 2 times. In the face of Yang Chen's request, the palace master did not think about it and extended 2 fingers. Your credit is too great. I will give you 2 chances, plus the last one, a total of 3 times. You can enter the secret pavilion at any time. Thank you, palace master. Yang Chen hurriedly thanked him. Such opportunities, even Wang Yong did not have a few times, but Yang Chen had already had 3 times. Gao Yu next to him was happy for him. Yang Chen, how can Elder Wu Xiong give these things to you? First, the jade slip was carefully put away, then the palace master and Wang Yong exchanged a look and asked Yang Chen. The benefits were first in the bag, and then the origin. The palace master was a pragmatic person. I told the story to Elder Wu. Elder Wu said that there are grievances and there is hatred. He is a person of my generation. He and I hit it off, so he gave these things to me. This kind of words came out of Yang Chen's mouth, and he did not even stutter. It sounded like this reason was really a bit of a joke, but in the eyes of the palace master and Wang Yong, this was a different feeling. Elder Wu Xiong is really open-minded. Wang Yong next to him sighed. He said to let it go, this is really looking at everything, we are not as good as him. Gao Yu still couldn't understand it for the time being, but the palace master was sad and nodded. Instead of entangling on this issue, he directly changed the topic. It seems that the Hall of Eccentrics will soon be able to appear in the Chunyang Palace. All the previous obstacles to this problem were now no longer obstacles. With the support of Elder Wu Xiong, coupled with the Fifth Earth True Essence, even if Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo appeared in front of everyone, the Fifth Earth True Essence would not arouse suspicion. Chunyang Palace spent a lot of money. Their own disciples did not study this kind of Fifth Earth True Essence that could not be absorbed at all. It was used directly on the monsters, which made sense. Moreover, guarding the secret pavilion was hard work. In this way, were they afraid that other monsters would not hear the news? Wu Xiong came suddenly and left quickly. The grand welcome ceremony ended a few hours ago. Even in the Pure Yang Palace, he did not even enjoy a decent meal, he had already left in a hurry. It seemed that Chunyang Palace was really rude. Fortunately, when Wu Xiong left, he had already told everyone that he was going to leave. Soon, the Fierce Sun courtyard welcomed several other elders. When these elders came, Gao Yu and Yang Chen had nothing to do. They went back to Gao Yu's room. The elders were in the council hall of the Fierce Sun courtyard, and the head of the palace told several other elders about what had just happened. Naturally, the truth of the matter in the barren sand valley could not be said. It could only be said that the Hall of Eccentrics and the things left by Elder Wu Xiong. Hearing that Wu Xiong actually left a bottle of Fifth Earth True Essence and cultivation experience for Yang Chen, several elders were surprised. They knew that Yang Chen was popular outside and had a friendship with Elder Wu Xiong, but they did not expect the friendship to be deep to this point. Naturally, no one questioned the reward given to Yang Chen. At this time, they would not only offend the palace master, but also offend Yang Chen's master ancestor Wang Yong. No one was a fool. Chapter 236. In Gao Yu's room, it was a different scene. It was not the first time that Yang Chen came to Gao Yu's room, but this time, Gao Yu's face was unprecedentedly cold. Facing Yang Chen, she directly began to scold, "Yang Chen, do you know how risky the things you have done are?" Her apprentice had done so many earth-shattering things that could not be said. Gao Yu was not unhappy in her heart, but when she thought of the risks involved, Gao Yu became angry. Facing her apprentice, Yang Chen, Gao Yu had an indescribable feeling. From the beginning of the apprenticeship, Gao Yu felt that Yang Chen was very special. She had never heard of an apprentice crying excitedly when he was apprenticeship. With Yang Chen's usual boldness, it was almost impossible for him to cry on the spot, but it happened under her eyes. After that, some of the things that Yang Chen did, in addition to giving advice on his cultivation, seemed to be constantly fishing for benefits for Gao Yu, which made Gao Yu happy and worried at the same time. What Yang Chen did was sometimes too risky. Once he made a mistake, he would be doomed eternally. Take the incident in the barren sand valley for example. Once a little news was leaked, Chunyang Palace would definitely face a disaster, and Yang Chen himself would be hunted down by several major sects. But what Yang Chen did was completely for the sake of Chunyang Palace. She wanted to say something, but there was no reason. She could only scold him with the reason of taking risks. "Master, I know very well what I am doing." In the face of Gao Yu's rebuke, Yang Chen was very calm. He knew that Gao Yu was doing this for his own good, but there were some things he had to do. "But, Master, Chu Heng dared to insult you verbally, so he must die. No one can insult you and still be alive and kicking, Master. You." Gao Yu wanted to say something more, but she really couldn't. Gao Yu saw the anger that Yang Chen showed after hearing Chu Heng's words with her own eyes, and she could also tell whether it was true or not. With such a protective disciple, Gao Yu didn't know how to reprimand Yang Chen except for the sweetness in her heart. "In the future, don't do such risky things again, even if it's for me." Gao Yu had to take out the style of a master, and very seriously instructed, he said a few words, "And it can't make you lose a piece of meat. Why fight for the advantage of words? If you want to cultivate, you must also be open-minded." "Yes, Master." Yang Chen absolutely agreed to Gaou's command. Even if he didn't agree in his heart, he definitely wouldn't go against his master's words. He immediately agreed to his master's request. I have already started refining your flying sword, but it will take at least 2 years. Gao knew that she couldn't help Yang Chen too much in cultivation, so she turned to do other things for Yang Chen, but she still seriously told Yang Chen, "You have just reached the Zhuji phase, and the consolidation time is not enough. It will take at least 2 or 3 years before you can make progress. You must not be greedy and rash. There is no smooth road on the road of cultivation, and more haste makes waste. Remember. Yes, master." This kind of golden jade advice, of course, Yang Chen would keep it in mind, and he was doing so now. Since the Yin-Yang 5 elemental secret art reached the Zhuji phase, he had been consolidating. Even after collecting the earth element true essence, he only maintained it at the Zhuji phase, and did not rashly improve his cultivation. However, when Gaou mentioned the matter of being greedy and rash, and haste makes waste, Yang Chen suddenly remembered a past event from his previous life, which seemed to have happened in the near future. After 1 or 2 years, among the cultivators, there would be a rapid cultivation method known as the Dragon Embryo Spirit Cultivation Method. This method relied on something called the Heavenfall Heart Crystal, which could rapidly improve the realm of the cultivators in a short period of time. Such a good method, when people began to provide a large number of Heavenfall Heart Crystals, quickly spread out, and almost the entire world of cultivators was affected. People used the Heavenfall Heart Crystal and this method, and indeed, their cultivation had been rapidly improved. Moreover, this Dragon Embryo Spirit Cultivation Method did not differentiate between the 5 elements, and simply increased the cultivation of spiritual power, attracting countless people to start cultivating. However, no one expected that this was a huge conspiracy. The instigator was a devil cultivator named Lin Changhe, and the so-called Heavenfall Heart Crystal was a spiritual item that contained Lin Changhe's own divine sense, which was condensed from the Mother Devil technique of a kind of devil technique that he cultivated called the Child Mother Devil technique. The Dragon Embryo Spirit Cultivation Method was simply the cultivation method of the Child Mother Devil technique. As the name implied, the cultivation method of the Mother-Child Devil Fetus art was to use the spirit energy cultivated by the Mother-Child Devil Fetus art. There was a mother-child relationship with the spirit energy cultivated by the Wood Devil Fetus art. In other words, the cultivation that those people had painstakingly cultivated with the Heavenly Meteorite Heart Crystal and the Dragon Embryo Spirit Cultivation Method were all for Lin Changhe's nourishment. After cultivating this Dragon Embryo Spirit Cultivation Method, because of the use of the Heavenfall Heart Crystal, the cultivators could not control their own spiritual power at all. When Lin Changhe felt that the time was right, the spiritual power that they had painstakingly cultivated became Lin Changhe's cultivation. His own cultivation base was ruined, and the cultivation method was extremely vicious. This kind of self-benefiting cultivation method at the expense of others would naturally not be tolerated by the righteous cultivators. However, when everyone discovered this, they found that Lin Changhe had already reached the realm of the Dacheng stage. At that time, in order to eliminate Lin Changhe, the devil, all the major sects were mobilized. After paying the price of 2 Dacheng stage masters and dozens of Yuanying stage masters, Lin Changhe died under the backlash of the devil technique. Fortunately, it was discovered early, so that Lin Changhe did not have time to refine the impure spiritual power in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Even so, the loss of 2 Dacheng stage masters and dozens of Yuanying stage masters also greatly damaged the strength of the righteous sects, and they have not recovered for hundreds of years. At that time, because 3 Yuanying stage masters had fallen in Chunyang Palace, they had almost no power to fight back against the Taishanmen, which led to the tragedy. In this life, how could Yang Chen let the tragedy repeat itself? Master, if there is really a commonly known cultivation method, and others have already cultivated the effect, will you cultivate it? Yang Chen began to rack his brains to think about how to bring the topic to this, and this time he did not want to be in the limelight, but wanted his master to make this great contribution. Where can there be such a cultivation method? If I cultivate like this, wouldn't I fall into the devil path? Gaou frowned and suddenly asked Yang Chen, "Are you aware of something? Why did you suddenly talk about this topic?" It's not me, master. It's Elder Wu Xiong. Yang Chen suddenly discovered how convenient it was to have Wu Xiong as a super shield. Everything could be pushed to him. Elder Wu found some signs, but it's not clear. Chapter 237. No matter how effective the practice is, it will definitely bring instability to the state of mind. Gao Yu shook her head. The deeper the cultivation, the heavier the inner demon will be. It seems that the practice is fast, but there are many more dangers in the future. The loss outweighs the gain. This is the practice of the devil path, and we must not be contaminated by it. Elder Wu only said that there was a sign, but he didn't say the specifics. Yang Chen tried to use ambiguous words to tell the facts of the future. Why don't you suggest to the palace master that if we encounter such things in the future, we must restrain the disciples of our sect from practicing? What do you think? It was also Yang Chen's goal to let Gao Yu stand out in Chunyang Palace. Gao Yu was the master of Liang Hall in her previous life, but unfortunately, she died young. In this life, Yang Chen wanted his master to become the most powerful person in Chunyang Palace. He wanted Gao Yu to become the headmaster of Chunyang Palace. Naturally, this needed daily accumulation of reputation. Gao Yu believed in Yang Chen, especially after Yang Chen told her all the secrets of the desolate valley. She felt that there was no need for Yang Chen to hide anything or deceive her. In addition, there was Wu Xiong, a super shield, so Gao Yu believed him even more. This is not a good time. After these things happened, there must be some trivial things that the palace master needs to deal with. Gao Yu was not a person without her own opinions. Otherwise, she would not have become the master of Liang Hall in her previous life. Now she had begun to slowly think about the overall situation, and also slowly consider the details of the work. Since the matter is not very urgent, you can wait 3 or 5 months to mention it to the palace master. At that time, it will be your credit. From the beginning, Gao Yu did not want to covet Yang Chen's credit. Yang Chen sighed in his heart. If Gao Yu had not cared for him so much from the beginning of his previous life, how could Yang Chen not forget Gao Yu in both lives? This was a good way to deal with it. Anyway, there was still a long way to go. Yang Chen was not in a hurry. Master, this disciple has a presumptuous request. I don't know if Master can grant it. Yang Chen suddenly thought of a possibility and carefully brought it up. A presumptuous request. Gao Yu looked at Yang Chen strangely and said with a smile, since you know it's a presumptuous request, why do you still mention it? Please forgive me for being impetuous. Yang Chen sighed in his heart and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. However, when his master spoke with such an expression, the warmth in Yang Chen's memory became more and more obvious. That kind of immature coquettishness was deeply imprinted in Yang Chen's mind. But since you're being so careful, why don't you tell me what it is? Gao Yu saw the indescribable disappointment on Yang Chen's face. It seemed to be very successful. She turned the thread of conversation, and the corner of her eyes also brought a hint of success in teasing Yang Chen. If it is not a difficult thing, maybe I can help you. Master. Yang Chen suddenly raised his head in surprise. When he saw Gao Yu's sly gaze, he couldn't help but smile. Say it, what's the matter? Gao Yu coughed and put on a solemn face to let Yang Chen speak. Master, can I ask you to practice some other techniques? Yang Chen carefully organized the wording and suggested to Gao Yu, for example, a water attribute technique. Practice a water attribute technique? Gao Yu frowned and then suddenly realized, you want to say that I should experience the characteristics of other elements to perfect the method of controlling fire? Yang Chen was stunned and immediately remembered that he had used this reason to fool many people. Now even his master thought it was the reason. But this was also good. At least it was a reasonable reason. Thinking of this, Yang Chen also nodded very seriously. I've thought about it. In fact, this kind of cultivation path is not suitable for me. To Yang Chen's surprise, Gao Yu actually refused Yang Chen's suggestion. You want to refine pills, so it's understandable to improve this method of controlling fire, but I'm different. I don't know alchemy, and my refining techniques are ordinary. There's no need to force the method of controlling fire for these. Master. Yang Chen shouted anxiously and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Gao Yu. I know what you want to say. Gao Yu shook her head and smiled at Yang Chen. Although you and I are master and disciple, you have your path and I have my path. What is suitable for you is not necessarily suitable for me. What I want to cultivate is an indomitable and unbending spirit, not a method of controlling fire that can be gentle like water. Do you understand? Gao Yu's character later showed that she would rather break than bend. Otherwise, she would not have made such a choice under the pressure of Taishanmen. Now that Gao Yu said this, Yang Chen did not have the slightest way to dissuade her. He could only sigh in his heart. This time, it seemed that he had failed. Fortunately, Yang Chen had long known that Gao Yu was not so easy to persuade. Before he had announced the secret of the acquired spiritual root, Gao Yu would never agree to change to the water attribute cultivation method. And this secret, Yang Chen wanted to keep for a while, until he found some heaven-defying guys under the Chunyang Palace. This topic was also casually mentioned by the master and disciple, and it did not hinder the relationship between the two. Yang Chen still humbly asked Gao Yu a few questions, and then left Gao Yu alone to think about it. He returned to his room. The elders had already left the fierce sun courtyard, and it seemed very idle. Yang Chen took some time to look at the other people in the courtyard. Whether it was Du Qian, Shanghai Feng, or Wang Yuan, they were all diligently cultivating. The fierce sun courtyard was such a unique cultivation environment, but it was occupied by a few of them. Everyone knew that this was a rare opportunity. Yang Chen's 4 servants also performed very well. During this period of time in the fierce sun courtyard, they cultivated even more diligently. In a short period of 1 or 2 years, they actually made progress in their cultivation, and all of them entered the 7th level of qi refining. Looking at this trend, in the next 10 years, it was completely possible that the 4 of them would succeed in building their foundation. As for Yang Chen himself, he also stayed in the fierce sun courtyard to consolidate his realm. With all 10 attributes of spiritual power, the spiritual power needed for daily cultivation also increased greatly. In addition to a mysterious young fruit every day, he also had to add in the abundant spiritual power in the fierce sun courtyard. However, after Yang Chen only cultivated in the fierce sun courtyard for a month, he suddenly remembered an important matter. The cultivation genius in his previous life, Sun Qingxue, who Yang Chen had met on the execution ground in this life, seemed to have cultivated the dragon embryo spirit cultivation method. Since Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue already had fate to meet, and it seemed that Sun Qingxue also had a good impression of Yang Chen did not mind telling her not to repeat the same mistake. Chapter 238. Sun Qingxue cultivated the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art because she was greedy for cultivation speed. Fortunately, her cultivation was still shallow at the time, and she had just built the foundation. Although her cultivation was completely abolished later, it only took her more than 10 years to build the foundation again. And with that lesson, Sun Qingxue experienced a tempering of her state of mind, and finally became a famous fairy in the 3 realms. However, it was precisely because of this reason that when Sun Qingxue cultivated for the 2nd time, her innate vitality was insufficient. Although her talent was good enough to make countless people envious and jealous, it still could not be compared with Fairy Sha. Yang Chen was now hesitant. Should he let Sun Qingxue experience such a tribulation and strengthen her mind, or should he stop this tribulation, so that she could maintain that innate vitality, and in the future, she could also reach the peak of cultivation? After thinking about it, Yang Chen felt that it was better to stop it. The tribulations of life could be encountered almost at any time, but it was not so easy to make up for the damage to the innate vitality. And from Yang Chen's point of view, there was a strong future star as a helper. Of course, he was willing to be the most powerful helper. In this life, he happened to meet Sun Qingxue before the immortal cultivation, and Sun Qingxue had some gratitude to Yang Chen. This kind of relationship, Yang Chen must firmly grasp it in his hands. In the past, it was not easy to go out when he was in the qi refining stage, but now there was no such restriction. He also went to see what would happen if Sun Qingxue did not join the Blue Cloud sect and was intercepted by the Green Jade Immortal Island. Of course, before leaving, Yang Chen did not forget to sacrificial refine all the magic weapons on his body in the Scorching Sun courtyard. After Yang Chen's full attribute foundation stage, he immediately heard that Chu Heng had insulted Gaou. In anger, Yang Chen did not even care about the sacrificial refining of his own magic weapons and went straight to the barren sand valley. The profound spirit furnace and the immortal beheading blade, these two must be sacrificially refined. Now Yang Chen's fifth earth spirit power had been completely transformed into fifth earth true essence, and the first wood spirit power had also absorbed the powerful attributes of the Penglai divine wood. Under the sacrificial refining, the two magic weapons could almost be seen with the naked eye. The last time the profound spirit furnace had absorbed part of the cyan crystal profound gold, and its own fire resistance had reached a stunning level. Coupled with the strong infusion of the fifth earth true essence, the profound spirit furnace completed the full attributes of the heavenly dipper fourth layer and the earth fiend sixth layer sacrificial refining. At this moment, Yang Chen could finally proudly announce that the profound spirit furnace was already a middle-grade magic weapon. Compared with the time when he just got it, the overall improvement was a realm. The two kinds of fire seeds inside could make Yang Chen more powerful in refining higher-level medicinal pills, and it was not limited to alchemy. The refining of the immortal beheading blade was carried out in the profound spirit furnace. The cyan crystal profound gold was not so easy to refine. Only the extremely powerful flame like the sun true fire could refine it. Another 1/10 of the cyan crystal profound gold was added to the immortal beheading blade, so that the quality of the immortal beheading blade was more improved than the original. After the complete heavenly dipper fourth layer and earth fiend sixth layer were all completed, Yang Chen's 1080 spirit power threads had already lit up 100 of them, almost reaching the point of 10%. Although Yang Chen had been consolidating his realm during this time and did not quickly improve his own level, his attack and defense power had more than doubled. It took almost 2 months for Yang Chen to complete all this. During this time, the Taishanmen finally made an explanation to several sects. The Five Elements sect got all the fifth earth true essence, and the Taishanmen not only had to compensate for the loss of the Five Elements sect, but also had to apologize. As for the losses of the Taishanmen in the war between the two sides, no one mentioned it at all, who let them be unreasonable. Several mediating sects and Elder Wu Xiong also got corresponding benefits. At least before it was over, Yang Chen knew that Elder Wu Xiong had received a bottle of fifth earth true essence from the Five Elements sect. As for how the Taishanmen compensated, it was the secret of each sect, and no one would publicize it. Everyone got the benefits, and they would not hold on to it. That was to offend the Taishanmen. Chunyang Palace also received compensation and apology from the Taishanmen because of Chu Heng's affairs. At this point, if the Taishanmen wanted to maintain their status as a big sect in the past, they must do enough. The 4 law enforcement hall disciples who were injured and sent back were each given a Lingji mushroom jade pill, plus a defensive magic weapon. The Taishanmen paid a lot of capital this time. A Lingji mushroom jade pill could treat any injury below the Yuanying stage as long as it was not disabled. It was definitely a good thing that was priceless outside. The 4 law enforcement hall disciples could also be regarded as a blessing in disguise. The compensation to the Chunyang Palace was even more generous. After the foundation stage, the 5 elements cultivation methods, 5 pill recipes, and a batch of various refining materials were presented, but it was just that the elders and the hall masters could use it. When receiving this batch of things, the head of the palace was not happy, but his face was very serious. The Taishanmen even inquired about what kind of materials the elders needed, and easily took it out. In addition to compensation, this was a naked demonstration. The meaning of the implication was clear to everyone. I know what you want. You can't find it, I can easily take it out. Whether it is the news or the background of the sect, the Taishanmen was not comparable to your small Chunyang Palace. They just wanted to say that the sensible ones would take the things and quickly shut up, and don't think about getting back the face. Of course, since they admitted their mistakes and apologized, the disciples who made mistakes among the Taishanmen could not be exempted from punishment. The 2 poor Jedan stage masters who were killed became scapegoats. Everything was done by the 2 of them behind the back of the sect, including taking in Chu Heng and teaching Chu Heng the control of the formation, which led to Chu Heng attacking the Yuanying stage ancestors of the 5 Elements sect. All of these were the responsibility of the 2 dead guys. Since the attack was launched by Chu Heng, The responsibility of the Taishanmen was much smaller. This wishful thinking also succeeded in making all the sects who received the compensation no longer say anything. Although the crisis was temporarily resolved, the Taishanmen had bled a lot this time. The arrangement for hundreds of years was in vain, and it was for others. Their own side also suffered heavy losses and hurt their vitality. It would take at least a few decades to restore the original prosperity. Yang Chen was in the process of cleaning up the mess of the Taishanmen. With a happy mood, he embarked on the road to find Sun Qingxue. However, his good mood did not last long, and it was completely destroyed by the female cultivator in charge of foreign affairs of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Chapter 239. Are you Yang Chen of the Chunyang Palace? Are you here to see Uncle She? The female disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island who was responsible for the reception, after hearing Yang Chen's self-report, immediately changed her face. It seemed that she wanted to confirm whether he was Yang Chen of the Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen didn't want to cause trouble during this time. He just wanted to cultivate quietly. By the way, he came to see Sun Qingxue and reminded her not to practice the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art for the sake of greedy cultivation speed. The purpose of this trip was only this. Along the way, Yang Chen was very well behaved. While observing all around on the road, he felt the changes in the world and the laws of nature while slowly hurrying on his way. In order to show respect for the Green Jade Immortal Island, Yang Chen did not even arrogantly fly his flying sword directly from the sea, but hired a fishing boat, personally pointed out the direction, and sent himself to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Since it was called the Green Jade Immortal Island, it was naturally an island overseas, isolated from the world, but with abundant spiritual power. It was simply an excellent place for cultivation. Strictly speaking, the area of the island was not very large, but with the other sporadic islands in the surrounding thousands of miles of sea, all of them were the sphere of influence of the Green Jade Immortal Island. On these small islands, almost all of them had Immortals Cave opened by the disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and even under the sea, there were some experts who opened the underwater mansion. The place where Yang Chen arrived by boat was the island closest to the periphery. This island was also the gateway of the Green Jade Immortal Island to the outside. If it was a courtesy visit, it was basically received on this island first. The Green Jade Immortal Island seemed to be very focused on accepting female disciples. Almost 90% of the disciples were women. The one responsible for the reception was also a female disciple in the foundation stage. It was reasonable to say that Yang Chen was so careful to come by boat, and he didn't even fly within the sphere of influence of the Green Jade Immortal Island. He had already given enough face to the Green Jade Immortal Island. But the female disciple who was responsible for receiving Yang Chen was like seeing an enemy. If she was not responsible for receiving the same people, it was estimated that she could directly attack Yang Chen. That's me. Yang Chen was very puzzled. He had already said his identity, but this female disciple still had to ask again. Could it be that the disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island were so forgetful? The Green Jade Immortal Island does not welcome you, you get out of here. After hearing Yang Chen's confirmation, the female disciple immediately showed an angry expression. She raised her hand, pointed at the door, and shouted at Yang Chen. In this life, Yang Chen was by no means a good man or a good woman. A foreign affairs female disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, who he had never met before, pointed at his nose and asked him to get lost. How could Yang Chen endure this kind of foul atmosphere? If it was anyone else who was treated like this, the first thing they would do would be to slam the door and leave, and then reason with him. But Yang Chen would not be like this. The female disciple wanted Yang Chen to get lost, but Yang Chen did not move. He sat in the same place and asked the female disciple in a cold voice, "The Green Jade Immortal Island has already issued a note to the outside world, telling the world that I am not allowed to visit." She had never heard of such a thing. How could the female disciple dare to fabricate a rule of the Green Jade Immortal Island? She wanted to be sure, but she had nothing to say. She just stared at Yang Chen angrily, as if staring at her own life and death enemy. If the Green Jade Immortal Island has not made such a decision, I am a guest, and I don't even have a cup of tea. Is this the way of the Green Jade Immortal Island's hospitality? The other party was angry, but she couldn't say anything. Yang Chen immediately realized that there was a hidden story. He sat in the same place and crossed his legs, and began to care about the etiquette of hospitality. Not to mention this, even if we are life and death enemies, I pay a visit to the mountain with courtesy. The Green Jade Immortal Island has to come up with the etiquette of a big sect, right? The eyes of the female disciple were about to burst into flames, but Yang Chen's words were on point. She couldn't help but be dissatisfied. But she was also a veteran of many years of hospitality, and immediately thought of a response. This is the territory of my Green Jade Immortal Island. It is not your turn as an outsider to talk about the hospitality of my sect. The Green Jade Immortal Island does not welcome you. Please go out. This female disciple's tone was a lot more polite, and even added the word please, but the strong meaning of rejecting people thousands of miles away was still very clearly expressed. At this time, if Yang Chen still stayed, he would be a bit cheeky. Standing up, Yang Chen turned around and left. Although Yang Chen has always wondered how the people of the Green Jade Immortal Island would treat him with such an attitude, but now that he was in someone else's mountain gate, it was still not good to investigate. If he wanted to see Shanshan, he was afraid that it was impossible today. He was driven out of the mountain gate for no reason. Even if Yang Chen's temper was good, he couldn't suppress his anger. Standing on the edge of the island, for a moment, Yang Chen even planned to directly release the long river of blood in his sea of consciousness, and scare the entire Green Jade Immortal Island people into fainting. "Hey! Grandmaster Yang!" Not far away, a cry of exclamation clearly passed to the ears of Yang Chen. Looking in the direction of the sound, he only saw a man who was flying over with a sword, and he looked somewhat familiar. It was estimated that only the people in the immortal falling abyss could call Yang Chen Grandmaster Yang. Yang Chen thought again and immediately determined the identity of the person who came. It was the first guy who asked Yang Chen for 2 second-grade foundation building pills, Yong Ning, the foundation building disciple of the Heavenly Sword Villa. It turned out to be fellow Daoist Yong. Yang Chen stood still and quietly waited for Yong Ning to fly over. "Grandmaster Yang, this is..." Seeing that Yang Chen's face was not so good, Yong Ning was also very strange and asked curiously, "I was driven out." Yang Chen didn't mind being embarrassed to be seen by others. In fact, he still hasn't figured out what was going on. "Ah!" Yong Ning turned her head and looked at the mountain gate of the Green Jade Immortal Island in the distance. The female disciple over there was still staring at Yang Chen fiercely. It seemed that she would not stop until he left. After turning back, Yong Ning looked surprised. "Grandmaster, how did you offend the Green Jade Immortal Island?" "How do I know?" Yang Chen shook his head. He was inexplicably driven out. He still had a stomach full of anger. He didn't know where to go. Yong Ning's question made things worse. "Is there any misunderstanding in this?" Yong Ning also frowned. After thinking about it, after Yang Chen came out of the immortal falling abyss, apart from being involved because of Chu Heng's affairs, he did not have much fame. He had nothing to do with the Green Jade Immortal Island. How could he be driven out? Since Yang Chen rushed over, he must have something to ask. Yong Ning immediately saw the opportunity and hurriedly said, "Grandmaster Yang, wait a minute. Let me go and inquire about it. Is there really any misunderstanding?" "No need." Yang Chen shook his head. "I don't have to beg for anything. Today's humiliation will be rewarded. If fellow Daoist Yong is interested, help me inquire about the Sun Qingxue that fairy Sha brought back more than 10 years ago." Chapter 240. Before he entered the mountain gate, he was driven out, and he didn't provoke anyone. How could Yang Chen swallow this? However, the Green Jade Immortal Island was after all one of the several big martial arts sects. In other people's mountain gate, it was impossible for Yang Chen to be arrogant. But to retaliate against a martial arts sect, there was more than just killing people. Yang Chen had many ways. Just like the loss of the Taishanmen in the barren sand valley before, if they knew in advance that it was caused by Chu Heng, they would definitely be willing to exchange 10 Chu Heng for the barren sand valley. Turning his head and glancing at the mountain gate of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Yang Chen directly sacrificed a flying sword and quickly left. Yong Ning was left standing in the same place with a frown. In the distance, it was the female disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island who was still angry. Without asking about the right and wrong, They drove Yang Chen out. This tone, Yang Chen absolutely had to let the Green Jade Immortal Island feel pain, but they couldn't say anything. If they knew who did it, they could retaliate. If they didn't know who did it, they could only suffer in silence. That was the most depressing. After flying for a while, the annoyance in Yang Chen's heart still did not dissipate. Looking at the turbulent sea under his feet, he suddenly remembered something. He couldn't help but drive the flying sword and directly turned and flew in another direction. The Green Jade Immortal Island was on the sea, but the location here was not far from a certain place in Yang Chen's memory. Strictly speaking, it was a distance of about 2,000 miles. Yang Chen flew with the sword at full speed, but it only took 3 or 4 days. No way, the flying sword in Yang Chen's hands was not good at speed. In the past few days, Yang Chen almost always flew close to the sea. There were many cultivators near the Green Jade Immortal Island, but after Yang Chen flew out for more than 1,000 miles, there was basically no trace of people. After waiting for more than 2,000 miles, except for Yang Chen, he couldn't even see a seabird. Releasing his spiritual consciousness in a crazy manner, Yang Chen began to check along the way to see if there was anyone around. After rushing for a few hundred miles, Yang Chen finally stopped when he saw a few small reefs of different shapes. These reefs exposed to the sea were the location. After Yang Chen confirmed that there was no one around, the flying sword under his feet was withdrawn. He flew in the air and directly plunged into the sea, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Entering the sea, Yang Chen directly used his own 10th water spirit power. 10th water is the water of the sea. Here Yang Chen is just like going home. Even in the water, it is like walking on flat ground. The seawater in this area was very clear, but after diving to a certain depth, it became as dark as night, and nothing could be seen. From time to time, fierce roars could be heard coming from the sea. Those were the roars of unknown sea beasts. Yang Chen's whole person seemed to have turned into seawater, integrated into this area, and dived down easily. Even without him doing anything, the spiritual power in the surrounding seawater would rush over wildly. It was so easy that it did not consume any strength at all. At this speed, Yang Chen estimated the depth of the dive. After a few thousands of feet, Yang Chen's feet stepped on the bottom of the sea. It was strange to say that in this small area of water that Yang Chen dived into, except for a few small fish that didn't last long, or a few small crabs and lobsters that crawled over, there was no powerful sea beast that appeared. Stepping on the seabed, Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness had already explored, and the terrain of this area was immediately in Yang Chen's mind. After feeling the other strange sea rocks, Yang Chen's face finally showed a smile. It's here. Talking to himself, Yang Chen did not care about the huge pressure on the top of his head that could flatten an iron block, and walked straight towards a certain place. A series of complex secret techniques were sent out in Yang Chen's hands, and a stream of 10th water spirit power was injected into a sea rock in front of Yang Chen under the effect of the secret techniques. Open. In the middle of the sea rock, not far from the feet of Yang Chen, a huge hole suddenly appeared, and a little light flashed from the hole. Almost at the moment when the hole appeared, Yang Chen had already stepped into the hole. As Yang Chen's figure disappeared at the entrance of the cave quickly lost its trace and turned into the big sea rock covered with coral. There was nothing strange about it. There was a long corridor inside the hole, all of which were made of huge stones. There were countless runes flashing on the walls of the cave. Yang Chen could recognize that those were some ancient characters. If this tunnel was not opened by the method he had just used, these shining runes would turn into a deadly weapon. After passing through the tunnel, there was a huge open square. On the huge square, it was completely covered with a square bright floor. The surroundings were full of huge night pearls, and the light was reflected by the floor. The whole place was bright, even brighter than the day. Walking to the edge of the huge square, Yang Chen stopped and went over it carefully in his mind, and then a series of gestures accompanied by a 10th water spirit power hit the square directly. Suddenly, the bright square began to change. It was no longer bright and smooth, and a huge sea map appeared directly. If someone could overlook the entire sea from the high clouds, they would definitely find that the huge sea map in front of Yang Chen was the sea map of this sea area. On the huge sea map, the blue sea and the yellow island were extremely clear. With the position of the foot as the center, The surrounding tens of thousands of miles of sea were all included in this huge sea map. The hundreds of islands of the Green Jade Immortal Island only occupied a small area. On this sea map, there were also some stretches of bright spots, some large and some small. In the area of the Green Jade Immortal Island, there were hundreds of large and small bright spots, flashing from time to time. Yang Chen didn't care about what was in other places, but slowly walked to this area of the Green Jade Immortal Island and took out the pure bottle medicine garden. Because of the previous cultivation of the Penglai divine wood and the consumption during this period of time, the original stored spiritual power was only left with less than 1/10. Bending down, Yang Chen put the medicine garden's pure bottle on the brightest spot, and then began to reach out and pinch the technique again. There is no grievance or hatred, for no reason. You want me to get out of the Green Jade Immortal Island. The technique in Yang Chen's hand directly hit the light spots under his feet. I will not go too far. I will take a total of 10 years of your Green Jade Immortal Island's spiritual power. The right is Raven. Chapter 241. This cave under the seabed was the treasure left by Yang Chen when he killed the East China Sea Dragon King. The huge square under Yang Chen's feet was also a magic weapon in the Dragon Palace that ruled the 4 seas, the East China Sea Chart. The East China Sea Chart could show all the mountains and sea topography above the East China Sea, even the seabed topography. It clearly marked the distribution areas of some powerful sea beasts, and at the same time, the distribution of the spiritual veins in the East China Sea. Those bright spots were the distribution of the spiritual veins in the East China Sea. Each bright spot represented a spiritual vein, and the size and brightness of the bright spot indicated the concentration of spiritual power in the spiritual vein. The bigger and brighter it was, the more abundant the spiritual power of the spiritual vein. The Green Jade Immortal Island was in the East China Sea, so it was naturally subject to the control of the original Dragon Palace. However, the East China Sea Dragon King had already hidden these things in this seabed. Even in the current upright East China Sea Dragon Palace, there was no such treasure. This treasure of the East China Sea Chart also had another use, that was, it could mobilize the spiritual power in the East China Sea at will. Yang Chen knew how to control this treasure, and he could control and extract all the spiritual power in those spiritual veins at any time. The medicine garden bottle was placed on the area representing the Green Jade Immortal Island, and Yang Chen directly began to extract the spiritual veins of the Green Jade Immortal Island through the East China Sea Chart. The place occupied by the Green Jade Immortal Island was really a good place with abundant spiritual power. A branch was enough to top the main vein of the Chunyang Palace. Such a powerful spiritual vein has also created countless masters of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and it was also the foundation for the Green Jade Immortal Island to be ranked as a first-class sect. Yang Chen didn't care about this now. He just launched the East China Sea Chart and began to extract the spiritual power in that area. In a short time, among the hundreds of bright spots, all of them were separated into a filament, and suddenly gathered into a condensed water line around the bottle, and it was directly injected into the bottle. The speed of condensation made Yang Chen a little stunned. It took him a whole year to absorb the full spiritual power of the bottle in the immortal fallen abyss, but in a short period of time, it had already risen rapidly. At this rate, even if he were to absorb the full amount of spiritual energy, it would only take a few hours. Moreover, this was still the purest 10th water spiritual power. There was no need for any conversion at all. It could be directly absorbed by the medicine garden. Where could he find such a good thing? What made Yang Chen most happy was that such a huge supply of spiritual power was enough for him to sacrifice and refine the medicine garden purifying bottle. Everything that Yang Chen had done before was at best to collect the medicine garden and leave a divine sense mark so that the guardian sword array would not attack him. It was completely different from the sacrificial refinement. On the other hand, sacrificial refinement could make the herb garden even more powerful. Furthermore, it would become a treasure closely related to Yang Chen. How could Yang Chen not cherish the abundant resources in this herb garden? The Heavenly Dipper treasure refining secret art quickly launched and began the first sacrificial refining. Previously, because Yang Chen's cultivation was insufficient and he didn't have a huge supply of spiritual power, he could only look at it and sigh. Even in the fierce sun courtyard, Yang Chen was not willing to extract the spiritual power of those veins of the earth to do this. But now, in the territory of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and it was the female disciple who drove Yang Chen out for no reason, where would Yang Chen be polite? He directly extracted at least half of the spiritual power of the Green Jade Immortal Island. The huge spiritual power was enough for Yang Chen to completely complete the first sacrificial refining. However, the level of the medicine garden purifying bottle was too high, and Yang Chen's forced sacrificial refining was really a bit difficult. Fortunately, there were few people here, there were no sea beasts, only Yang Chen. He could boldly sacrificial refine without worrying about being disturbed. Even if Yang Chen had now reached the foundation stage, and it was also the foundation stage of the Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art, and he had been able to use the fourth layer of the Heavenly Dipper treasure refining secret art to sacrificial refine the magic weapon, but on the purifying bottle of the Xiangyang Mountain Medicine Garden, he could only use the most basic first layer of the Heavenly Dipper treasure refining secret art to forcibly sacrificial refine. The medicine garden turned into a bottomless pit of spiritual power, and began to madly absorb the spiritual power controlled by Yang Chen to wash the body of the magic weapon, so that the body of the magic weapon was more solid. This process lasted for more than 20 days before the first layer of spiritual power was completed. Next was the infiltration of various attributes of spiritual power. Almost every time he used the Heavenly Dipper treasure refining secret art, it was as if the spiritual power in Yang Chen's body was completely absorbed. The spiritual power transmitted under the sea map made Yang Chen use the fastest speed to madly convert it into the spiritual power of the Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art, which could make up for the consumption of the medicine garden. Even so, Yang Chen did not stop for a moment, and he madly sacrificial refined day and night. The other attributes of spiritual power were fine, but when the fifth earth true essence began to sacrificial refine, the medicine garden suddenly underwent some small changes. The land in the medicine garden seemed to have been roughly selected and then sacrificial refined, but suddenly it was nourished by the fifth earth true essence, the source of spiritual power, and the ground began to change rapidly. The yellow land seemed to be suddenly filled with black oil, madly absorbing and transforming, and part of the land had become the most fertile black land. The spiritual plants planted on it also seemed to be nourished at this moment and began to grow faster. Immersed in this sacrificial refining, Yang Chen didn't even feel the passage of time. The spiritual power in his body was madly consumed, and then in an instant, it was filled by the spiritual power squeezed in from the outside world, rapidly transformed, and then consumed again, and the cycle continued. At the beginning of Yang Chen's foundation, what he needed to do most was to consolidate the realm. What was consolidating the realm? It was to completely familiarize oneself with the meridians of the current body, so that one's body could adapt to the cultivation and battle consumption of this realm, and not be unable to adapt after a sudden large consumption of battle, causing the realm to fall. The simplest way was to cultivate for a long time, and what Yang Chen was doing now belonged to that kind of consumption. But fortunately, there was a steady stream of spiritual power under his body, so that he did not have to worry that he could not absorb spiritual power or the speed of absorbing spiritual power was not fast enough, causing the realm to fall. There was no hatred between the Green Jade Immortal Island and Yang Chen's previous life, so Yang Chen would not do such a thing that would harm the foundation of others. But Yang Chen would never allow others to insult him for no reason, and he had to teach them a lesson. When the soil in the medicine garden had all turned into fertile black soil, and it was full of the fifth earth true essence, the medicine garden bottle shook, and then it shone brightly, but the first layer of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art had been completed. At this time, Yang Chen pinched his fingers. It had been 2 months since he started the sacrificial refining of the medicine garden. And in these 2 months, the Green Jade Immortal Island must have been in a mess. Chapter 242. Yang Chen's guess was right. From the moment when Yang Chen began to extract the spiritual power, someone in the Green Jade Immortal Island discovered the abnormality. The original spiritual power in the Earth's veins, suddenly the speed of the spiritual power gushing out slowed down by more than twice, and the spiritual power that gushed out also became thin. In this situation, as long as it was a person who was cultivating, they would immediately feel that something was wrong. Originally, some people thought that the spiritual vein where they were was exhausted, so such a thing would happen. However, when they reported the news, The high-level officials of the Green Jade Immortal Island discovered that the entire Green Jade Immortal Island was in such a situation. In the end, no one knew what was going on. Several Yuanying stage elders immediately began to investigate, and even a Dacheng stage senior who was in seclusion was alarmed. He went deep into the seabed to investigate for almost a month, but found nothing. The Green Jade Immortal Island was facing a formidable enemy. Everyone knew what the sudden exhaustion of the spiritual vein meant. All the people who knew about it were asked to keep quiet. Countless disciples were released, looking for suspicious signs within 2,000 miles. Since such a big thing had happened, the disciples at the entrance of the mountain were called back and asked in detail about what had happened recently, who had come, what had happened, and what had happened. Everything had to be told clearly. Perhaps someone or something could be related to this crisis. Everyone knew that the situation was serious, and no one dared to conceal it. They said the people and things that came to visit in recent days, so that the senior members of the sect could analyze it. When it was Qi Yunru's turn to receive Yang Chen, she said everything else. Finally, only Yang Chen's matter was left. When she was hesitating whether or not to say it, the elder in charge of the investigation had already seen through her concealment, and very unhesitatingly asked, "Why, what else haven't you said?" "This disciple doesn't dare," Qi Yunru hurriedly replied, then gritted her teeth and said that she drove away Yang Chen. "People came to visit, and you drove them away with a few words." The elder in charge of the investigation frowned deeply, his eyes staring at Qi Yunru, and suddenly asked, "Do you have a grudge against Chunyang Palace?" "No, elder," Qi Yunru replied quickly. "Then do you have a grudge against this Yang Chen?" The elder asked again. There were some things that had to be clarified, and there might be some truths hidden within. "No, elder," Qi Yunru shook her head again. "That kid, Yang Chen of the Pure Yang Palace, came to visit the mountain. Did he disobey the etiquette, and his attitude was arrogant?" The elder's brow became more and more wrinkled, and the question became more and more sharp. "No, elder." Qi Yunru suddenly felt very wronged. Why would the elder ask her like this? Then you should know how he came here, right? The elder's brows had already relaxed, but none of the surrounding disciples who were in charge of receiving them dared to breathe loudly. They all knew the temper of this elder. The angrier he was, the more amiable he was. When he didn't even frown, it was obvious that he was already a little angry. He came by boat. Qi Yunru knew this very well. She was the one who brought Yang Chen to the mountain gate from the seaside. "Do you think he can use sword kinesis flight?" the elder asked kindly. "He can, elder." Qi Yunru didn't dare to neglect and quickly replied when he left, "He used sword kinesis flight." "So that's how it is." The elder nodded slowly and seemed to think of something. He asked with a little inquiry, "Qi Yunru, you say, since he can use sword kinesis flight, why did he come by boat?" It wasn't that there were no people who came by boat before. Qi Yunru certainly knew what the reason was. She now vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't help but answer the elder's question. She could only bite the bullet and reply, "He came by boat to express his respect for my Green Jade Immortal Island." "Oh, he respects my Green Jade Immortal Island very much, so he came by boat." The elder nodded, with a sudden realization tone. He slowly said, "But, you have no grievances with him. The Pure Yang Palace did not provoke you, and the Pure Yang Palace did not offend my Green Jade Immortal Island. The disciples of others put out 10 points of sincerity to visit the mountain, and you drove people away. This is the means by which my Green Jade Immortal Island treats fellow Taoists, right?" The elder's tone was very kind, but Qi Yunru didn't dare to stand anymore. She hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the ground. She didn't dare to lift her head again. The Green Jade Immortal Island was a big sect, and they paid the most attention to these etiquette. As a reception disciple, she was so neglecting the guests. No, it couldn't be said to be neglectful, it was simply insulting the guests. This was simply losing the face of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Not to mention that Yang Chen was a fellow Daoist, even if it was a life and death enemy. If they put on such a posture of visiting the mountain, they must be treated with courtesy. Even if they wanted to fight, they had to wait for the scene to turn hostile. But Qi Yunru actually dared to do such a thing. How could the elder not be angry? "Elder, Junior sister Chi just came to the outer mountain gate to receive the guests. She doesn't understand the rules, please punish her leniently. Naturally, it was not only Chi Yunru who was responsible for the reception. The other senior sisters and junior sisters on duty immediately knelt on the ground and pleaded for Chi Yunru. Chi Yunru, you give me a reason. If your reason can be justified, I cannot punish you. The elder was not the kind of person who didn't allow people to speak. He looked down at the people who pleaded for leniency, and his eyes were on Chi Yunru again. Disciple heard that he used despicable and shameless means to climb the heaven stairway and surpassed senior sister Sha's record. After the news came, senior sister Sha kept cultivating in seclusion. Chi Yunru raised her head and explained to the elder in a pitiful tone he made senior sister suffer so much, so disciple thought, you mean, your senior sister Sha can't afford to lose? The elder sighed and slowly asked, my green jade immortal island can't afford to lose either, right? Disciple doesn't dare. Chi Yunru hurriedly kowtowed again. Disciple just thinks that he used despicable means to climb the heaven stairway, and he also used senior sister Sha's name to act like a tyrant in Chunyang Palace. He even forced away the training disciple in the Chi refining stage, so you want to teach him a lesson, right? On the elder's face, there was already a kind of loving expression, and his tone was soft. Yes, elder, disciple just wants to teach him a lesson. Chi Yunru didn't dare to look up. She couldn't see the expression on the elder's face, so she just kowtowed and replied. How did you know that he used despicable means to climb the heaven stairway? The elder shook his head and asked, in Chunyang Palace, how did he use your senior sister Sha's name to act like a tyrant? Disciple learned it from fellow Daoist Li of Taishanmen. Chi Yunru didn't dare to hide at this time and directly told the truth. It was said when fellow Daoist Li came to visit senior sister Sha last time. Chapter 243. What he said, did you see it with your own eyes? The elder seemed to intend to give Chi Yunru an unforgettable lesson, and he asked very clearly word by word. No, elder. Chi Yunru kowtowed on the ground and didn't dare to move. She could only lower her head and answer. Then have you verified it in many ways, and are sure that you didn't listen to one side of the story? The elder asked again. No, elder. Chi Yunru didn't dare to argue, and only knew to answer quickly. Then let me tell you. The elder sighed and said slowly, you said that Yang Chen used a despicable and shameless method to climb to the top of the heaven stairway. During this period, Cheng Wensai of Taishanmen also questioned it. Later, he gathered 10 Jedan stage masters to open the heaven stairway again. Yang Chen once again succeeded in reaching the top. Cheng Wensai and the other 9 Jedan stage masters were seriously injured because they violated the ancestral teachings and attacked Yang Chen on the heaven stairway. He didn't cheat. It's just that he was an executioner before he became a disciple. He killed too many people, which caused the illusion to be unable to affect him. The elder knew this secret very well, and he said it quickly. As for what you said, he used your senior sister Sha's name in the Chunyang Palace to bully the disciple. The elder paused. I don't know the inside story during this period, but the disciple later betrayed the Chunyang Palace and became a traitor of the sect. You must know what happened to the Taishanmen in the barren sand valley. They had bad intentions towards the 5 Elements sect. The cause of the accident was the traitor of the Chunyang Palace, Chu Heng. The Green Jade Immortal Island was also one of the several major sects that came forward to mediate between the 5 Elements sect and the Taishanmen, so this matter was also relatively clear, and this Chu Heng is a close friend of Li Qingchen of the Taishanmen. The fellow Li you mentioned, it must be him, right? Yes, elder. Chi Yunru didn't expect that there would be so many inside stories. She had been practicing hard in the sect before, and she didn't pay attention to the outside world. How would she know that there were so many things? You drove away Yang Chen from Chunyang Palace just based on Li Qingchen's one-sided statement. The elder suddenly laughed. Yang Chen came to visit us on a boat, then did Li Qingchen come to visit us on a boat? No, elder. Chi Yunru was already on the verge of tears. How could she have imagined that a mere Yang Chen would actually incur the elder's wrath? You don't understand the ways of the world, and you don't know how to distinguish between truth and falsehood. It's inevitable for you to make mistakes. The elder finally made a decision. Fine, go to the law enforcement hall and receive your punishment. I'll seal half of my cultivation and go to the city square to temper my mind. When I can comprehend something and break the seal, I'll return to the island to cultivate. Yes, elder. Chi Yunru didn't dare to say anything else and answered obediently. Dealing with Chi Yunru was only a small disturbance. It was quickly buried in the big matter of finding the source of the spirit vein exhaustion. Just when the Green Jade Immortal Island was in a mess for 2 months, the spiritual power of the earth veins suddenly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened before. At this time, Yang Chen was holding the medicine garden's purified bottle in his hand. The purified bottle in his hand had undergone the sacrificial refining of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, coupled with the fifth earth true essence. The quality had been greatly improved. The space of the medicine garden had silently increased by dozens of acres, and the growth of the medicinal materials in the garden was more gratifying. Under the nourishment of the fifth earth true essence, although the age of those medicinal materials had not increased much, the quality had directly improved a lot. The efficacy had increased by more than 30%. The Penglai divine wood, under the nourishment of the huge spiritual power and the fifth earth true essence, not only had the main root that had been cut off by Yang Chen completely recovered, but even all the Penglai divine woods were a lot taller than before. Originally, it was only about 10 feet high, but now it has increased to more than 20 feet. The trunk has also changed from the original thigh thickness to the current waist thickness, and the growth was gratifying. The purified bottle had been completely filled with spiritual power and restored to the azure color. The bottle cap of the purified bottle was also the same, full of golden spiritual power. The more Yang Chen looked, the more he liked it. There were many spiritual veins in the sea, some of them were scattered. When needed, Yang Chen could find enough spiritual veins to cultivate. But this was only the use of the East China Sea map. The huge sea rock that Yang Chen was now hiding in was actually the treasure left by the East China Sea Dragon King. The wealth of the Dragon Palace was definitely coveted by everyone. As the Dragon King, he had no choice but to hide the most precious items carefully instead of openly displaying them in the Dragon Palace. This was the real treasure house of the Dragon Palace, and the treasures of the Dragon Palace were also the real treasures of the Dragon Palace. It was definitely not the big machete that was put in front of people to scare people, or the 9-legged fork that weighed 3,600 pounds, or the sky halberd that weighed 7,200 pounds, or the stick that weighed 13,500 pounds, and so on. Things that relied entirely on weight to scare people were not high-quality magic weapons at all. Even if it was given to Yang Chen, he would not necessarily take a fancy to it. Those things, in addition to being heavy, could also be changed in size, and had no other functions. They were only suitable for those who only knew brute force to use. The East China Sea map was the first treasure in the treasure house. Walking through the large square of the East China Sea map, there was a towering palace behind it. The palace was magnificent, richly ornamented, and the aura of treasures soared to the sky. Not to mention anything else, just this palace alone was already better than any palace in the mortal world. Even if Yang Chen had seen the heavenly palace in his previous life, these palaces were only slightly inferior compared to it. As they approached the centermost palace, the first thing they saw was 2 huge golden jade scallop shells placed on the wide dragon throne in the center. The shells were wide open, and in the middle was a dazzling pearl. Above the pearl, there was a burst of domineering dragon aura that made people's hearts tremble. Even Yang Chen had to release a little bit of blood-red aura to resist this dragon aura. This was a pure dragon pearl, and it was also the first treasure that Yang Chen saw at a glance in the palace. In the vast palace, besides the dragon throne that faced the main door, there were also 8 jade tables placed in the surroundings. There were 8 kinds of items placed on the tables, and every one of them shone with a brilliant light, causing one to be unable to help but be dazzled and unable to stop even if they wanted to. There was a painting scroll, a long rope, a gourd, a small pagoda, a sharp shuttle, 2 antler-like branches, a small golden bell, and a cup filled with water. There were 8 kinds of items placed on the 8 jade tables. Every kind of thing looked very exquisite, but they were all within 2 feet in size. What was different from the dragon pearl was that these things almost did not have any aura or light. Even Yang Chen, who was reborn, did not see what these things were. Because in his previous life, these things did not appear in the world at all, but in this life, they all benefited Yang Chen. Chapter 244. Although these 8 things looked very ordinary, Yang Chen knew that the things that could make the Dragon King of the East Sea hide here were definitely good things that could make people drool. In contrast, those things that were only heavy and thick were simply rubbish. Overjoyed, Yang Chen rushed directly into the hall. Naturally, the first thing to bear the brunt was the huge dragon ball. However, 3 feet in front of the dragon throne, the excited Yang Chen was just about to take a step forward when a light curtain suddenly appeared and stopped Yang Chen. No matter what method he used, Yang Chen couldn't pass through. The Dragon King of the East Sea had mentioned this before. Each of the treasures in the Dragon Palace had a cultivation limit. Unless the person who entered could break the array formation that could only be broken through by cultivation, then he could enter the hall. Or, there was another way, which was to refine the entire treasure vault of the Dragon Palace and turn it into his own Dharma treasure. However, this method was more difficult than the previous ones. At least before Yang Chen reached the nascent soul realm, he didn't even have to think about it. Although Yang Chen could only look at it now and couldn't eat it, it didn't hinder Yang Chen's excitement. This was the treasure of the East Sea Dragon Palace, the trump card, and was already a top Dharma treasure in the human world. There were so many things quietly waiting for Yang Chen to slowly collect. The Dragon Ball was obviously the treasure of the hall, and Yang Chen couldn't collect it. As a last resort, Yang Chen turned to another place. Yang Chen tried every jade table. Except for one of them, the others were all restricted and couldn't be touched. The only thing that could be touched was the jade table with a sharp shuttle. Overjoyed, Yang Chen quickly walked to the side of the jade table, reached out to take the sharp shuttle in his hand, and carefully looked at it. This sharp shuttle seemed to be made of gold and jade. For a moment, Yang Chen couldn't tell what material it was made of. Its 2 ends were pointed, and it looked like it was made up of 2 fast boats. His powerful divine sense instantly penetrated into the sharp shuttle. There was no trace of the original owner's divine sense inside. It must be the old Dragon King's own treasure. Without much effort, Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness left his own imprint on the core of the pointed shuttle. For the time being, this sharp shuttle had become Yang Chen's only possession. Yang Chen discovered the use of this sharp shuttle the moment he obtained its ownership. This sharp shuttle was a flying tool comparable to Wu Xiong's soaring shuttle. However, it was more powerful than the soaring shuttle. Not only could it fly at high speed in the air, but it could also move at the same speed in the water. What made Yang Chen even more pleasantly surprised was that even in the ground, he could still easily escape. It was just that his speed would be slightly slower than in the air or in the water. This kind of good thing was like a timely rain for Yang Chen. Yang Chen's flying sword did not have any particularly high speed. The speed of the Imperial sword flight was very ordinary. He lacked a magic weapon that could fly at high speed. He did not expect that there would be such a sharp shuttle in the Dragon Palace. The sharp shuttle did not have a name. According to its characteristics, Yang Chen directly gave it a very simple name, Flying Shuttle. For Yang Chen, this was just a flying tool. It was not worthwhile to give his own magic weapon a long and domineering name like the 9 Heavens 10 Earths Devil Shuttle. It was meaningless. With a thought, the flying shuttle silently turned into a huge sailboat. This was another form of the flying shuttle. It could float on the water and its speed could be controlled by Yang Chen. Although there was a sail, it was just a decoration. If he wanted to move, he still needed a supply of spiritual power. Of course, when he was really tired, he could also use the natural wind. At this time, the flying shuttle was just an ordinary boat. The flying shuttle had been refined by the Dragon King. With Yang Chen's current level, he did not even dare to think about sacrificial refining it. Satisfied with the flying shuttle, Yang Chen began to walk to the palace at the back. There was already such a surprise in front, he did not know what was in the back. Behind was a huge group of palaces. They were basically built in the style of the Dragon Palace. The living facilities inside were all available. Yang Chen knew that this treasure house was originally another dragon palace that the Dragon King of the East Sea prepared for himself. He did not know whether it was for the sake of a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows or to hide a mistress in a golden house. In any case, it had now fulfilled Yang Chen's wish. After walking around a few palaces, there were bedrooms, kitchens, study rooms, living rooms, etc. The facilities were complete, and all of them were extremely luxurious. Any one of them, even if it was a teacup or a tray, could make those emperors die of shame in the mortal world's palace. This was simply a natural immortal's cave for cultivation, and it was also an immortal's cave with abundant spiritual power. Compared with the current Yang Chen's Liang courtyard, it was not known how many times stronger it was. The only pity was that Yang Chen had no ability to collect it for the time being. He could only quietly hide in this place and wait for his strength to improve before coming back. After walking through all the rooms in the Dragon Palace, the more Yang Chen looked at it, the more he liked it. In his previous life, even if he went to the heavenly court, he did not have a decent immortal's cave. This time, it was equivalent to suddenly having the most luxurious immortal's cave in the mortal world. Of course, if he wanted to have it completely, he would have to wait until the near future. After resting in the immortal's cave, Yang Chen estimated that the Green Jade Immortal Island had been in chaos, and then found that all the veins had returned to normal, so he left the Dragon Palace and sat directly in the shuttle, once again rushing to the mountain gate of the Green Jade Immortal Island. In the shuttle, Yang Chen was very happy to find that the refining of the shuttle was so perfect that it didn't even need Yang Chen's special input of spiritual power. As long as enough spirit stones were provided, the shuttle could directly absorb spiritual power from the spirit stones and fly. Without thinking about it, Yang Chen directly threw a piece of the best spirit stone he got from the old man on the shuttle's spirit gathering array and felt the shuttle's flight on the seabed. From the inside of the shuttle, you can clearly see the outside situation. But now in the deep sea, it was dark, and he could only explore through spiritual awareness. Wherever the shuttle went, all kinds of strange sea beasts emerged one after another. There were strong and weak ones. A few of the stronger ones sensed the shuttle's existence and wanted to make a move, but they could only watch helplessly in front of the shuttle's speed. When he came over, Yang Chen flew from the mountain gate of the Green Jade Immortal Island for several days, but in the shuttle, it only took a few hours and he had already arrived at the sea. Putting away the shuttle, Yang Chen rushed directly out of the sea and once again flew to the beach at the mountain gate. He asked Yong Ning to inquire about Sun Qingxue, but he didn't know what the result was. At that time, there was no place to meet, so Yang Chen could only come here to try his luck. Chapter 245. Yang Chen underestimated his own position in Yong Ning's mind. When his people appeared at the seaside, he had already heard Yong Ning's surprised cry. "Master Yang, I have been waiting for you for 2 months. Yang Chen had just removed the flying sword and stood on the ground, and the voice of Yong Ning over there reached his ear. Immediately afterward, Yong Ning's figure appeared in the field of vision of Yang Chen. "Sorry for troubling you, fellow Daoist Yong." Yang Chen also showed a smile on his face. This Yong Ning had something to ask of him, so it was normal for her to be so attentive. Yang Chen also greeted him with a smile. Although Yang Chen had killed a lot of people, he was not a person who did not understand the ways of the world. "Master, a lot of things have happened during the time you were away." Yong Ning sighed. The Green Jade Immortal Island suddenly became fierce, and all the rogue cultivators and fellow Taoists in this area were invited to the mountain gate and settled down one by one. Everyone was asked in detail what they were here for. It was like interrogating a thief, which really gave them a fright. The Green Jade Immortal Island, which could almost be ranked in the top few of the largest forces in the mortal world, suddenly showed the kind of threat that made everyone silent. No one dared to say anything more. They obediently accepted the arrangement of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and no one resisted. Fortunately, Yong Ning was an acquaintance. He had a friendship with some of the disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island before, and he had come here several times. The attitude of the Green Jade Immortal Island towards him was obviously much better than others. Taking advantage of the time of investigating him, Yong Ning did not disappoint him and quietly asked about the whereabouts of Sun Qingxue. What surprised Yang Chen was that the Green Jade Immortal Island did not have a female disciple, Sun Qingxue, which made Yang Chen puzzled. Did Shashanshan not bring Sun Qingxue back to the Green Jade Immortal Island? Or could it be said that Sun Qingxue also belonged to the acquired spirit root full value? The innate spirit root was a little worse, the Green Jade Immortal Island didn't like it. But in any case, there was no one from Sun Qingxue in the Green Jade Immortal Island. If Yang Chen wanted to know the whereabouts of Sun Qingxue, he had to find Shashanshan to ask clearly. However, if he wanted to look for Shashanshan, he might encounter the same embarrassment as last time. Yang Chen frowned. He was hesitating whether he should befriend Sun Qingxue in advance. Although they had met once, and the feeling at the time was not bad, but to let Yang Chen be humiliated by a female disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Yang Chen was not willing to cause trouble again. While he was hesitating, someone over there had already seen Yang Chen. Speaking of it, it was also the reception disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and it was a female disciple who was present when Qi Yunru embarrassed Yang Chen, but she did not come forward at that time. Qi Yunru was punished by the elder, and her cultivation base was directly sealed, and she went to the market to hone her mind. How could these female disciples dare to neglect? When they saw Yang Chen, they hurriedly rushed over and slightly saluted Yang Chen. Is it Daoist Yang? What's the matter with your presence? Yang Chen was confused by such an attitude. Could it be that the spiritual power that he extracted from the Green Jade Immortal Island really played a role, so that they had such a good attitude? However, since others asked, Yang Chen would not hide it. Anyway, he had already said it last time, this time he would just say it again. Whether it was successful or not, Yang Chen didn't care. I would like to see your sect's fairy sure to inquire about the whereabouts of a person. The other party was polite, so Yang Chen was also polite and directly stated his own purpose. Daoist Yang, please go to the guest house to rest first. I will inform senior sister Sure immediately. The female disciple who received them didn't even welcome Yang Chen to the reception hall and directly gave a reply to Yang Chen. The response was so fast that Yang Chen was puzzled, he didn't know what she was playing. But this was also good. Since the attitude of the Green Jade Immortal Island suddenly changed, Yang Chen didn't mind having some relationship with the future Fairy Sunday. In the guest house of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Yang Chen settled down. Yong Ning also didn't care about right or wrong, and directly followed Yang Chen to live in the same place. What a joke, a promising alchemist who could refine the second-grade foundation building pill at any time when he just reached the foundation stage. No matter how close he was, if he could get close to him, he would absolutely get close to him. While waiting for Shashanshan, Yang Chen also carefully thought about Shashanshan's life. It seemed that she had always been carrying the name of a genius in her sect, all the way to the spiritual world and immortal world, and obtained the name of the Cold Plum Fairy with her unparalleled coldness. The last time Yang Chen met her in the execution ground, it seemed that Shashanshan was already at the peak of the foundation stage and was traveling outside. At this time, she should have succeeded in condensing the core, right? The attitude of the Green Jade Immortal Island was very correct this time, and did not let Yang Chen wait for a long time. After settling Yang Chen here, the flying sword immediately sent the news back to the mountain gate. The disciple inside immediately notified Shashanshan, who was cultivating. Yang Chen? Chunyang Palace? Shashanshan had no impression of Yang Chen at first. To be honest, when they met at the execution ground, he was an ordinary executioner. Although he said something that made her feel something, she did not ask Yang Chen's name at that time, so naturally she did not pay much attention to it. But when it came to Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace, Shashanshan immediately remembered the identity of Yang Chen. On the one hand, Li Qingchen of Taishanmen had admired Shashanshan for many years. He often fawned in front of Shashanshan and would talk about some new cultivators. Among them, the name of Yang Chen repeatedly appeared, but they were all not good comments. On the other hand, Yang Chen reached the top of the stairway gathering and became famous. Naturally, it also reached the ears of Shashanshan. But that was just the name of Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace. Who was the specific person? She would never think that it was the executioner on the execution ground that year. Thanks to Li Qingchen, Shashanshan knew that Yang Chen was the executioner of that year. Hearing that Yang Chen wanted to see her, Shashanshan was also very strange, but she heard that Yang Chen just wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of a person. Shishanshan suddenly understood that Yang Chen wanted to know the current situation of Sun Qingxue. For Yang Chen, Shishanshan did not have much bad impression at the beginning. The executioner killed people. Although he killed a lot, Yang Chen also said at the time that every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. It was his duty to act according to orders. If the root cause was investigated, there was not much to do with Yang Chen. However, Li Qingchen came over to please her and said a lot. Although Shishanshan still had a cold expression to Li Qingchen, Yang Chen's reputation in her mind was not so good. In particular, Shishanshan recently heard that one of her own junior sisters, Qi Yunru, who had not yet condensed her dan, was punished by the elders for driving Yang Chen out of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Although Shishanshan also felt that Qi Yunru should have more experience, she still had a little more disgust for Yang Chen. The sect is in troubled times. Forget it, I will see him and tell him the whereabouts of Sun Qingxue, and immediately drive him away. Shishanshan made up her mind and immediately got up and flew to the guest house at the mountain gate. Chapter 246. From Shishanshan's Immortals Cave to the Mountain Gate Guest House, it was at least a few hundred miles away. Shishanshan was a core disciple, and her Immortals Cave was in the deepest part of the Green Jade Immortal Island. However, she now obviously had a flying sword that was fast enough. When Yang Chen chatted with Yong Ning in the guest house all night, the sky had just turned bright, and Shishanshan had already arrived here. Yang Chen and Yong Ning were chatting in full swing. Yong Ning liked to run around outside, and some of the news she knew was much more than Yang Chen. She was talking happily and dancing with joy. Yang Chen next to her also listened with relish, and from time to time, he would add a few words. Suddenly, Yang Chen stopped his movements and turned his eyes to the outside. Yong Ning was stunned and hurriedly turned her head, but she saw a white figure flashing through the door. Shishanshan's cold face suddenly appeared in front of the two. Before waiting for everyone to speak, Shishanshan's eyes were already staring at Yang Chen's face. She only stared at him for a moment, and then her eyes turned to Yong Ning. When she looked at Yang Chen, it was nothing. But when she looked at Yong Ning, Shishanshan's eyes flashed. The invisible pressure of a Jedan stage master suddenly made Yong Ning, who was still at the peak of the foundation stage, feel terrified. She immediately realized that she might be caught between Fairy Shi and Yang Chen, and she was afraid that it would be somewhat inconvenient. Oh, I suddenly remembered that there is still an old friend that I haven't visited. No, I have to hurry. In the face of the cold and frosty Fairy Shi, Yong Ning directly and cleverly apologized. Under the guise of looking for a close friend of the Green Jade Immortal Island, she fled and did not dare to look back. Shishanshan's gaze then turned to Yang Chen again. However, she did not withdraw the majestic aura that had suppressed Yong Ning just now. Instead, it was exerted on Yang Chen even more intensely. Yang Chen could almost directly ignore this level of pressure, but seeing that Shishanshan was still pressuring him without saying a word, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a little angry. He opened his mouth and said, "Fairy Shi, I was born an executioner and have killed countless people. What I am least afraid of is some kind of aura that doesn't even carry a murderous aura. If Fairy Shi has something to say, please speak plainly." As Yang Chen spoke, his eyes were unscrupulously sizing up Shishanshan's body. Shishanshan's appearance hadn't changed much since they last met more than a decade ago. At Shishanshan's level, as long as she didn't reach the halfway point of her lifespan, she would basically maintain her appearance. On this point, Yang Chen wasn't surprised at all. If it wasn't for finding Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen wouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke the cold and elegant winter plum fairy of the future. "Why are you looking for me?" Being stared at by Yang Chen's impudent gaze, Shishanshan was more and more certain that Yang Chen wasn't a good person. However, since Yang Chen had come to visit, Shishanshan wouldn't turn hostile. She just asked coldly, "I want to know the whereabouts of Sun Qingxue." Yang Chen also didn't have much in common with Shishanshan. If he had to choose, he would rather choose someone like Yong Ning, who was talkative and knew the ways of the world to associate with. Therefore, Yang Chen didn't have a good attitude and just asked his own question. As long as he knew the answer, Yang Chen planned to turn around and leave. Little Sister Sun has already been placed under the Blue Cloud sect. Shashanshan didn't hide anything from Yang Chen because of Yang Chen's attitude. Listening to the content of her words, it seemed that she and Sun Qingxue had a close relationship. She called Sun Qingxue as little sister. Yang Chen was stunned. He originally thought that in this life, Sun Qingxue wouldn't be taken away by her original master after being taken away by Shashanshan. He didn't expect that the world was fickle, and she actually became a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Yang Chen didn't know what exactly happened, but he thought that as long as he found Sun Qingxue, he would be able to find out. Thinking of this, Yang Chen stood up and cupped his hands at Shashanshan. "Thank you, goodbye," he said concisely and without any nonsense. He went straight to the door of the guest house and planned to leave. Yang Chen. Shashanshan didn't stop Yang Chen. She just wanted to see this arrogant and despotic fellow who borrowed her name. When Yang Chen brushed past her, Shashanshan's heart suddenly moved, and she called out to him. "What's the matter?" Yang Chen wasn't in a good mood. Shashanshan's cold expression made it seem as if he owed her a debt, and her tone wasn't pleasant either. "In the future, don't borrow my name when you do things," Shashanshan said and directly turned around. She didn't care whether Yang Chen could hear her or not. If Yang Chen was still stubborn, Shashanshan didn't mind teaching Yang Chen a lesson. Shashanshan wanted to leave, but this time Yang Chen refused. He turned around and directly blocked in front of Shashanshan. "Hold on, Fairy Sha. Make it clear. What do you mean by using your name to do things? You know what you did." Shashanshan's tone was so cold that it made people tremble, but Yang Chen still denied it. In Shashanshan's heart, this person had been completely put on the list of people who would never associate with him. Li Qingchen was very skillful in his speech. He expressed the matter of Yang Chen fighting against Chu Heng very tactfully. In Shashanshan's mind, Yang Chen was a guy who used to be an executioner. It was already an exception for Chunyang Palace to allow him to enter. Yang Chen even used her name to bully his teacher. This was simply intolerable. Thinking about it, Yang Chen was an ordinary mortal. Where did he learn the cultivation method? Wasn't he a disciple? Unexpectedly, Yang Chen even forced Chu Heng out of Chunyang Palace and became a traitor. This was simply disloyal and unfilial. He still had the nerve to pretend to be confused. Make it clear. Yang Chen was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The blood river in his sea of consciousness rolled up monstrous waves. A killing intent came out of his body and went straight to Shashanshan. Although I, Yang Chen, am not talented, I have not fallen to the point of relying on others' reputation to do thing. Shashanshan's eyes suddenly darkened. The terrifying killing intent was like a huge curtain, directly drowning Shashanshan in an instant. Even with Shashanshan's realm of Jindan, she could not face Yang Chen's anger at this moment. This was purely a feeling. At this moment, Shashanshan seemed to be suddenly in a sea of blood. She had unprecedented fear, and her body seemed to be trembling uncontrollably. But the stubbornness in her heart made Shashanshan hold on. She did not completely lose her perseverance under the attack of Yang Chen's killing intent. Gritting her teeth, Shashanshan resisted Yang Chen's killing intent and did not fall down. After this round, Shashanshan forced herself to say, "Will the personal disciple of the Taishanman wrongly accuse you? Do you dare to confront him? Well, let's confront him. You make an appointment with that bastard to inform me at Chunyang Palace. I will accompany him to the end." Yang Chen was furious. He dropped a sentence fiercely, turned around and raised his flying sword, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Chapter 247. Yang Chen was so angry that he wanted to leave immediately, but he forgot that this was the site of the Green Jade Immortal Island. He just couldn't help but release a little killing intent, which had already alarmed the masters of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Because of the last abnormal thing in the Earth's veins, even on the side of the mountain gate, the Green Jade Immortal Island also arranged an elder to guard here. Suddenly, the killing intent that broke out from Yang Chen directly made Elder Guan Yueying, who was sitting in the mountain gate, angry. Who dares to behave atrociously in the Green Jade Immortal Island? A huge shout sounded throughout the island where the Green Jade Immortal Island was located. Yang Chen had just flown to the seaside with his flying sword, and the voice rang in his ear. Not only that, but the voice contained a powerful spiritual awareness, which directly exploded in the ear of Yang Chen. With a bang, Yang Chen's sea of consciousness burst out and collided with this powerful spiritual awareness. After all, Yang Chen's cultivation base was still shallow. Even if he had a sea of consciousness, it was only the level of the peak Jedan stage. How could it be compared with the powerful spiritual awareness that the other party had cultivated for thousands of years? It was just that when the spiritual awareness collided, he immediately felt a shock in his mind. The whole person seemed to be hit by a giant hammer, and he fell directly from the flying sword. While people were still in the air, Yang Chen couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In his ear, he vaguely heard someone whispering her. He didn't dare to neglect. When he was about to fall into the water, Yang Chen had already endured the pain of his sea of consciousness. He recalled the flying sword and summoned the shuttle to wrap himself in it. The shuttle drew a perfect parabola in the air and plunged into the sea. "Where are you going?" The sound came again. This time it was not a spiritual awareness attack, but Elder Guan Yueying of the Green Jade Immortal Island directly flew after him. The collision just now had already allowed Guan Yueying to leave a spiritual awareness mark on Yang Chen. How could she tolerate a younger generation junior to escape under her own nose? It was true that the Green Jade Immortal Island was troubled, but it was not that individuals could behave atrociously in the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yang Chen actually released such a killing intent. What was he trying to do? The most outrageous thing was that he wanted to run away after doing it. How could it be so easy? In the eyes of Guan Yueying, if Yang Chen was allowed to leave like this, it was definitely a slap in the face of the Green Jade Immortal Island. No matter what Yang Chen came for, no matter which sect Yang Chen was a disciple of, provoking the Green Jade Immortal Island, he must be punished. He originally thought that he could directly make Yang Chen unconscious with his spiritual sense attack, and then capture him. She did not expect that Yang Chen would actually exchange a blow with her spiritual consciousness, which unexpectedly shook her to the point that she was somewhat in a trance. For many years, the life of the Green Jade Immortal Island had made Guan Yueying forget the last time someone dared to disobey her orders after she spoke. To think that Yang Chen still wanted to escape. It was laughably childish. The life source flying sword flew out and chased Yang Chen's figure into the sea. Elder Guan Yueying was a water cultivator. Yang Chen still wanted to escape into the sea in front of her. It was really the biggest joke in the world. Guan Yueying didn't want to kill Yang Chen immediately. She just wanted to teach Yang Chen a lesson. She released the flying sword just to capture Yang Chen and bring him back. The life source flying sword was under her control, and it would never let Yang Chen's life be in danger. However, when she drove the flying sword and chased Yang Chen for a while, she was stunned to find that she was not as fast as Yang Chen. The shuttle was underwater and it did not slow down at all. With the best spirit stone placed by Yang Chen, even if Yang Chen was seriously injured at the moment and couldn't lift a trace of spiritual power, he could still escape at high speed under the control of Yang Chen's mind. Yang Chen was not unconscious. Elder Guan Yueying's spiritual awareness was powerful, but Yang Chen's sea of consciousness broke out with an incredible effect, and he abruptly resisted the spiritual awareness attack of the peak Yuanying stage elder. His body only vomited blood, but he still retained his consciousness. As long as Yang Chen was still awake, Yang Chen could control the shuttle to escape from the Green Jade Immortal Island at the fastest speed. At this time, there was no other choice. He could only find the widest direction in the sea and desperately urged the shuttle. He didn't even dare to look back. As soon as the spiritual awareness touched, Yang Chen knew that it was bad. Not to mention the Green Jade Immortal Island, even in the Chunyang Palace, if someone did this, they would definitely be left behind. He was really angry at the time and didn't hold back his breath. Now he had to taste this bitter fruit. The anger of the peak Yuanying stage master was by no means what Yang Chen could bear now. Apart from running for his life, Yang Chen had no choice but to escape. Fortunately, as long as Yang Chen could control the direction of the shuttle, he didn't need to output his spiritual power. Just in the process of the shuttle's escape, Yang Chen could also take the opportunity to heal. Of course, Yang Chen knew who was chasing him now. Elder Guan Yueying was famous for her hot temper. At this time, if Yang Chen stopped, he would be crippled first. There was no other way but to escape desperately. The collision of the spiritual awareness made the sea of consciousness as chaotic as the river and the sea. Yang Chen resisted the discomfort and swallowed a healing medicinal pill first, slowly recovering the damage in his body. He put on the posture of the 5 hearts facing the sky and began to cultivate the 3 purities secret art. If he wanted to recuperate his spiritual awareness, was there a more magical method in this world than the 3 purities secret art? As Guan Yueying angrily chased after him, Yang Chen began to quietly heal his injuries in the shuttle. Anyway, the shuttle has determined a direction, tens of thousands of miles of the sea. Even with the high speed of the shuttle, it was impossible to reach in a few days. Before Yang Chen controlled the shuttle to stop, the shuttle would only fly forward. Now Yang Chen has discovered that Guan Yueying's speed was not as fast as himself, but he understood that his own sea of consciousness was planted by Guan Yueying with a spiritual awareness mark. Before his spiritual awareness recovered, he could not escape the pursuit of Guan Yueying. He simply didn't care about anything else and focused on healing. The more Guan Yueying chased, the angrier she became. She was a powerhouse of the peak Yuanying stage, an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even in the entire cultivation world, not to mention the Righteous Alliance, even those devil bastards, when facing her, they have to weigh the weight of their heads. But now, she was completely enraged by Yang Chen. In the mountain gate of the Green Jade Immortal Island, he even dared to escape under her eyes. If Yang Chen was allowed to leave, would the Green Jade Immortal Island still have to raise their heads among their peers? The faster Yang Chen's shuttle flew, the angrier Guan Yueying became. At the moment, the flying sword that was chasing Yang Chen flew directly to her feet and replaced the ordinary flying sword. Her figure was like a graceful bird, chasing the direction of Yang Chen's escape. The sea was like being cut by a sharp blade, leaving a long white wave trace. Chapter 248. A circulation made the situation in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness ease a lot. After swallowing the second healing medicinal pill, Yang Chen began to check his current situation. After being attacked by Guan Yueying's spiritual awareness, his sea of consciousness was damaged. Yang Chen also had to admire the strength of these old fellows. However, thinking about it, he was not wronged. A little guy who had just reached the foundation stage could resist the spiritual awareness attack of a peak Yuanying stage master. But he was injured and could escape. This was not a humiliation, but a glory. When he thought of the other party's pursuit, Yang Chen couldn't help but look back. The shuttle had been on the bottom of the sea, and he couldn't see a shadow of a person. Guan Yueying left a mark on Yang Chen, and was not afraid that he would escape to the ends of the earth. She flew on the sword on the surface of the sea, and had no intention of entering the sea. Although Yang Chen couldn't see the pursuers, he knew that the danger was always approaching. The kind of faint dangerous pressure constantly lingered in his mind, making Yang Chen feel like there was a thorn in his back, and he couldn't sleep or eat. Even Guan Yueying herself would not expect that Yang Chen could still perceive her approach. Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was powerful. Guan Yueying could chase Yang Chen from the spiritual awareness mark, and Yang Chen could also feel Guan Yueying's approach from the spiritual awareness mark, even if Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was still churning. This was what Yang Chen never expected. It was simply a small surprise. He always thought that in addition to being able to release killing intent and imitate the monster, his sea of consciousness only had a powerful effect of spiritual awareness, but he didn't expect that there was such an unexpected ability. The churning of the sea of consciousness was a lot better, but Yang Chen couldn't suppress his anger. Shashanshan, this woman, didn't she think too highly of herself? Do I, Yang Chen, need to borrow your name to do things? However, it was obvious that Shashanshan didn't know how to conduct herself. She didn't investigate this matter herself, but actually wanted Yang Chen to confront Li Qingchen, who was the instigator, face to face. How could there be such a foolish woman in the world? If she wanted to confront Li Qingchen, it meant that Shashanshan had sold him out after hearing Li Qingchen's secret. If someone wanted to tell her something in the future, who would dare to be at ease? In addition, confronting Li Qingchen face to face was definitely the worst move of all. Not to mention the fact that Li Qingchen had a guilty conscience and might not agree. If Shashanshan failed to gather them, it would be a huge blow to him. Even if the gathering was successful, Where could Li Qingchen find evidence that Yang Chen had used Shishanshan's name to act? Once it reached this point, Shishanshan's accusations against Yang Chen would be completely lost, and he would also have a reputation of being biased and arrogant. He didn't know how the Green Jade Immortal Island educated their disciples. It seemed that such a talented genius disciple, how could he not even understand the most basic way of doing things? Another thing that made Yang Chen angry was Elder Guan Yueying, who was chasing behind him. You didn't ask what the disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island did, but you used Yang Chen to maintain the prestige of your Green Jade Immortal Island. Yang Chen was not a good man or woman, he was so willing to be captured. Just because of such a small thing, as an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island, how many major things needed to be dealt with, she actually seized this and chased after him. Until now, she was still chasing him. Yang Chen also had the memory of a great principal golden immortal. For the first time in this life, someone made him so embarrassed. The more he was forced, the more Yang Chen had a stubborn mind. Don't you want to chase? I'll let you chase. Anyway, since he couldn't catch up with the shuttle in the sea, he didn't expect to be able to catch up in the air, then he would see who would lose face. Guan Yueying's peak Yuanying stage cultivation base did not make Yang Chen retreat, but it aroused his endless fighting spirit. The shuttle driven by the top-grade spirit stone was enough to fly for a year. If one piece was not enough, Yang Chen still had another 8 pieces. If Guan Yueying could accept the fact that a master of the peak Yuanying stage chased a disciple of the foundation stage for 9 years, then come on, there was a never-before-seen spectacle on the sea. Elder Guan of the Green Jade Immortal Island, driving her own flying sword, went straight all the way to the center of the East China Sea. Elder Guan on the flying sword gritted her teeth, she didn't know who made her so angry. Guan Yueying couldn't help but be angry, she had been chasing Yang Chen for a full 20 hours, not only did she not catch up, but she was getting further and further away. Yang Chen, a disciple of the foundation stage, let him fly with all his strength. Under the pressure of a peak Yuanying stage ancestor, it was already a great achievement to be able to maintain such a speed for such a long time. But until now, she didn't see Yang Chen's intention to stop, which also made Guan Yueying almost mad. When did dealing with a small foundation stage junior require a Yuanying stage ancestor to fly with all his strength for 20 hours? And this was still in the case of Yang Chen being injured and vomiting blood. If this matter was spread out, would Elder Guan's face still be there? Would the reputation of the Green Jade Immortal Island still be there? Both of them had the idea of competing, but no one was willing to bow their head first. For this point, Yang Chen had no choice. If he stopped, it meant that he would be captured by Guan Yueying. Maybe he would have to abolish his cultivation base to maintain the reputation of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yang Chen was not willing to become a stepping stone for the revitalization of other martial arts sects, especially a sect with such arrogant people as Shishanshan. This chase lasted for 3 days. Yang Chen on the shuttle had stabilized his injury, and his sea of consciousness was no longer so turbulent, and began to slowly recover to normal. Because of this spiritual awareness injury, Yang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the bloody river in his sea of consciousness, the 5th earth layer and the Penglai divine wood combined, simply formed the framework of the entire sea of consciousness. No matter how deep the sea of consciousness was injured, it could firmly support the entire sea of consciousness, and it would not collapse because of the injury. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. If it wasn't for this injury, he wouldn't have found that his sea of consciousness was so powerful. The relief of the injury of the sea of consciousness gave Yang Chen more capital to escape. Soon after he cultivated the 3 purities secret art again, he found a small spot of light in his sea of consciousness. That was the spiritual awareness imprint left by Guan Yueying in his sea of consciousness. Above this spot of light, a faint thin line was connected to a place behind the shuttle. Yang Chen knew that it was Guan Yueying who was tracking him with her spiritual awareness. A small spiritual awareness imprint made Yang Chen extremely interested. Under the effect of the 3 purities secret art, the framework of the sea of consciousness was not damaged, and the injury quickly subsided. Yang Chen could now mobilize 80% of the power of the original sea of consciousness and began to deal with this spiritual awareness imprint. What made Yang Chen have a headache was whether he should directly refine this imprint and let Guan Yuing completely lose his trace, or should he take the opportunity to fight back and let Guan Yuing eat a loss. Chapter 249. Being in the air, Guan Yuing was not attacked by too many sea beasts. Even if there were powerful sea beasts, they couldn't keep up with Guan Yuing's speed. Secondly, the attack in the water could not threaten Guan Yuing in the air. There was basically no harassment from sea beasts along the way. The powerful sea beasts were not in the shallow sea, and Yang Chen's shuttle was faster than Guan Yuing. At the same time, it could slightly conceal part of its aura, and it was unimpeded in the sea. Yang Chen did not touch the spiritual awareness mark before his sea of consciousness was fully restored. In his previous life, Yang Chen could endure for nearly 10,000 years. In this life, Yang Chen could also do the same when facing a strong enemy. Another 3 days passed. Yang Chen felt that he had escaped tens of thousands of miles in these 6 days, but Guan Yuing was still chasing after him. Although the distance was getting farther and farther, Guan Yuing had the spiritual awareness mark to lead the way, and did not stop for a moment. Yang Chen finally recuperated his sea of consciousness. At that time, Guan Yuing also hurriedly attacked and did not hurt the foundation of his sea of consciousness. Under the strong recovery power of the Three Purities secret art, after 6 days of recuperation, he finally recovered. In Yang Chen's feeling, the recovered sea of consciousness was even stronger than before the injury, and the framework of the Blood River Fifth Earth layer plus the Penglai Divine Wood was more stable. Although the total amount of the spiritual awareness did not improve much, after this time, the quality had improved a little. Guan Yuing was still persevering in the chase. She seemed to realize that Yang Chen was only relying on a special magic weapon to escape, and her own injury had not fully recovered. However, the continuous 6 days of non-stop pursuit had already made Guan Yuing have a kind of surprise and appreciation. Not any junior in the foundation stage could escape Guan Yuing's pursuit for 6 days and 6 nights. Suddenly, Guan Yuing suddenly found that the spiritual awareness mark she planted on Yang Chen seemed to be touched by someone, and Yang Chen's voice suddenly appeared in her mind. "Senior, you and I have no grievances in the past, there is no need to be so ruthless, right?" It was Yang Chen's spiritual awareness that directly penetrated into the spiritual awareness imprint. The beast-controlling secret art played a key role, so that the two had the ability to communicate in an instant, just like when Yang Chen and Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo first communicated. Guan Yuing was shocked at first. She never thought that someone could communicate with her through the spiritual awareness imprint that she had planted herself, and it was even this kind of telepathic communication that directly appeared in her mind. The sudden shock almost made her, a grand ancestor at the peak of nascent soul realm, scream. But after the shock, it was followed by uncontrollable anger. Yang Chen behaved atrociously in the gate of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and he fled to avoid punishment. He even said that she wanted to kill him. Thinking of this, Guan Yuing couldn't wait to capture Yang Chen and teach him a lesson. "You behaved atrociously in my Green Jade Immortal Island, I will not go too far. As long as your cultivation base is sealed, and you kneel at the gate of my sect for a month as a warning, I will not pursue this matter." Guan Yuing was an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Although she was angry, she knew the propriety of the matter. Yang Chen's crime was not enough to die. As a master of cultivation, she would not easily change her principles because of a small offense. At the beginning, she did not intend to kill Yang Chen, she just wanted to capture him. Yang Chen absolutely believed in Elder Guan's words. He believed that as long as he honestly knelt in the Green Jade Immortal Island for a month, the Green Jade Immortal Island would never pursue this matter again. But believing in the Green Jade Immortal Island's way of doing things and whether he should kneel for a month or not were two different things. "Sorry, I am very busy, I don't have time to delay in the Green Jade Immortal Island." Yang Chen's thoughts were directly passed to Guan Yuing's mind, clearly expressing his refusal. "Then I can only capture you, and then ask your sect, how did your master teach you?" Yang Chen refused, and Guan Yuing was angry again. This time, even Yang Chen's sect was involved. Guan Yuing's words did not expect that she had already touched Yang Chen's reverse scale. Hearing that Guan Yuing actually wanted to find trouble with Gaou, Yang Chen's anger roared and suddenly gained the upper hand. I give you face and you don't want it. The threatening thoughts were passed directly along Guan Yuing's spiritual awareness mark. Then don't blame me for being impolite. The shuttle suddenly turned and flew in the direction of Guan Yuing. Hearing the words of Yang Chen, Guan Yuing was also furious. A little foundation stage junior also dared to be presumptuous in front of a Yuanying stage ancestor. Who do you think you are? This junior is courting death. Of course, Guan Yuing wouldn't care about the threat of Yang Chen, but since Yang Chen turned around and rushed over, it was exactly what Guan Yuing wanted. She was worried that she couldn't catch up with Yang Chen, and he came to her door. She couldn't blame others. The life source flying sword flew out. This time Guan Yuing did not intend to give Yang Chen any chance. Yang Chen's magic weapon for escape was the key. Guan Yuing would never tolerate Yang Chen to escape in front of her again and again. If she faced him, the first thing Guan Yuing had to do was to destroy Yang Chen's magic weapon for escape first. Yang Chen also began to be angry at this moment. He and Guan Yuing had no deep hatred. If he had to say the whole story, it was clear that Shishanshan first provoked the trouble, but the other party came up regardless and asked him to kowtow and apologize. This was tolerable. What was unbearable? If he didn't give Guan Yuing a profound lesson, Yang Chen wouldn't be able to calm down. The distance between the two was rapidly shrinking. The original 6 days and 6 nights of journey of nearly a few hundred miles, under the deliberate approach of Yang Chen and Guan Yuing, they were almost close in less than an incense worth of time. Guan Yuing was ready to give this guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a good lesson, to let him know that the Green Jade Immortal Island was not a place where anyone could insult at will. However, before waiting for Guan Yuing to react, Yang Chen had directly controlled Guan Yuing's spiritual awareness imprint and threw it into the bloody river. Boom, the boundless killing intent accompanied by the fear that could make the great principal golden immortal fly away, directly through the spiritual awareness imprint and invaded Guan Yuing's mind. Even though Guan Yuing was already a powerhouse at the peak Yuanying stage, at this moment, she was completely no different from those who had been shocked by Yang Chen's killing intent. Even the immortal officials of the heavenly court were afraid of killing intent. She, a mortal Yuanying stage junior, had no resistance at all. After a moment of fear, she directly fainted. Elder Guan, who was flying at high speed, was still flying in the air, but she had lost consciousness. The life source flying sword suddenly lost control and naturally flew into Guan Yuing's body. Elder Guan, whose white clothes fluttered like an immortal, drew a beautiful parabola in the air, just like Yang Chen entering the sea at the door of the Green Jade Immortal Island, directly into the middle of the sea. Chapter 250. Yang Chen's shuttle also arrived at this time and picked up Guan Yuing in the water. Otherwise, even if Yang Chen did not make a move, Guan Yuing would definitely be devoured by the sea beast. She was shocked by Yang Chen's bloody river, and it was by no means possible to wake up in the water. A Yuanying stage ancestor was lying quietly not far from Yang Chen's side. The space in the shuttle was large enough. Yang Chen did not have to worry about whether Guan Yuing could put her down. Although she was already a master who had lived for hundreds of years or thousands of years, she still had a young face. It must be said that when the Green Jade Immortal Island accepted disciples, they were also very careful. This elder Guan Yuing, at any time, could also be regarded as a stunning beauty. However, Yang Chen was not in the mood to look at the beauty at all. He was thinking about how to end this matter. Guan Yuing was not an ordinary person. She was the elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and she was also a prominent figure in the cultivation world. The Green Jade Immortal Island was a big sect that could be comparable to the Taishanmen. Yang Chen could not completely offend the Green Jade Immortal Island at this time. Otherwise, maybe Chunyang Palace would repeat the tragedy of extermination in advance. Killing Guan Yuing meant a complete fallout. Yang Chen did not want to cause trouble for Chunyang Palace and Gaou at this time. But now that there was Guan Yuing, it was not easy to deal with. Not to mention dealing with Guan Yuing had been scared into a coma, and he didn't know how to solve it after waking up. Killing was impossible, but how to make Guan Yuing give up the investigation was the most important thing. The spiritual awareness imprint that Guan Yuing planted on Yang Chen had been completely forced out by Yang Chen. Guan Yuing was by his side, many things would be much easier. When Guan Yuing woke up, the first thing she saw was not Yang Chen, but a sharp flying sword. Between her eyebrows, above the glabella, the tip of the sword had slightly pierced into the skin. With a slight movement, Guan Yuing's expression immediately changed. She could not raise her cultivation at all, as if it was bound by something. This time, Guan Yuing turned pale with fright. The feeling of being trampled upon was definitely not a good one. At this time, Guan Yuing suddenly remembered the monstrous sea of blood that she saw with her spiritual sense before she fainted, and subconsciously shivered. What kind of person would have that kind of killing intent? She, a peak nascent soul realm grand ancestor, could not bear it. I don't want to kill anyone. Yang Chen's voice came from above Guan Yuing's head. He then appeared in front of Guan Yuing and stared straight into her eyes. But I'm not afraid of killing people. Do you believe it? Guan Yuing nodded. Although she saw that Yang Chen was a little flustered, Guan Yuing was, after all, a peak Yuanying stage ancestor. She had seen countless big scenes and many life and death battles. After the initial panic, she quickly recovered her calmness. However, she didn't know why. Guan Yuing suddenly felt that the young man in front of her was extremely terrifying. This was not her own subjective awareness, but she was aware of it from her own physical reaction. Guan Yuing's body was trembling. It was the kind of involuntary trembling. Even when she saw a master of the Dacheng stage, she didn't feel this way. Unexpectedly, when facing Yang Chen, she felt fear from the bottom of her heart. Yang Chen's words, Guan Yuing would never think that he was bragging. With the killing intent that could scare her into fainting, if Yang Chen was willing, it was not difficult to create a massacre on the Green Jade Immortal Island. As for whether Yang Chen was afraid of killing people, would he be afraid of killing people with such a terrible killing intent? Who are you? Is there any place to offend the Green Jade Immortal Island? Although her heart was flustered, and her body was still trembling, Guan Yuing still gritted her teeth and asked these two questions. Since Yang Chen didn't kill her when she was unconscious, but waited for her to wake up and say this, it showed that there was still room for this matter to be turned around. I am Yang Chen of the Chunyang Palace. I have never had any grudges with your noble sect, but your noble sect has met again and again. If you don't drive me away, you will slander me, or you will hurt me. Do you think that this Yang is easy to bully? Yang Chen sat down opposite Guan Yuing, but the flying sword pointed at Guan Yuing's glabella did not withdraw. This is a misunderstanding. As soon as she heard Yang Chen's name, Guan Yuing's mind flashed with all kinds of rumors, and then she immediately thought of the matter of Qi Yunru driving away Yang Chen, but at the same time, her heart was also relieved, and she hurriedly said, Qi Yunru neglected you, I have already dealt with it. Seal your cultivation base and go to the market to hone your mind. That's your Green Jade Immortal Island's business, I'm not interested. Yang Chen looked at Guan Yuing and said slowly, I can also not pursue the matter of you hurting me, but there is a premise, don't provoke me in the future. Are you threatening me? Guan Yuing was also an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yang Chen's words really didn't give her face. Guan Yuing couldn't help but be a little angry. Do you want to go against my entire Green Jade Immortal Island? I never do these meaningless things. Yang Chen shook his head. If you don't mind disappearing silently, I can fulfill your wish. Kill me. Do you think you can escape the pursuit of the Green Jade Immortal Island? Guan Yuing from the beginning had the idea of fighting for the face of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even in the face of people who made her afraid, she would not change her original intention. Do you think how many people in your Green Jade Immortal Island will believe that you, a peak Yuanying stage ancestor, died in the hands of me, a junior in the early stage of the foundation stage? Yang Chen unceremoniously pointed out the little calculation in Guan Yuing's heart. Don't say that I didn't give you face. Your Green Jade Immortal Island's sect masters who have eyes in the sky, will they admit that you, a Yuanying stage ancestor, died in my hands? But after all, I disappeared when I was chasing you, didn't I? Guan Yuing had no reliance in her heart, but her mouth was still strong. When they looked for me, I said I didn't know. Yang Chen smiled and said, I told them that if you catch up with me, I promised you to go to the Green Jade Immortal Island to kowtow and apologize, and then you disappeared. You say, do they believe in my words, or do they believe that I lied to them after killing you? Don't you want to kowtow and apologize? Guan Yuing was angry. If Yang Chen was willing to kowtow and apologize, then what was the point of chasing? I killed an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island who was at the peak Yuanying stage. If people die, then kowtow, it's not a big deal. Yang Chen sneered. It seems that Elder Guan is already ready to die. Well, you are an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and you are also an elder. How do you want to die? I will help you. Chapter 251. In the face of Yang Chen's indifferent attitude, Guan Yuing finally understood that the so-called pressure of herself and the Green Jade Immortal Island was useless against Yang Chen. She gave up struggling and asked very unwillingly, "What do you want?" I said, "Don't mess with me." Yang Chen lowered his eyelids. "You didn't think about killing me from the beginning, so I gave you this face, but don't think that I don't dare to kill." With that said, Yang Chen stretched out his hand and the flying sword that was stabbed in Guan Yuing's glabella suddenly disappeared. Later, Guan Yuing immediately discovered that her restricted spiritual power instantly recovered its freedom, and she became the omnipotent peak Yuanying stage ancestor again. However, at this time, Guan Yuing did not have the idea of retaliating against Yang Chen immediately. Although with her Yuanying stage cultivation base, facing Yang Chen, a disciple of the foundation stage, she could easily control him. It was not that Guan Yuing simply gave up all the hatred because of the words of Yang Chen just now. It was because Guan Yuing suddenly discovered that at the moment when Yang Chen reached out and took back the flying sword, a faint black mark appeared on Yang Chen's finger, and that mark was clearly a very strange pattern. With Guan Yuing's cultivation base, although it was not accurate enough to determine that Yang Chen had received the flying sword in the mark on his hand, rather than in the Chenkuan bag on his belt. However, the mark on Yang Chen's finger was too special, and Guan Yuing couldn't help but think about it. The Green Jade Immortal Island was a famous sect, and even in the immortal world, it had a huge power. Although it was very difficult to transmit news from the upper realm to the lower realm, some key news could still be transmitted. The pattern that appeared vaguely on Yang Chen's hand was one of them. People from the upper realm? Guan Yuing didn't dare to conclude, but when she connected some of Yang Chen's actions, she couldn't help but think about it. If he was not from the upper realm, how could he refine the heaven-seizing pill in the foundation stage? If he was not someone from the upper world, how could he easily restrict her, a peak nascent soul stage ancestor? If he wasn't someone from the upper realm, how could he possess a magical weapon that even original infant stage experts couldn't catch up to? If he was not from the upper realm, how could he have such a murderous intent? The more she thought about it, the more certain Guan Yuing was, but she couldn't believe it at all. To transmit a little information from the upper realm to the lower realm, they had to pay a painful price for a sect like the Green Jade Immortal Island. How difficult would it be to send a person down? Even the Green Jade Immortal Island couldn't do it. Which sect could have such a big hand? Chunyang Palace? Was that even possible? Therefore, Guan Yuing couldn't be sure whether Yang Chen was one of them or not. Regardless of whether it was true or not, there were still many mysteries that could not be explained. The people of Yang Chen became more and more mysterious in Guan Yuing's mind. What Guan Yuing couldn't figure out the most was why Yang Chen let her go at this time without any restriction. The two were so close to each other. As long as Guan Yuing was willing, she could capture Yang Chen at any time. This was always something that Guan Yuing couldn't understand. You must know that Yang Chen was injured and vomited blood under her spiritual awareness attack at the beginning. Wasn't he afraid that Guan Yuing would suddenly turn hostile? You are also an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yang Chen seemed to see through Guan Yuing's doubts and smiled slightly. Don't let me feel that the elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island speak without sincerity. The more they maintained the reputation of the sect, the more they cared about the reputation of the sect. Obviously, Guan Yuing was such a person. Otherwise, she would not bother to chase after him for a few days and nights, just to let Yang Chen kowtow and apologize. The people of my Green Jade Immortal Island will never break their promise. Guan Yuing snorted coldly and said nothing more. She just looked around, but she was shocked to find that she was now on a sailboat sailing on the sea. The mountains don't move, we will see each other later. After discovering this, Guan Yuing didn't have the mood to continue to stay. She cupped her hands at Yang Chen, summoned the flying sword, and left. However, even Guan Yuing herself probably didn't realize that she had completely not regarded Yang Chen as a junior in the foundation stage. The etiquette and words she used were used when dealing with the same generation. Watching Guan Yuing's figure disappear, Yang Chen could only sigh. If he didn't want to kill a person who didn't want to kill himself, he could only win him over or deter him. His identity as a foundation stage disciple of the Chunyang Palace was obviously not enough. He could only use the merit ring to make a little mysterious and intimidating. Fortunately, Yang Chen knew that there were people in the upper realm of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and he also passed down some key information to them. As an elder, Guan Yuing was really knowledgeable. She was mysterious and noisy, which saved Yang Chen a lot of trouble. It was estimated that for the time being, the Green Jade Immortal Island would not have too big a problem. Yang Chen slowly controlled the shuttle, adjusted the direction, and rushed to the seaside. He still needed to go to the Blue Cloud sect to find Sun Qingxue. Guan Yuing used the flying sword and spent a few days and nights again, and quickly returned to the mountain gate of the Green Jade Immortal Island. After asking carefully about the situation at the time, she finally learned that Yang Chen was negotiating with Shishanshan, and Shishanshan had returned to the inner island to cultivate at this moment. Guan Yuing immediately rushed to the inner island and directly found Shishanshan to ask what happened. Hearing Shishanshan calmly say the agreement with Yang Chen, Guan Yuing was directly dumbfounded on the spot. This kind of groundless thing, Shishanshan actually believed it, and also agreed to confront Yang Chen and Li Qingchen face to face? Suddenly, Guan Yuing understood why Yang Chen was angry at the mountain gate. Such a thing, no matter who it was, their heart would not feel good. While understanding Yang Chen, Guan Yuing was also extremely disappointed with the genius disciple of her sect. Shanshan. Guan Yuing's tone became very low, but there was an indescribable taste in her words. Do you think that my Green Jade Immortal Island is already invincible in the world, and everyone has to give us face? No, elder. Shishanshan still had the same cold face, even in the face of the elder of her own sect, it has not changed. Then do you think that your reputation is enough to make some sects feel awe? Guan Yuing asked again. Yang Chen can use your name to make more than a dozen Yuanying stage masters and hundreds of Jedan stage masters in the Chunyang Palace obey him? This disciple doesn't dare. Shishanshan's face did not change, and she replied calmly. Then why do you think that Yang Chen will use your name to act unscrupulously in the Chunyang Palace, and he even succeeded? What Guan Yuing didn't understand was this. Could it be that the genius disciple cultivated by her sect was actually a mediocre person in the ways of the world? Chapter 252. Guan Yuing was really a little angry. If it weren't for Shishanshan being so muddle-headed, why would she go out and provoke a mysterious person like Yang Chen? Because the person who said this is Elder Li Junyu's clansman, Daoist Li Qingchen from the Taishanmen. Shishanshan continued to answer calmly. So what Elder Li's clansman said must be true? Guan Yuing already didn't know what to say. Everything he said is false. Shishanshan directly confused Guan Yuing as soon as she spoke this time. No matter how those people outside seek after me, whether they call me a fairy or a genius, I can't have such influence. Then why did you still let Yang Chen and Li Qingchen confront each other? Guan Yuing immediately realized that Shishanshan seemed to have other arrangements for this, so she frowned and asked. Li Qingchen is Elder Li's clansman, and Elder Li intends to help him. If he comes to pester me, I have no suitable reason to refuse. Shishanshan's expression didn't change until now. She still had that kind of calm expression with a little arrogance. If he confronts Yang Chen and is exposed, he won't have the face to pester me in the future. As for Yang Chen, I will apologize to him. In fact, the reason why Li Qingchen hated Yang Chen to the bone was because Shishanshan always talked to Li Qingchen about Yang Chen at the right moment when they met and pestered each other. It wasn't that she liked Yang Chen that much, but she just wanted to know the current situation of Yang Chen, the executioner who she gave the body refining pill to. Every time this happened, Li Qingchen always had a smile on his face, but his heart was filled with infinite jealousy and hatred. When he replied to Shishanshan, he naturally said that Yang Chen's cultivation level was as low as it could be, and that his character was as bad as it could be. He spared no effort to attack Yang Chen's image, using this to contrast fellow Daoist Li's elegant and outstanding appearance. Shishanshan was also very annoyed, but because of her relationship with Li Junyu, she could not lose her temper and could only pretend to be calm. However, Li Qingchen refused to budge. He even tried to rope in the senior and junior sisters around Shishanshan and kept putting in good words for him. Shishanshan could do nothing about it. In order to eliminate all future troubles, he could only use such a drastic method. Hearing Shishanshan's answer, Guan Yuing was speechless for a long time. Li Qingchen was a member of Li Junyu's family. In fact, he was a descendant of the same family. With such a grandmother taking care of him, he could come to the Green Jade Immortal Island anytime and anywhere. Shishanshan was cold and charming, and her talent was outstanding. She was an excellent dual cultivation companion in the eyes of some people. In this regard, Li Junyu was of course happy to see her descendants be able to become Dao companions with Shishanshan. With Li Junyu's support, Shishanshan had no suitable reason and could not get rid of Li Qingchen's entanglement. The open and above-board refusal would definitely annoy Li Junyu. The best way was to let Li Qingchen withdraw himself. The matter of encountering Yang Chen just gave Shishanshan a chance to solve it perfectly without damaging the relationship between Shishanshan and Li Junyu. The only thing that was a little inappropriate was that this matter involved Yang Chen, an outsider. Qi Yunru was a person who was bribed by Li Qingchen, so she would indiscriminately drive Yang Chen out of the Green Jade Immortal Island. But she was also a good junior sister of Shishanshan. Because of Yang Chen, she was punished. Although it was not Yang Chen's fault, Shishanshan would also have some resentment after all. After seeing Yang Chen and talking about the business, Shishanshan also had a plan in her mind for a while, so there was the previous scene. Before she had seen Yang Chen, Shishanshan handled the internal relationship of the sect like this. Guan Yuing would definitely strongly support it. Li Qingchen, you took the initiative to withdraw, Elder Li had nothing to say, and everyone would not hurt the harmony. But now that she knew the mystery of Yang Chen, Guan Yuing felt that it seemed that Shishanshan had made a bad move. Being used by Shishanshan like this, how could it be solved by an apology? Not to mention that Yang Chen had to face Li Qingchen and the Taishanmen standing behind Li Qingchen. At the same time, he had to offend Li Junyu of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even if she didn't say this, why would she be used by him? Shishanshan was really taking it for granted. After saying these concerns, Shishanshan was also a little dumbfounded. After a long while, she looked up and said it's the disciples' lack of consideration. Now what's done can't be changed. When the matter is over, the disciple will apologize to fellow Daoist Yang Chen and let him deal with it. What if Yang Chen also wants you to be a Dao companion? Guan Yuing sighed in her heart and asked in a deep voice, then aren't you rejecting the tiger at the front door and entering the wolf at the back door? Shishanshan did not consider such a possibility at all. After hearing this, she stood in place. It seemed that she suddenly didn't know what to do. Ari. Guan Yuing sighed again and said even if Yang Chen doesn't make this request, but, Shanshan, don't you think it's a bit too selfish for you to do this? For us cultivators, if we want to achieve the great Tao, there are many tribulations. Do you know that these are not your tribulations? Using this method to solve it, after all, it's still inferior. In the eyes of outsiders, Shishanshan of the Green Jade Immortal Island was a genius disciple, but in the eyes of Guan Yuing, the elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island, she was just a talented junior disciple. Although her cultivation talent was amazing, but her state of mind was always a bit worse. Elder, what should this disciple do? Guan Yuing's words also made Shishanshan sweat in an instant. Within a few words, she also realized that there was a big problem with her own handling method. If it was only to cause trouble for Yang Chen, it was still a trivial matter. It was a big deal to cancel the face-to-face confrontation and apologize, but the key to the problem was that Shishanshan herself had a heart demon because of this matter. If it was not a satisfactory solution, Shishanshan would never be able to cross this hurdle. This was not something that could be solved by honing her state of mind in the market. Since she had a relationship with Yang Chen, she could only find relief from Yang Chen. Guan Yuing understood this, but she did not say it to Shishanshan. Some things must be realized by herself to be most effective. Since Shashanshan had already rushed to the realm of the Jedan stage with her excellent talent, she would think of this one day. Reminding her at this time was not good. However, Guan Yuing was also a little worried. When she faced Yang Chen, she couldn't figure it out at all. How could Shashanshan, who was such an indifferent person, face it at that time? The one who tied the bell must untie it. Guan Yuing just reminded her and said a sentence that was unfathomable. As for how to untie the bell, there was no detailed disclosure. In fact, she didn't know how to solve this situation. She could only take one step at a time. Shashanshan's clear eyes seemed to have become a little blurred, and no one knew what she was thinking in her heart. Chapter 253. There was no more trouble on the way to Blue Cloud Sect. Yang Chen did not see many people when he flew on his sword. It was not until he flew to the Blue Cloud Sect sphere of influence that he found several big cities. Blue Cloud Sect was between several big cities, but it was still in the mountains. But in terms of population, Blue Cloud Sect was the largest among the cultivation sects. Yang Chen never thought that the famous dancing snow fairy in the future would be like this when Yang Chen met her for the second time. Her timid appearance was the same as when Yang Chen saw her in the execution field, which made people involuntarily feel a kind of pity. When she saw Yang Chen at the door of the Blue Cloud Sect's reception room, Sun Qingshue's eyes lit up, and she ran over quickly with a look of surprise on her face. "Big brother, it's you?" Originally, Sun Qingxue was still wondering why someone would come to the door when she had no friendship with the people of Chunyang Palace. When she saw Yang Chen, she remembered, "I have been looking for you for a long time, but I haven't found your whereabout." Over the years, Yang Chen's appearance had not changed much. Sun Qingxue recognized Yang Chen at a glance, who had given her a glimmer of hope in the execution field. That warm feeling had almost penetrated all the days of Sun Qingxue's cultivation. "I happened to pass by and came to see you." Yang Chen looked at Sun Qingxue and was also full of joy. Putting aside those utilitarian thoughts, Yang Chen appreciated Sun Qingxue's character of gratitude, especially when the object of gratitude was him. "Are you happy in the Blue Cloud Sect?" Looking at Sun Qingxue happily preparing tea for himself, Yang Chen did not stop her. His eyes were fixed on Sun Qingxue, and he asked casually. Hearing that Yang Chen's voice was still as gentle as on the execution field, Sun Qingxue suddenly stopped, then adjusted her emotions, and then walked to Yang Chen with the tea that had been brewed. She handed the teacup to Yang Chen with both hands and smiled. "Big brother, drink tea." This big brother was what Sun Qingxue called Yang Chen on the execution field, and it had not changed even now. Even though Sun Qingxue had grown up by more than 10 years, she still regarded Yang Chen as the big brother who gave her confidence. Her voice was very pleasant, and it was still full of intimacy, but Yang Chen had already discovered from Sun Qingxue's series of actions that Sun Qingxue seemed to be troubled. Perhaps she was not so happy in the Blue Cloud Sect. "Big brother, tell me, am I very stupid?" With a long sigh, Sun Qingxue slowly sat opposite Yang Chen. She looked at Yang Chen with a face full of grievance and asked slowly, "Stupid?" Yang Chen was at a loss for a moment. What kind of question is this? He could only say doubtfully, "How can that be? But I always feel that I'm very stupid." Sun Qingxue lowered her head slightly, as if she was very embarrassed, and there were even tears in the corners of her eyes. "I followed Master to cultivate for more than 10 years, and I barely reached the 9th level of qi refining. I couldn't even rush to the peak of qi refining, let alone the foundation establishment. Big brother, tell me, am I very stupid?" Listening to Sun Qingxue's words, Yang Chen almost didn't know what to say. The famous dancing snow fairy of the later generations, the talented genius of cultivation, Sun Qingxue, actually questioned whether she was stupid in cultivation, which made Yang Chen completely speechless. Seeing that Yang Chen did not speak, Sun Qingxue's head drooped even lower, and her voice was a little choked. "I know I'm very stupid, but at that time, whether it was Sister Sure or Master or Grandmaster, they all said that I had excellent qualifications and was a rare genius in cultivation. I failed them." These words made Yang Chen suddenly understand Sun Qingxue's distress. It turned out that Sun Qingxue actually had troubles in cultivation, and she was so unconfident. Understanding is understanding, But Yang Chen is still puzzled. Sun Qingxue is definitely a genius in cultivation. There is no doubt about this, but it has been 13 or 14 years since she was taken away from the execution ground. It is indeed a little strange that she has only cultivated to the 9th level of qi refining. According to reason, 13 or 14 years of time should have been enough for Sun Qingxue to succeed in the foundation establishment. Why is she still at the high level of qi refining, and not even the peak of qi refining? After carefully recalling the memory of his previous life, Yang Chen was sure that there was no problem with his memory. How could Yang Chen remember wrong about Sun Qingxue, such a famous fairy? But how could he explain the current situation? Could it be that there was a deviation in Sun Qingxue's cultivation at the beginning? That shouldn't be. Yang Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Yang Chen's voice made Sun Qingxue very surprised. She raised her head and suddenly asked, "What shouldn't be?" "Big brother. Just call me Yang Chen, or Big Brother Yang." Yang Chen stared at Sun Qingxue and first corrected the way she addressed him. Then, he set his eyes on Sun Qingxue and began to look her up and down. As he looked her up and down, he said, "I mean, your cultivation shouldn't be so slow." "Why, Big Brother Yang?" Sun Qingxue readily followed his advice and directly changed to Big Brother Yang. Yang Chen's words also gave Sun Qingxue hope again. It was just like when Yang Chen told her that he would not die in the execution ground. It seemed that Sun Qingxue had some blind trust in Yang Chen. "You shouldn't be cultivating so slowly." Yang Chen said his own judgment with certainty. Then, he stretched out his hand and said, "Come, give me your wrist. I'll check your pulse and see what the problem is." For cultivators, using divine sense to check was far faster and less troublesome than checking the pulse. The effect was also better. However, Sun Qingxue was a girl. Yang Chen could not use divine sense to check Sun Qingxue's body. This was the difference between men and women, and had nothing to do with cultivation. If it was an enemy, Yang Chen would not be so particular. However, Sun Qingxue was a friend, so Yang Chen had to be particular. This was the minimum respect. "Big Brother Yang, do you mean that there's something wrong with my body?" Sun Qingxue did not refuse Yang Chen at all. She directly stretched out her snow-white jade-like wrist and said, "But Master said that there's nothing wrong with my body." Yang Chen closed his eyes and carefully checked Sun Qingxue's pulse. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with Sun Qingxue's body and she was very healthy. "Did you see anything?" Sun Qingxue was very nervous and asked in a low voice. After hesitating for a while, Yang Chen looked at Sun Qingxue's expectant face and sighed slightly in his heart. Then he said, "I need to thoroughly check your body with spiritual power and divine sense. The premise is that you must let go of your divine sense and not practice. Let my divine sense and spiritual power enter your body." Chapter 254. Listening to Yang Chen's words, Sun Qingxue's face flew into a blush. Completely releasing her spiritual awareness and spiritual power meant that her body would no longer have any reservations in front of Yang Chen. She was a girl, how could she not be shy? Her master and master ancestor had also checked her like this before, but that was an elder, and she was also a woman. Sun Qingxue certainly would not resist. But Yang Chen was a man of the same age, how could this be? In fact, Sun Qingxue still enjoyed privileges in Blue Cloud sect. When she was apprenticed, it was discovered that her wood spirit root was close to the full value. This kind of cultivation talent was simply unique. Blue Cloud sect gave a green light to such a talented disciple. Not only did they directly let a Jedan stage master accept her as an inner sect disciple, but they also made great efforts to cultivate Sun Qingxue. Because of this, Sun Qingxue would feel heavy pressure. In 13 or 14 years, her cultivation base was only at the 9th level of the qi refining stage, which was simply not matched with her excellent cultivation talent. The only possible explanation was that although Sun Qingxue's root bone was good, her understanding was very poor, otherwise, she would not just have such a poor performance. Sun Qingxue's hesitation was very normal, otherwise, Yang Chen would not ask such a question. Although Yang Chen had the intention to help Sun Qingxue solve the problem, there were some things that Yang Chen could not ignore. Once it was not done well, it would not be a matter between Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue, but between Chunyang Palace and Blue Cloud sect. The previous matter of the Green Jade Immortal Island had already reminded Yang Chen. Little Shui, this friend from Chunyang Palace is kind, but he has just reached the foundation stage not long ago, so don't bother him. Sun Qingxue has not yet made a decision, and a calm voice has come from outside the door. Master. Sun Qingxue's body shook, as if she hadn't expected to hear her master's voice here. With Sun Qingxue's greeting, a beautiful woman wearing a palace dress slowly walked in from the door. She looked only about 24 or 25 years old. She was dignified and gorgeous, and her body also faintly exuded a silent power. After entering the door and glancing at Sun Qingxue, her eyes began to sweep over Yang Chen's body. Greetings, senior. Sun Qingxue's master, Yang Chen, also treated him with respect. He bowed respectfully according to the etiquette of elders. Zhu Sulan was very satisfied with Yang Chen's etiquette. Yang Chen was an old friend of Sun Qingxue and was also a friend. She regarded Yang Chen in a different light. Sun Qingxue was Zhu Sulan's disciple. Zhu Sulan was very clear about the pressure Sun Qingxue was facing now. But no matter how Zhu Sulan checked, it seemed that there was no problem with Sun Qingxue. The only possibility was that Sun Qingxue's power of understanding was insufficient. Originally, Zhu Sulan did not intend to show up. She had always loved Sun Qingxue. After getting along with Sun Qingxue for more than 10 years, Zhu Sulan also regarded Sun Qingxue as her own child. But when she heard that Yang Chen wanted to check Sun Qingxue like this, she was afraid that Sun Qingxue would be disappointed again and immediately stopped him. It was a small matter that there was no result. If this check made Sun Qingxue worry about other things, it would not be worth it. I have checked Xiao Shui's body many times. There is no problem. Zhu Sulan faced Yang Chen and did not put on the airs of an elder. Instead, she directly sat down on Sun Qingxue's seat and gently pulled Sun Qingxue to her side. Sun Qingxue directly leaned on Zhu Sulan. It could be seen that Zhu Sulan treated her very well. She also liked to lean on her master like this. There must be a problem, senior. Yang Chen knew that Zhu Sulan was afraid that his actions would cause more trouble for Sun Qingxue. He lightly sighed and said, Xiao Shui is Junior's little sister. Please allow Junior to be a little presumptuous. Maybe it can solve the problem. Elder Wu Xiong's heaven-seizing pill, was it refined by you? Zhu Sulan did not directly answer Yang Chen. Instead, she asked a question that she did not want to do. Junior only participated. The refinement was done by someone else. In front of outsiders, Yang Chen naturally would not tell the truth. But it seemed that Zhu Sulan did not think so. After pondering for a while, Zhu Sulan turned to Sun Qingxue and asked, Xiao Shui, do you believe in fellow Daoist Yang? I believe in Big Brother Yang. Sun Qingxue had a very indescribable trust in Yang Chen. Hearing her master's question, she slightly bit her lips and nodded. Fine. You help Xiao Shui take a look. Perhaps it was Sun Qingxue's trust, or perhaps it was Yang Chen's reputation for refining the heaven-seizing pill that made Zhu Sulan no longer insist. In fact, she also hoped that Sun Qingxue could get rid of her current troubles. In the next few years, Sun Qingxue had to face a lot of rumors. Releasing her spiritual awareness, releasing her spiritual power, allowing Yang Chen's spiritual awareness and spiritual power to enter her body. Even if Sun Qingxue knew that he was diagnosing her body, she was still embarrassed by this special feeling and blushed. This was more thorough than letting Yang Chen see her whole body from top to bottom. Ordinary cultivators, even if they wanted to explore others, if the other party was still conscious, as long as they resisted, it was impossible to do it so thoroughly, unless the other party was willing, just like Yang Chen's situation. It was just that, after all, Sun Qingxue was still a shy woman. Even if she knew that Yang Chen was doing this for her, she still couldn't help but feel shy. Yang Chen did not pay attention to Sun Qingxue's expression at the moment. He had been wholeheartedly immersed in the examination of Sun Qingxue's body. From the top to the bottom, a corner was not missed, and the examination was exceptionally thorough. A cultivation genius would actually think that she was stupid. There must be a problem. What made Yang Chen puzzled was that he did not find any problems with Sun Qingxue's body. This point must have been checked by Sun Qingxue's master ancestor. With Yang Chen's inspection, there would be no mistake. Poor understanding, that was nonsense, otherwise there would be no previous life's dancing snow fairy. However, Sun Qingxue in his previous life was indeed not famous at the beginning, until the outbreak of the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art, it suddenly rose. Was it really because of the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art? After her cultivation was abolished, she suddenly became amazing. Was there any problem in this? Yang Chen seemed to think of something and suddenly grabbed Sun Qingxue's hand. You give me your spiritual power, let me see. Sun Qingxue did not hesitate to pass over a trace of spiritual power. Yang Chen soon found that although the spiritual power of Sun Qingxue was obviously of the wood attribute, it turned out to be both wood and wood. How many cultivation methods have you laid the foundation for? Yang Chen grasped something and asked again. He only asked about a few cultivation methods, not which kind of cultivation method, and would never violate the taboo. 1. Sun Qingxue glanced at her master and replied, Master said that it's not good to bite off more than one can chew, so I only cultivated one. Who taught this cultivation method? Yang Chen's eyes turned directly to Zhu Sulan. He has now determined that the problem is in this cultivation method. Chapter 255. It's me. Zhu Sulan was stunned. She did not expect Yang Chen to question this cultivation method. However, it was about her beloved disciple. At this time, she did not pursue the impoliteness of Yang Chen's words. She frowned and asked, Why, is there a problem with this cultivation method? First wood is first wood, second wood is second wood. Senior, didn't you teach little Xue not to bite off more than she can chew, and not to let her practice other cultivation methods? Why did you choose a foundation cultivation method of first wood and second wood for her? Yang Chen turned around and looked at Zhu Sulan, and asked with dissatisfaction. First wood and second wood? How is this possible? Zhu Sulan was shocked. This is clearly a first wood cultivation method. Is it? Yang Chen stared at Zhu Sulan, very suspicious. She even suspected that Zhu Sulan was intentional, deliberately using this cultivation method to destroy Sun Qingxue, or she simply did not understand it. But was this possible? A Jedan stage master did not know the difference between first wood spirit power and second wood spirit power? Little Xue, give me your spirit power. Yang Chen's gaze made Zhu Sulan very hurt. She could not tolerate a junior who had just reached the foundation stage doubting her cultivation and knowledge. However, this also reminded her that it seemed that in addition to checking Sun Qingxue's body, she had not checked her spirit power and cultivation method. For her, how could there be a problem with the cultivation method of her sect? Sun Qingxue held Zhu Sulan's hand and began to slowly pass her spirit power. After a while, Zhu Sulan's face became pale. As Yang Chen expected, she was a wood attribute Jedan stage master, and the first wood spirit power and second wood spirit power could still be distinguished. In Sun Qingxue's spirit power, the first wood and second wood were mixed, which could not be faked. As a new disciple, it was understandable that Sun Qingxue couldn't tell these things apart. She had only practiced one skill before, and after practicing it, she found that there were problems with it. When she asked her master for advice, her master and the people in the sect questioned her ability to understand. Because of this, she felt a strong psychological pressure, and that was why she had no confidence in herself now. However, Zhu Sulan had taught her disciple for more than 10 years, yet even her disciple's cultivation technique had a problem. Furthermore, it was discovered by an outsider foundation establishment stage junior. This was simply an extraordinary shame and humiliation. Senior, did you personally choose this cultivation method? Yang Chen did not let go of this opportunity and directly began to question Zhu Sulan. Sun Qingxue had nothing to do with him in her previous life, but since they had crossed paths in this life, he naturally wanted to give her a better future. It was personally chosen by Martial Uncle Wan. He said that Xiao Xue is suitable for this cultivation technique. Zhu Sulan had been shocked by the discovery of Sun Qingxue at the moment. She did not realize that she had been thinking along with Yang Chen's thoughts, and even answered Yang Chen's questions without thinking. Whether there is a problem with the cultivation method, just let Xiao Xue recite it and give it to the seniors to check. Yang Chen smiled and seemed to ease the atmosphere, but he immediately asked, This Martial Uncle Wan, Does he also have a few close disciples and grand disciples, and their qualifications are also good, and they are quite valued in the sect? Martial Uncle Wan's grand disciple Zhu Yanchun reached the foundation establishment stage 5 years ago. She is the best among the disciples of the same year. She is the first master among her batch of disciples. Zhu Sulan followed Yang Chen's thoughts and quickly replied. After saying this, Zhu Sulan suddenly thought of something. Her eyes widened, and her face was full of disbelief. She stared at Yang Chen, as if she had seen a ghost, and stammered, I didn't say anything, it's just that I have seen this kind of thing too many times. Yang Chen shook his head lightly. No wonder in his previous life, Sun Qingshua's cultivation only erupted after being crippled. So this was the reason. In a big sect, it was just like a big family. There was no lack of such things, even for cultivators, it was the same. But, Martial Uncle Wan. Zhu Sulan only said these few words, and then she could not continue. She was not a fool, how could she not understand the relationship between this? It was just that, in order to let his grand disciple stand up, Martial Uncle Wan wanted to destroy a genius like Sun Qingxue. This matter was really too unacceptable. I think, Senior, it is better to talk to your sect master about this matter as soon as possible. With Senior's status, it is estimated that you cannot solve it. Yang Chen smiled faintly and reminded Zhu Sulan. At this moment, Zhu Sulan was a little out of her wits. She almost believed whatever Yang Chen said. After all, if this matter were to be spread, it would be too shocking, and she could only ask the sect master for instructions. What should I do? Sun Qingxue also seemed to understand a lot, looking at her master and Yang Chen, and asked in a low voice. Abolish your cultivation, change to a correct cultivation method, and start over again. Yang Chen finally understood why Sun Qingxue began to burst out the name of genius after her cultivation was abolished by Lin Changhe. It turned out that it was because the spiritual power of her previous cultivation was mixed and impure. As soon as Yang Chen's words came out, Zhu Sulan and Sun Qingxue were stunned. Sun Qingxue knew that she was in trouble, but she did not expect that the trouble was so big that she had to abolish all her cultivation and start over again. Zhu Sulan was going to refute it, but when she opened her mouth, she found that she didn't know what to say. Sun Qingxue's current spiritual power is mixed and impure, which can't be adjusted by cultivation. It's just that it's a pity that more than 10 years of cultivation is abolished like this. Both of them have some inadequacies. Originally, Sun Qingxue found the reason and was very happy. Suddenly hearing this news, the master and the apprentice seemed to have no backbone. Yang Chen did not think about how to keep Sun Qingxue's cultivation base. He had begun to think about how to make Sun Qingxue's cultivation base not seriously damaged after it was abolished. It must be known that in the previous life, it was because of the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art that caused Sun Qingxue to hurt her origin, which led to the final Snow Dance Fairy's cultivation base was not as high as Cold Plum Fairy's. In this life, Yang Chen would never let this happen again. This was the original intention of Yang Chen's visit this time. Originally, he intended to advise Sun Qingxue not to easily learn the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art. Since the root cause was found, of course, he did not have to worry about the following things. After thinking about it, Yang Chen had only one way, which was to use the 7th metal and 7th metal spiritual power to consume all of Sun Qingxue's impure spiritual power, and then damage her meridians at the moment so that she could not recover with the original cultivation method. Naturally, this had to be paid attention to a point of perfection. Destruction was destruction, but it could not damage Sun Qingxue's origin. This required a master to make a move, but Yang Chen believed that the Blue Cloud sect was a big force, there should be no one who could make a move. Little Xue, listen to your master's arrangement. If you still have troubles in recultivating, I have prepared something for you. With that, Yang Chen took out the 3 Revolutions Foundation Establishment pill containing the aura of Penglai Divine Wood from the Merit Ring and sent it to Sun Qingxue. Chapter 256. What is this? Sun Qingxue obviously did not have the insight and eyesight of the master of Chunyang Palace. She knew that this was a very high-level medicinal pill, but she was not sure what kind of medicinal pill it was. 3rd Revolution Wood Foundation Building Pill. Yang Chen replied confidently, as long as you reach the peak of qi refining, it will be able to let you build the foundation. When Yang Chen took it out, Zhu Sulan's eyes widened, but because of the strong first wood attribute of the ammunition dealer, she was not sure. Hearing Yang Chen's affirmative words, she was surprised and overjoyed at the same time. With this thing, Xiaoxue doesn't have to abolish her cultivation. Zhu Sulan suddenly felt relieved. Since she could guarantee the foundation building, why should she abolish her cultivation that she had worked hard for more than 10 years? Sun Qingxue heard other meanings from Yang Chen's words. Yang Chen expressed it very clearly. If there was trouble in recultivating, it meant that her cultivation must be abolished. This was completely different from Zhu Sulan's surprise. Sun Qingxue looked at Yang Chen and then at Zhu Sulan. She really didn't know how to decide. On one side was her master, and on the other side was her big brother who had once given her hope, and this time he found the problem of her cultivation. Sun Qingxue could feel that both of them were for her own good, but there was obviously a difference. Listening to Zhu Sulan's words, Yang Chen sighed secretly in his heart. Such a lack of foresight, Sun Qingxue's master's level was really ordinary. No wonder she couldn't find the reason for being schemed against for more than 10 years, and it also made Sun Qingxue so troubled. It was not unrelated to her master. Whether to abolish her cultivation or not, you should ask the elders of your sect. Yang Chen didn't want to quarrel with Zhu Sulan on this issue, so he could only push it to the elders. Of course, Sun Qingxue's own wishes also had to be considered. In addition, let's see what Xiaoxue thinks. Zhu Sulan was a person without her own opinions. Hearing Yang Chen's words, she naturally had no objection. With the elders' decision, she didn't have to worry. Just as she was about to leave with Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen smiled at her. "Senior, I haven't seen Xiaoxue for many years, and I still want to talk more. You see, it's me who forgot myself." Zhu Sulan smiled a little awkwardly. Yang Chenlai didn't say a few words to Sun Qingxue, and she followed in. It was true that she cared about her apprentice, but it was also a bit too strict. Zhu Sulan smiled a little awkwardly. She followed Yang Chen in before he could say a few words to Sun Qingxue. She really cared about her disciple, but she was a little too strict. As soon as he said this, Sun Qingxue turned to look at Yang Chen and didn't refute. She just lowered her head and said, "Xiaoxue, don't blame me for talking too much. Your master is mediocre and has limited skills. There's no need to delay you." As soon as these words came out, Sun Qingxue turned to look at Yang Chen and didn't refute. She just lowered her head and said, "Master is very good to me. Your vision is too low. Although you have abolished more than 10 years of cultivation, it can be exchanged for thousands of years of future. You can't even see through this, only seeing more than 10 years of hard work. You can't even see that someone schemed against you. I'm very worried." Yang Chen pulled Sun Qingxue back to the guest room and sat down together. "If you're not happy, I'll give you some advice. Master is very good to me," Sun Qingxue repeated again. It seemed that Zhu Sulan took good care of Sun Qingxue, her disciple, in addition to her lack of skills. Otherwise, Sun Qingxue wouldn't have said that. "Then you have to be more careful in the future." Yang Chen didn't say anything more. He just said, "You are also from an official family, so it's not like you haven't seen the intrigue in the family. Cultivation is actually no different from the secular world. If you stand out, others will be overshadowed. If you don't want to be buried, you can only compete with others. There will be competition between sects, and there will also be competition within the sect. You have to be careful." Sun Qingxue looked at Yang Chen's figure and nodded heavily. At this moment, she could completely feel the kind of care that Yang Chen had for her. If the foundation is not good, then everything else will be useless. Yang Chen continued to persuade, "There is no way to purify the impure spiritual power, unless you start over again. Don't be distressed about more than 10 years of cultivation. You have to give up what you should give up. Cultivators must understand what they want and have a long-term vision." Nodding again, Sun Qingxue had made up her mind. No matter how her master insisted, she would abolish her current cultivation and start over again. Yang Chen would not come all the way to harm her. She knew this best. Don't let others' views affect your confidence in yourself. Yang Chen faced Sun Qingxue very formally, stared into her eyes, and seriously said, "You are a cultivation genius. Even if the almighty immortals come, they can't deny it. You have to keep this in mind." Yang Chen's words were not empty words. In his previous life, there were more than one or two almighty immortals who died in the hands of Sun Qingxue. This was an ironclad fact. He said this just to make Sun Qingxue more confident and not be affected by temporary troubles. Can I really do it? Sun Qingxue still had some psychological barriers in the Blue Cloud sect. It might be because she had been ridiculed by others for too long that she unconsciously had a little lack of confidence. Believe me, as long as you are willing, no one can surpass you in the wood attribute cultivation. Yang Chen nodded heavily. You can definitely do it. Big brother, can I believe you? Sun Qingxue suddenly seemed to become the timid little girl in the execution ground, and her eyes were a little blurred. Have I ever lied to you? Yang Chen asked with a smile. No. Sun Qingxue said, but she lowered her head. Obviously, she still couldn't fully accept Yang Chen's words. This made Yang Chen very frustrated. If Sun Qingxue didn't have confidence, it would be a huge obstacle to her cultivation. What was the heart demon? This was the heart demon. Tell me, little Xue, what do you want to believe that you are not more stupid than them? Yang Chen also knew the root cause, but to be honest, this was the first time he did this kind of thing to enlighten people. He didn't know how to do it, so he could only use the most direct method. You are a fire spirit root. If you can also cultivate the wood attribute spiritual power, I will believe you. Sun Qingxue didn't know if it was true or intentional, but she directly made a seemingly impossible request. Are you sure you want to prove that you are not stupid? Let a person with a fire spirit root practice the wood attribute cultivation method successfully to set off the genius of your wood spirit root. Yang Chen simply didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and asked directly, "Didn't you say you want me to believe you? As long as you can do it, I will completely believe you." Big brother. Sun Qingxue nodded without hesitation, as if she had found a way. Chapter 257. Releasing the wood attribute spirit power was easy for Yang Chen, but Yang Chen did not do so. Now Sun Qingxue was not confident enough. She was a person with a wood spirit root that was close to the full value. If she really saw a person with a fire spirit root who had a wood attribute spirit power foundation stage, maybe her poor confidence would be more fatally hit. Give me a reason. Yang Chen shook his head and looked directly at Sun Qingxue. Yang Chen's gaze made Sun Qingxue lower her head. It seemed that she did not dare to look at Yang Chen. Just as Yang Chen sighed, Sun Qingxue raised her head again, looked at Yang Chen, and said seriously, "Big brother, in fact, you are right. My master's vision is indeed too low. Except for being good to me, there is almost no other advantage." As long as Sun Qingxue spoke, Yang Chen could accept it. Now it sounded like Sun Qingxue seemed to be very clear about the current situation, which made Yang Chen very satisfied. If master goes to find someone to reason with, she will definitely return empty-handed. Sun Qingxue shook her head slowly, and her mood was low with this thing. I don't know if I can start over after my cultivation base is abolished. Maybe my life will not be guaranteed. I need a miracle to happen to give me confidence. As long as you need it, any miracle can happen. Yang Chen understood the meaning of Sun Qingxue. What she wanted now was not confidence in cultivation, but confidence that would allow her to go on in her future life. An aura full of the smell of vigorous growth rose from the hands of Yang Chen. Sun Qingxue on the opposite side, almost at the moment when Yang Chen moved, felt this pure first wood aura. She couldn't help but widen her eyes and look at Yang Chen incredulously. Take a closer look, this is the pure first wood aura. Yang Chen directly took Sun Qingxue's little hand and passed the first wood spirit power over, so that Sun Qingxue could feel it carefully. Sun Qingxue was still immersed in the shock that Yang Chen, a fire cultivator, could release such a pure wood attribute spirit power. Yang Chen took her hand, but she did not respond. She stared at Yang Chen as if she was looking at a ghost. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she couldn't believe what she saw and felt. Yang Chen's output of spiritual power shook slightly, and Sun Qingxue woke up from the state of shock. The first thing Sun Qingxue did when she woke up was to stretch out the hand that was not caught by Yang Chen and covered her mouth in surprise. How did you do it? Sun Qingxue was now not only surprised, but horrified. Yang Chen was a fire spirit root. A guy with a fire spirit root suddenly had such a pure wood attribute spirit power. It was even purer than her, a pure wood cultivator. How could she not be shocked? Just for the miracle you need. Yang Chen smiled and continued to appease her. Take a closer look, the pure first wood spirit power. This time, Sun Qingxue was finally not so shocked, and began to feel it slowly. In fact, Zhu Sulan could also let Sun Qingxue feel the first wood spirit power, but Yang Chen's was different. It was the first wood spirit power with the aura of the Penglai divine wood. Compared with the ordinary first wood spirit power, it was at least stronger. Let Sun Qingxue feel it, it was absolutely good for her future cultivation. It turns out that this is the pure first wood spirit power. After Sun Qingxue felt it carefully for a long time, she murmured a sentence. Compared with her current impure spirit power, Yang Chen's spirit power was much stronger. Don't be depressed. When you abolish your current cultivation base and start over again, take the 3rd grade wood attribute foundation building pill, you will also have the same pure spirit power. Yang Chen comforted her. He had already seen that Sun Qingxue seemed to have come out of the depression just now. It seemed that his hand had indeed given her great encouragement. Speaking of it, Sun Qingxue seemed to have a clear understanding of her current situation, but she suffered from her master's lack of strength and was unable to change anything. It was estimated that if he didn't come over, she wouldn't even know that there was a problem with her cultivation method. This was good, at least she knew where the problem was, and she could find a way to solve it. It was better than always wondering about being calculated and not knowing how to be calculated. This is the 2nd wood spirit power, you can also feel it, but it is not as strong as the 1st wood spirit power. Yang Chen knew his own things. The 1st wood spirit power had been refined by the Penglai divine wood, but the 2nd wood spirit power was very ordinary, maybe it was even worse than Zhu Sulan's. But Sun Qingxue was very grateful, at least Zhu Sulan had never taught her like this. She carefully and even a little greedily felt the spirit power of Yang Chen, and her beautiful eyes were closed, very serious. Sun Qingxue was a character that Yang Chen must vigorously win over and even vigorously cultivate. Now in such a state, Yang Chen could not rest assured. However, when Yang Chen said that his 2nd wood spirit power was poor, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Have you ever thought about changing a master? Yang Chen suddenly asked. Change a master? Sun Qingxue opened her eyes and was stunned. She had been shocked by Yang Chen's 1st wood and 2nd wood spirit power. Every word that Yang Chen said, she felt a little like an imperial edict. Suddenly asking her about changing a master made Sun Qingxue very surprised. How is it possible? Even a person with a fire spirit root can cultivate the wood attribute spirit power. Why is it impossible for you to change a master? Yang Chen was using Sun Qingxue's truth to refute Sun Qingxue's doubts. Since even the most impossible had happened, what else couldn't happen? Sun Qingxue was stunned again, and her face suddenly burst into a smile. This was the kind of smile that came from the heart after the pressure was released. Yang Chen had already let her see an impossible miracle. It seemed that whatever he said was possible. You are right, your master will definitely return without success. Yang Chen smiled and said, her temper is so weak, you will still be bullied in the future. You can only stand firm if you change a stronger master. Don't worry, I will take care of this. By the way, I can solve the problem of my 2nd wood spirit power. Yang Chen's words, at the beginning, sounded normal, but later it became incomprehensible. Sun Qingxue was very puzzled. What did she change her master have to do with Yang Chen's 2nd wood spirit power? However, with Sun Qingxue's doubts, Yang Chen no longer explained it, and just let her feel at ease. But Yang Chen still remembered his main purpose. In the future, if you encounter any quick cultivation method that is suitable for all attributes, don't go and cultivate it indiscriminately, don't damage the source. After saying this, Yang Chen's heart suddenly moved. With Sun Qingxue's current shrewdness, could it be that she deliberately cultivated that cultivation method in her previous life? But now it could no longer be verified. I know, big brother. Sun Qingxue promised like a docile little wife. Chapter 258. There's nothing wrong with that cultivation method. Zhu Sulan was originally angry, but now she came back with a face full of dirt. Facing Yang Chen, she didn't have a good attitude. You made me become the villain who accuses others for no reason. Looking at her situation, she had been persuaded by others, and she began to blame Sun Qingxue and Yang Chen instead. Maybe she really loved Sun Qingxue, and most of the blame was directed at Yang Chen. So easily changed her insistence, it would be strange if such a master could teach Sun Qingxue well. Even a genius would be taught into a mediocre person by this mediocre person. Seeing this situation, Yang Chen's idea of changing Sun Qingxue's master grew stronger. If it weren't for the greater difficulty of leaving Blue Cloud sect, Yang Chen even wanted to abduct Sun Qingxue to Chunyang Palace to take care of her. Unfortunately, Sun Qingxue had been apprenticed for more than 10 years, and it was impossible for her to quit. In this way, Yang Chen was even more dissatisfied with Shishanshan. She actually pushed Sun Qingxue into such a pit of fire. Although Sun Qingxue was in Blue Cloud sect in the previous life, the tragedy still happened, and it seemed that nothing had changed. Senior, Junior's cultivation is limited, and I'm short-sighted. Mistakes are inevitable. Yang Chen apologized very humbly. Next, he still needed Zhu Sulan to act as a middleman, so he had to let Zhu Sulan calm down. Zhu Sulan was in a bad mood, but Yang Chen admitted that he was short-sighted, so she couldn't get angry. Yang Chen was a guest from afar. She couldn't say that she, a Jindan master, didn't have this little bit of breadth of mind. Moreover, there was indeed a problem with Sun Qingxue's spiritual power. Yang Chen said that it was a problem with cultivation, which was not wrong at all. Forget it, forget it. Zhu Sulan helplessly shook her hand. Xiao Shue's comprehension is not good enough. She can even cultivate the most basic cultivation method wrongly. Sigh. Senior, I came to Blue Cloud sect this time not only to see Xiao Shue, but also to ask for another favor. Hearing that Zhu Sulan had once again attributed the problem to Sun Qingxue's lack of understanding, Yang Chen no longer wanted to say anything more to her. He just mentioned another purpose that he had just thought of. What else do you want to do? Zhu Sulan frowned. Yang Chen himself had said that it was a presumptuous request, but he still had the nerve to ask. I would like to have a look at the library of the Blue Cloud sect. Yang Chen smiled and stated his request. Of course, Senior, please don't misunderstand. I don't want anything related to the cultivation of the Blue Cloud sect. I only want those miscellaneous books. I want to gain some experience. Yang Chen's reputation of reading all the books in the Nine Earth Mountain Villa had already spread everywhere along with the reputation of the heaven-seizing pill. This request was in line with Yang Chen's usual behavior. However, this request was not supported by Zhu Sulan. Yang Chen had caused her to lose face in front of her master and the sect master. If it was not for the sake of her beloved Sun Qingxue, she would not even want to see Yang Chen again. Why should I let you look at the library of the Blue Cloud sect? Although Yang Chen's request was in line with Yang Chen's character, it was not in line with the interests of the Blue Cloud sect. Even if the book Yang Chen wanted to look at had nothing to do with the cultivation of the Blue Cloud sect. I am willing to pay a sufficient price, Yang Chen said very sincerely. I will use something that the Blue Cloud sect needs in exchange. You are just a little foundation stage junior. What can you come up with to make my Blue Cloud sect look at it? Zhu Sulan was dismissive of this. The Blue Cloud sect had thousands of masters in the Jedan stage. Why would they care about the things of a little foundation stage junior? Yang Chen really didn't know how long his face was. This younger generation junior happens to know a way to deal with the blood demon vine. I don't know if this method can be exchanged for the qualifications of this younger generation junior to read 10,000 books. Yang Chen turned a blind eye to Zhu Sulan's face, just said with a smile, and at the same time gave Sun Qingxue a reassuring look. Blood demon vine? Zhu Sulan's whole body was shocked, and she almost screamed. Fortunately, she was also a Jedan stage master, and controlled her emotions in time. But at the moment when Yang Chen just said it, she almost jumped up. Do you know the way to deal with the blood demon vine? Zhu Sulan couldn't help but be shocked. Who are wanting, a peak Yuanying stage elder of the Blue Cloud sect, was suffering from the blood demon vine at the moment. This situation has been going on for many years. Originally, Hua Wanting was the most promising elder to be promoted to the Darching stage in the past 100 years, but after an injury and being entangled by the blood demon vine, she has been sleeping and could not be woken up. If Yang Chen really knew the way to deal with the blood demon vine, it would simply be giving charcoal in the snow to the Blue Cloud sect. Hua Wanting's matter, Yang Chen originally did not intend to mention it so early. Don't look at Hua Wanting being deeply troubled by the blood demon vine, but in the continuous struggle with the blood demon vine for hundreds of years, Hua Wanting's cultivation base was also madly tempered and improved. In his previous life, Hua Wanting relied on her own cultivation base to break free from the blood demon vine, and after breaking free, she directly entered the Darching stage. This thing should have happened 20 years later. According to Yang Chen's plan, it would take at least 10 to 15 years to rescue Hua Wanting, and he could completely fall into the favor of a master of the Darching stage. But now that it was so long in advance, Yang Chen was not sure if Hua Wanting could still reach the Darching stage. However, because of Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen decided to rescue Hua Wanting in advance. Although people could break free without relying on his rescue, how could Yang Chen easily let go of such a costly favor? Perhaps there was heaven's will in the dark. If he rescued people 10 or 15 years later, people would say that he had ruined the good things of others, but now he rescued them, maybe it was just right. Sun Qingxue didn't know what happened at all. She just listened to Yang Chen casually talking about the blood demon vine. Zhu Sulan's performance made her very puzzled, but no one explained it to her. Zhu Sulan didn't care to explain to her apprentice. She took a step forward and stared at Yang Chen and said, "Is what you said true or false? Does senior think that this younger generation junior is joking about this kind of thing?" Yang Chen asked. It was related to an elder of the Blue Cloud sect. Who would dare to joke about this kind of thing? Not to mention Yang Chen, even the head of the palace of Chunyang Palace was estimated to not dare to say this casually. So many masters don't know, how can you, a junior in the foundation stage, know? Zhu Sulan still had some doubts. Blue Cloud sect had no way to solve it. Suddenly a junior in the foundation stage said that he could solve it. How could people not doubt it? When refining the heaven-seizing pill, no one believed that we could finally refine it. Yang Chen smiled, and this smile seemed a bit unfathomable. This younger generation junior has already said that this younger generation junior likes to read some miscellaneous books. After reading a lot, I occasionally know some things that others don't know, it is very normal. Chapter 259. Taking the heaven-seizing pill to talk about things was simply the best reason to refute. In particular, Yang Chen's reputation for reading all the books was equally famous, but it also saved him a lot of trouble to explain. Do you really know the way to deal with the blood demon vine? After the problem of Sun Qingxue's cultivation method not long ago, Zhu Sulan was also much more cautious and confirmed again. I came here this time for the book collection. I didn't know about Little Shui before. Although there was no direct answer, Yang Chen let Zhu Sulan understand that he was very cautious and very serious. Zhu Sulan had an idea in her heart, specifically for the book collection, then there would be no big problem. Sun Qingxue's matter was indeed an accident. Yang Chen has never been to the Blue Cloud sect. It was the first time he came, and it was impossible to know the situation before Sun Qingxue. However, although Zhu Sulan was relieved, she only intended to report Yang Chen's affairs. The specific decision had to be made by the Blue Cloud sect's senior management. She was just a small Jedan stage master, and she could not make the decision of a peak Yuanying stage elder. Soon, Yang Chen was taken to the Blue Cloud sect's conference hall, facing the Blue Cloud sect's master and several elders. After the etiquette of the younger generation, Yang Chen once again proposed his intention to solve the blood demon vine in exchange for 10,000 copies of Blue Cloud sect's miscellaneous books unrelated to cultivation. It was related to the life and death of an elder. Even the Blue Cloud sect's master did not dare to be careless. Even if Yang Chen talked about it again, he had to be checked and asked clearly. This technique, at present, only this younger generation junior knows it. Yang Chen bit the bullet and didn't say it. What a joke, say it first, is there anything else? Then how do you prove that you can really deal with the blood demon vine? The Blue Cloud sect's master's face was not good. A little foundation stage junior dared to be so presumptuous in front of her. If she didn't want Yang Chen's technique, she would have already taught this arrogant guy a lesson. Of course, he could only ask others to do it. This junior was not qualified for him to do it himself. I can test it on the blood demon vine entangling senior Hua, but I won't touch elder Hua. Yang Chen knew that if he didn't come up with something real, others would not believe it. Using this method would not increase the damage to Hua wanting, and it could also prove his means. Sure enough, after Yang Chen mentioned this method, the Blue Cloud sect's sect master also pondered and began to communicate with the few elders through their eyes. The few elders were present the entire time. Listening to Yang Chen's suggestion, it seemed to be a reliable and feasible method of experimentation. All of them nodded their heads silently at the sect master. You only want the 10,000 books. The sect master stared at Yang Chen's eyes, as though he wanted to see something from Yang Chen's reply. Sect master, don't underestimate these 10,000 scrolls. Yang Chen replied with a smile. Perhaps in the eyes of the predecessors, these miscellaneous books are useless, but in the eyes of this younger generation junior, it is the best way to broaden my horizons. When I was refining the heaven-seizing pill last time, I got the inspiration from the miscellaneous books collected by my master. This time, the method to deal with the blood demon vine was also occasionally learned from a miscellaneous book. What else do you want? Although Yang Chen has indirectly expressed his requirements, the sect master still did not believe it. The life of a peak Yuanying stage master was infinitely close to the Daching stage, just asking for such a simple thing. If the predecessor really feels sorry, can you give this younger generation junior the qualification to participate in the Blue Cloud sect auction? Yang Chen was not polite at all. Since the other party felt that it was too little, Yang Chen did not mind asking for more things. However, the things he wanted seemed to have nothing to do with changing the master of Sun Qingxue. Sun Qingxue was really a girl with the experience of living in a big family. She was calm about this. From the beginning, when she accompanied Yang Chen to come here, she seemed to only treat Yang Chen as an acquaintance, and she did not say a word. Since you can find a way from the miscellaneous books, my Blue Cloud sect has tens of thousands of disciples, you can definitely find a way. The sect master did not speak again, but an elder behind him suddenly spoke, and his tone was very impolite. So, this younger generation junior is impulsive, goodbye. Yang Chen apologized with a smile, then got up and said goodbye, turned around and left, without any hesitation. If a way could be found, it would have been found decades ago. Why would it drag on until now? When Yang Chen turned around, it made the elder of the Blue Cloud sect stay in place. No one thought that Yang Chen would leave just like that. He did not even say a word, and did not even give an explanation. How could this be? Originally, the elder and the sect master planned to play the bad cop and the good cop, and extort Yang Chen to know the method first. If they did not succeed, the sect master was fine with it, but the elder was a little unhappy with Yang Chen, and wanted to bargain again. He wanted to suppress Yang Chen's arrogance, and let him know that it could be done without him, but who knew that Yang Chen did not take the bait. Yang Chen turned around and left, which seemed to surprise the few higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect. Although he wanted to know the method to the death, as a prestigious sect, it was not good for him to do anything to a junior who had come to visit. Especially since this junior was someone that Elder Wu Xiong valued, and Wu Xiong had not yet ascended to immortality. The sect master hurriedly gave Zhu Sulan a look. At this time, only Zhu Sulan and Sun Qingxue could come forward and stop Yang Chen. If others did so, they would lose face. Fellow Yang, wait. When Yang Chen was about to leave the door, Zhu Sulan hurriedly stopped him, and at the same time, signaled Sun Qingxue to go forward and stop Yang Chen. Big brother Yang, the elder did not mean that, don't misunderstand. Sun Qingxue also behaved obediently in front of the sect master and the elders, and at the same time, acted a little coquettishly, which made Yang Chen let his guard down. She is just worried about Elder Hua. Yang Chen, speaking of which, Chunyang Palace and Blue Cloud sect are also close friends. If you have anything to say, you can say it openly. You don't have to leave because of a disagreement. The sect master of Blue Cloud sect never thought that one day he would be so kind to a junior in the foundation establishment stage. This was the first time he faced young Chen. The elder who had just spoken had already retreated behind the sect master. She did not say anything and lowered her head slightly, but in her inadvertently flashed eyes, there was a trace of dissatisfaction. Since you have found a way, we don't have to waste our energy. The smile on the sect master's face was indescribably sincere. Just as you said, if you can solve the blood demon vine, 10,000 books and the qualification to the auction. Senior, please forgive this junior for being presumptuous. The smile on young Chen's face was even happier than that of the sect master of Blue Cloud sect. That was the condition just now. Now, I want 20,000 books and the qualification to the auction. Chapter 260. Young Chen, with a smile on his face at the moment, was a cunning profiteer, and it was still the kind of profiteer who could not bargain. It was the kind of profiteer who could not wait to knock him to the ground and step on him a few times. The problem was that the profiteer had what everyone needed, and the price offered by the profiteer at the beginning was not high. It was the Blue Cloud sect that wanted to bargain, which forced people to offer a high price. Since young Chen was kept, it meant that young Chen's conditions had to be accepted. For the Blue Cloud sect, a master of the peak Yuanying stage who was about to break through to the Darching stage was far more important than 20,000 volumes of miscellaneous books. This was one of the reasons why young Chen dared to double the price. Even if Hua Wanting was tortured by the blood demon vine for hundreds of years, would it cause great damage to her cultivation base? Hua Wanting's cultivation experience alone was enough to be worth 10 times the miscellaneous books that young Chen asked for. If this kind of thing was let go by the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect, not to mention what people outside would think of her, the voice of blame within the Blue Cloud sect was enough to make her unable to bear it. 20,000 volumes of books, I will let people sort them out right now. The sect master was also a person who could take it up and put it down. He knew that what he had done before was a bit not in line with the style of a famous sect. In order to prevent young Chen from having any other twists and turns, he directly agreed to young Chen's request. When can we see the results of the experiment, you said? I can do it at any time, young Chen replied casually, but in his heart, he was amazed by the performance of Sun Qingxue just now. With just a few words, he not only saved everyone's face, but also gave the elder a way out. Furthermore, he showed that he was very concerned about Elder Hua. These were all favors, and there would definitely be people who would return them in the future. What if you can't solve the blood demon vine? The elder, who had just spoken, suddenly raised her head and stared at young Chen, and the pressure of a Yuanying stage master went straight to young Chen. She wanted to see young Chen lose his composure and panic, otherwise she would not be able to get back at him. The sect master could not stop it, and the elder's pressure had already been released. He had no choice but to release his own momentum, and wanted to intercept the elder's pressure halfway. Unfortunately, it was a little late, and the elder's pressure had already fallen on young Chen. Just as the sect master got up, he said with a smile on his face, if this junior can't solve the blood demon vine, he will definitely be directly sucked by the blood demon vine and die. What else can be said of this? He stood up with the Lord lightly and said with a smile on his face, if I can't solve the blood demon vine, I will definitely be directly sucked up by the blood demon vine and die. What else can I say? Seniors, are you going to get up? The elder behind the sect master was like being slapped in the face by young Chen, and his face was red. If it weren't for the sect master and several other elders, he might have been angry and rushed up directly. Being slapped in the face by a junior in the foundation stage, the Blue Cloud sect seemed to be a little embarrassed. This junior is an executioner, and he is not afraid of murderous aura or anything. Young Chen explained with a smile as he walked. Later, I walked on the ladder twice, and I was even more afraid of any momentum and pressure. The elders still don't joke with this junior. As soon as young Chen's words came out, the elder who made the move was even more embarrassed. But she couldn't say a word, her face was red, and she didn't even intend to see the result. She directly flashed out of the room and disappeared without a trace. As soon as she left, it seemed that the atmosphere of everyone was much more relaxed. Young Chen's words just now have been very clear. If the blood demon vine can't be solved, It means that the blood demon vine will kill Yang Chen. Everyone knows this. Everyone understands the power of the blood demon vine. Even the ancestor of the peak Yuanying stage has been tortured, let alone Yang Chen, a little foundation stage junior. Sun Qingxue knew for the first time that the blood demon vine was so terrifying. If Yang Chen can't solve it, he will have to pay with his life. She wanted to stop Yang Chen, don't take risks, but in front of the sect master, several elders, and master, where was she able to speak? Sun Qingxue could only be secretly anxious, but at the same time, her heart was suddenly warm. There was a person who was willing to risk his life to help her change her position in the sect. This feeling was something she had never experienced in all these years she had been in the sect. Even though her master loved her so much, it was not to the point where he was willing to sacrifice his life for her. Sun Qingxue can't help but be tempted. Regarding Elder Hua wanting, the sect master and several elders did not dare to be careless. They carefully brought Yang Chen to the door of the courtyard where Elder Hua wanting was, and everyone stopped tacitly. After Hua wanting was entangled by the blood demon vine, she tried her best to rush back to the Blue Cloud sect. Because the blood demon vine was too dangerous, the Blue Cloud sect could only seal the blood demon vine with Elder Hua wanting in the courtyard with a formation, and no one dared to approach. Even if these elders and the sect master came to visit, at least they had to be separated by a formation restriction, and no one dared to go in and touch. Entering the innermost restriction, everyone could already see the situation in the courtyard. The entire courtyard was a sea of blood, and the red vines covered all the positions in everyone's field of vision. In the middle of the courtyard, there was an outline of a human figure sitting, but it had been completely covered by the blood demon vine, and the situation inside could not be seen. Only one thing was certain, that is, Elder Hua was still alive. In addition to the specific environment, the blood demon vine relied on huge spiritual power and blood to survive. Now the blood demon vine was so prosperous that it could only mean that Elder Hua was still suffering. The sect master and several elders looked at this scene, and their hearts were not very good. Sun Qingxue and Zhu Sulan were the first to see such a horrible situation. Zhu Sulan was okay, after all, she had more experience, but Sun Qingxue couldn't help but close her eyes. Elder Hua is inside. The sect master looked at the motionless human figure outline, and his tone was very low. But she still gave Yang Chen a chance. Yang Chen, if you are not sure, don't take risks, I cannot pursue your previous words. After all, Yang Chen was a person favored by Elder Wu Xiong. Before Elder Wu Xiong ascended, no one needed to kill Yang Chen. Senior, this junior has never said that I want to quit. Yang Chen smiled, and then according to the method given by the patriarch, pinched the formula. That was the method to enter the last restriction. Yang Chen's footsteps did not stop at all, and directly strode into the courtyard. As soon as Yang Chen's figure appeared, the blood demon vines in the courtyard, like a hungry beast, suddenly saw fresh meat in the general, overwhelming Yang Chen was covered. Chapter 261. People outside the restriction can't hear the sound inside, but they can see the situation inside. Yang Chen only took a step forward and turned into a big cocoon wrapped tightly by the blood-colored vines, and there was no sign of him. Sun Qingxue was fortunate to follow because of her relationship with Yang Chen, but she did not expect such a situation and screamed. What are you panicking about? He is fine. An elder had been observing the situation inside. When he heard Sun Qingxue's scream, he scolded her in a low voice. Sun Qingxue discovered that Yang Chen's big cocoon was still moving and was slowly approaching Elder Hua. And those blood-colored vines, although they seemed to cover Yang Chen tightly, seemed to be in the periphery and did not touch Yang Chen's body. How did he do it? Seeing this scene, no one doubted that Yang Chen could deal with the blood phantom vine. Although the vines tried to attack Yang Chen, they did not seem to dare to get close to Yang Chen's body. Everyone was just wondering. The blood phantom vine, even Elder Hua wanting, was at a loss, and the tens of thousands of people in Blue Cloud sect were helpless. How could it be solved by a little foundation stage junior? Of course, Yang Chen would not say the mystery. The blood phantom vine was a famous evil in the immortal world. Except for some powerful people, even the great principal golden immortal could not restrain the blood phantom vine in the face of a mature state. The only possible opportunity to restrain the blood phantom vine was in the infancy of the blood phantom vine. This infancy referred not to the infancy of the years, but to the blood phantom vine before it could absorb the blood of the human immortal after ascension. In the previous life, Hua Wanting was able to break free from the blood phantom vine after 100 years of torture, and it also benefited from this. However, she relied on her strong cultivation base, while Yang Chen now relied on restraining drugs and pure 8th metal spirit power. The blood demon vine belongs to the second wood, and the vines of the herbaceous plants basically belong to the second wood. This was also the reason why Yang Chen said to Sun Qingxue before, to improve his second wood spirit power. To be able to subdue this blood phantom vine that has eaten the flesh and blood of a master of the Daching stage was enough to make him a tiger with wings in his future cultivation. Xin Jin's spiritual power covered his entire body. It was the natural counter to Yi Wood. Coupled with powerful drugs, the blood phantom vine did not dare to touch Yang Chen's body at all. Even if the blood phantom vine has no consciousness at all, but the instinct of this plant will keep its vines away from danger. However, although there was no contact, the vines of the blood demon vine still covered Yang Chen tightly. It was just that wherever Yang Chen went, the vines would make way for him. Soon, the big wriggling cocoon wrapped around Yang Chen moved to the center of the courtyard, close to where Elder Hua Wanting was sitting. The sect master and several elders of the Blue Cloud sect who were watching outside had their hearts in their throats. This was a critical step. Although Yang Chen proved that the blood phantom vine would not hurt him for the time being, it was not a simple matter to get the blood phantom vine off of Elder Hua. In the darkness formed by the vines, Yang Chen approached Hua Wanting step by step and then stopped. His spiritual awareness began to explore the situation here. The vines of the blood phantom vine could effectively isolate the exploration of spiritual awareness. Yang Chen could only feel the situation of Hua Wanting through the movements on the ground. Hua Wanting was still tenaciously alive, but the signs of life had been reduced to the extreme, and even Yang Chen could not feel her heartbeat and breathing. But Yang Chen knew that Hua Wanting had only maximized the control of these life activities, because the faster the blood flow, the faster the blood phantom vine sucked blood, and now a balance had been formed between Hua Wanting's body and the blood phantom vine. If it wasn't for little Shui, I wouldn't have come in to save you. Yang Chen was not afraid of the people outside hearing. He knew that the restriction could effectively isolate the sound. These words, he simply said to Hua Wanting and Elder Hua. A genius disciple with a wood spiritual root close to the full value, someone, for his own selfishness, did something to her cultivation method, so that she spent more than 10 years of hard work to cultivate a mixed and impure spiritual power. Yang Chen, as if talking to himself, clearly said these words to vent his anger. Blue Cloud sect is still a famous sect, I poo, what the hell? If there was a senior member of the Blue Cloud sect who heard Yang Chen's words at the moment, no one would think that he was deliberately designing Hua Wanting. They would only think that Yang Chen's realm was low, and his mood was poor, and he could not control his venting. But Yang Chen himself knew that everything he said, Hua Wanting could hear it. In the past 100 years of being entangled by the blood phantom vine, Hua Wanting has always been awake, and has never relaxed to compete with the blood phantom vine for control of the body. These words that Yang Chen said, every word and every sentence, Hua Wanting heard clearly. As he spoke, Yang Chen's hand had begun to reach Hua Wanting's body. Elder Hua, who was sitting, of course, could perceive the movement of Yang Chen, but Yang Chen's casual hand almost made Hua Wanting lose her mind. It was not easy to struggle with the blood phantom vine to a stage of balance. She believed that in a few years, she could gain the upper hand, and then slowly solve the blood phantom vine. But if Yang Chen moved her a little, her efforts over the past 100 years would be in vain. However, anxious is anxious, her body can't move, even a warning movement and sound can't be issued, even the spiritual awareness can't be sent out because of the whole body's spiritual power control. Yang Chen's hand stopped less than half an inch away from Elder Hua Wanting's body. The strong medicinal qi and 8th metal spiritual power in his hand made the vines that had been wrapped around Hua Wanting's body move a little, but there was no big movement, so as not to cause the spiritual power in Elder Hua's body. Elder Hua's body was wrapped tightly. Yang Chen only knew that he was here, but he did not know what the situation was under the blood phantom vine. As soon as the vine shifted, it immediately revealed a gap, and Yang Chen's spiritual awareness immediately explored it. Just for a moment, Yang Chen was aware of the situation of Elder Hua. As he expected, the root of the blood phantom vine had already penetrated into the heart of Elder Hua, and the taproot had even penetrated into the heart of Elder Hua, swallowing the blood produced by Elder Hua's body at any time. No wonder he couldn't feel any heartbeat. There was no heartbeat at all. Hua Wanting was still alive in such a situation, which indirectly showed the strength of Hua Wanting. No wonder Hua Wanting would be able to shake the world in the future. With this 100 years of training, her mind was firm. What else could bother her? "I'll get the blood phantom vine, you cooperate," Yang Chen said like a doctor telling a patient, and suddenly added another sentence. "Why do I tell you this? You can't hear it." Chapter 262. This sentence not only made Hua Wanting ready, but also cleverly covered up the previous words. "I thought you couldn't hear it, no one can blame me." The main root of the blood phantom vine is rooted in Hua Wanting's heart, and there are many fibrous roots, almost full of Hua Wanting's blood vessels. It is not easy to get rid of it. "Anyway, you can't feel it, a little bit of pain should not mind." Yang Chen said another sentence, but there was a long needle in his hand. This long needle was very ordinary, except that it was hollow. There was nothing special, and even the material was the most common gold. Before Yang Chen did not think about saving Hua Wanting at this time. The preparation was not sufficient, but it was hurriedly refined when waiting for Ju Sulan. It was very simple. It was simple, but it was enough at this moment. The hollow golden needle was mainly used to send the medicine qi into the body of Elder Hua Wanting, and it was a waste to use two good materials. With a shake of the wrist, the golden needle had pierced the skin of Hua Wanting. This piece happened to be where Elder Hua's arm was. The needle tip pierced, and a strong medicine qi with 8th metal spirit power immediately found the invasion point, and began to pour into Elder Hua's body. The roots of the blood phantom vine in the blood vessels under the needle tip began to shrink rapidly. However, for more than 100 years, these roots have long been integrated with the body of Elder Hua. Suddenly they were separated, and the pain was almost like tearing flesh and blood. It was not the little pain in Yang Chen's mouth. The severe pain almost made Hua Wanting lose her mind. Fortunately, Yang Chen had already reminded her, and she was already prepared. Moreover, after more than 100 years of torture, her ability to endure pain had already been tempered. Her nerves were as tough as silk for thousands of years. She endured this kind of pain and did not move at all. The confrontation in other places did not relax at all. Just this point, with the continuous entry of Yang Chen's medicine qi and spiritual power, the roots in Hua Wanting's blood vessels slowly began to contract along the blood vessels, and soon formed an area the size of a finger that the roots of the blood phantom vine could not control. In this area, she immediately regained her senses and control. Elder Hua Wanting's heart also completely relaxed with the appearance of this small area. Yang Chen was indeed able to deal with the blood demon vine, and he was not fooling around. Outside the courtyard, the sect leader and the elders of the Blue Cloud sect were already clenching their fists nervously. So far, everything seemed to be normal, which made them feel more hopeful. The closer they were to success, the more nervous they seemed to be. This was about a master of the quasi-darching stage. With Hua Wanting's words, the Blue Cloud sect could be stronger than it is now. At this moment, Yang Chen has stopped moving. His spiritual power was madly exported to the body of a master of the quasi-darching stage. Just for a while, it was almost exhausted. There was no way around it. Although Yang Chen had already reached the foundation stage, it was still a little worse for expelling this kind of blood phantom vine that could make Hua Wanting suffer a lot. Yang Chen stopped moving, but let Hua Wanting's new heart hang in her throat again. Fortunately, after a short rest, Yang Chen continued to output spiritual power and medicinal power, which allowed Hua Wanting to expand the area controlled by a few points. Under the cover of the vines, others could not see what Yang Chen had eaten, but no one would care about what medicinal pill Yang Chen used to restore his spiritual power. Everyone just saw that the blood-colored vines in the courtyard were constantly trembling and were undergoing a change they had never seen before. The process seemed simple, just Yang Chen sending medicinal power and spiritual power, but this simple process took more than 10 days, and Yang Chen completely removed the roots of the blood phantom vine in the blood vessels of Hua Wanting's arm. The golden needle sealed the medicinal power and the eighth metal spirit power in the blood vessels of Hua Wanting, preventing the roots of the blood phantom vine from re-entering. Hua Wanting also understood this. Her own wood attribute spirit power did not appear in this area. She was afraid that she would accidentally offset Yang Chen's pitiful metal spirit power, which would lead to the complete waste of this time's hard work. No, I have to go out and recover. After Yang Chen, who was almost exhausted, sealed the golden needles, he exhausted himself and spat out a sentence. Then he slowly walked out of the courtyard and quickly drilled out of the restriction. Then, regardless of his image, he lay on the ground, panting. The master of the Blue Cloud sect appeared almost instantaneously beside Yang Chen, and a Peiyuan pill to restore spiritual power was stuffed into the mouth of Yang Chen, and then, regardless of the separation between men and women, he reached out and explored Yang Chen's body, transferred spiritual power, and helped Yang Chen recover quickly. How is Elder Hua? The elder next to him was worried about Hua Wanting, and the master here was still helping Yang Chen recover, and the other side could not wait to ask. Shut up. The master rarely yelled at the elder. Yang Chen was so tired that he could not hold it anymore. Everyone could see that it was not the right time to ask this. The elder also realized his gaffe, so he obediently shut up and did not speak again. With the help of the master of the Blue Cloud sect, Yang Chen only took half a day to completely recover to the state of a dragon and a tiger. As soon as he opened his eyes, Yang Chen did not wait for the others to ask, and directly said the situation inside, "It will take some time, I have already untied one arm." After that, Yang Chen did not rest, and entered the courtyard again, this time with the other arm, and continued the process. First, it was the limbs, then the abdomen, followed by the head and neck, and finally the chest. By the time all the collateral branches were taken care of and only the main root in the heart was left, more than 3 months had passed. During this time, the master of the Blue Cloud sect and the elders almost never left the courtyard. Even Sun Qingxue was allowed to stay here because of her relationship with Yang Chen. In the process of waiting, Sun Qingxue's troubles were analyzed by the elders. With the reminder of Yang Chen, the master and other elders saw the problem this time. Even the cultivation method of Sun Qingxue was taken out and studied a little bit. What was very embarrassing was that this time, they found that it was indeed the problem of the cultivation method, not the previous Sun Qingxue's understanding. The genius disciple in the sect was schemed by the people in the sect, and it was discovered by an outsider, and when the outsider said it, everyone did not believe it. If it weren't for Yang Chen taking too long to solve the blood phantom vine this time, when everyone contacted Sun Qingxue, they found that her understanding was not too poor, and she could not detect the problem. In the Blue Cloud sect, there was a big problem, and the most embarrassing one was the master of the Blue Cloud sect. However, at this time, the matter of Elder Hua Wanting was important, and the troubles of Sun Qingxue could only be solved later. Chapter 263. Only the taproot of the heart was left. Yang Chen stopped. This was the most critical step. As long as it was successful, it meant that Elder Hua Wanting would no longer suffer the torture of the blood phantom vine. But this was also the most difficult step, and it could not be done by relying on medicinal power and spiritual power alone. If he only wanted to relieve the pain of Elder Hua Wanting and solve the blood phantom vine, it was relatively simple. The problem was that Yang Chen also wanted to take this opportunity to collect this blood phantom vine. Although it had eaten the blood of a master of the quasi-darching stage, it was still in its infancy, which would be a lot more troublesome. Of course, for Yang Chen, these were not difficult. This opportunity was just a good opportunity to sell favors to the Blue Cloud sect and cover up his own purpose. Otherwise, once others know that he has collected the blood phantom vine, there will be endless troubles to deal with in the future. This younger generation junior wants to dig out a piece of flesh from Elder Hua's chest. Disrespectful, please forgive me. In addition to medicinal power and spiritual power, Yang Chen could only use the flying sword to dig out the roots and flesh of the blood phantom vine that was concentrated in one place. As long as this blood phantom vine entered the human body, it would never leave. Only this cruel way could be used. Pretending that Elder Hua Wanting was unconscious, Yang Chen certainly had to ask for the forgiveness of the elders of the Blue Cloud sect. Otherwise, it would be unjust to save people and be charged with disrespect. Fortunately, the elders have already seen hope and know some of the characteristics of the blood phantom vine. They did not object to this and all nodded in approval. I need an empty Chenkuan bag. Yang Chen made a request to the people of the Blue Cloud sect. There is still the poison of the blood phantom vine in the courtyard, you can't go in. Once I throw out the Chenkuan bag containing the body of the blood phantom vine, immediately destroy the Chenkuan bag, is that okay? Who would say no? Of course, everyone nodded. But Yang Chen was obviously not satisfied with this promise, and very seriously reiterated it again. Everyone knows that the blood phantom vine is a good thing, but even Elder Hua wanting can't resist it. The seniors present, I think it's better not to try it. These words obviously had a bit of a taste of teaching people, and the faces of several elders of the Blue Cloud sect suddenly became a little ugly. Yang Chen did not seem to see it and said, maybe everyone will have a fluke and feel that it will be okay to put it in the Chenkuan bag. Looking around at several seniors of the Blue Cloud sect, Yang Chen laughed. I can responsibly tell you that the Chenkuan bag can't trap the blood phantom vine. In the fastest time, the blood phantom vine can break the Chenkuan bag and come out of it. Only in this short period of 3 breaths, the Chenkuan bag and the blood phantom vine will be completely destroyed. The destruction of the Chenkuan bag space will turn the blood phantom vine inside into powder. There is no better way. There is no better way. Yang Chen said solemnly, but several of the seniors were somewhat disapproving. Everyone is a Yuanying stage ancestor. You are a younger generation of the foundation stage. Do you want to show yourself in front of several ancestors? Don't try to get lucky, seniors. Yang Chen's warning was very powerful, and it was almost a good advice. Elder Hua's Chenkuan bag has been broken. I suspect that Elder Hua was entangled by the blood phantom vine because of a fluke. That's all. The seniors have their own considerations, and this younger generation junior will not say anything more. From the Chenkuan belt, Yang Chen took out 2 porcelain bottles and walked to Sun Qingxue and handed them to Sun Qingxue. Little Xue, these 2 bottles of powder, one can make the blood phantom vine avoid you, the other can alleviate the blood phantom vine's poison, you keep it. Putting the porcelain bottle in the hands of Sun Qingxue, he once again said, once things change, your cultivation base is the lowest, use it immediately, don't try to be brave. Such a reminder to Sun Qingxue is a disguised reminder to the elders of the Blue Cloud sect in this way. Once something goes wrong, it is also an insurance for Sun Qingxue. After doing all this, Yang Chen took the Chenkuan bag that the Lord of the Blue Cloud sect handed over to himself and entered the courtyard again. The last step is very critical. If the seniors can hear it, please be prepared. Yang Chen said to Hua wanting again, as soon as the main root of the blood phantom vine leaves the body, the seniors will immediately resolve the younger generation junior's 8th metal spirit power and force the medicinal power out of the body. Without the blood phantom vine, the medicinal power will erode the body. Huang Wanting's fingers moved slightly, as if responding to Yang Chen's proposal. This was the first time since Yang Chen began to expel the blood phantom vine for Elder Hua Wanting. Of course, it was also thanks to Yang Chen that all the roots of the blood phantom vine were driven into the heart, so that she had extra power to control her body. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was wide open, and naturally he was keenly aware of this. He was overjoyed and said, with the cooperation of the seniors, the younger generation junior is more sure. The tone of surprise, not to mention that Hua Wanting is now almost 99% of her energy to fight with the blood phantom vine. Even if Hua Wanting is face to face, it is estimated that she can't hear the fossard. To remove the main root of the blood phantom vine, this younger generation junior has to dig out a piece of flesh and blood from the heart of the senior. This time it hurts more, senior pay attention. Before Yang Chen started, he first reminded Hua Wanting. There was only this last step left, Hua Wanting would never give up. Her fingers moved slightly twice, which was a reply to Yang Chen. Yang Chen also calmed down and began to prepare. The golden needle was directly inserted into the heart of Elder Hua Wanting and began to inject medicine and 8th metal spirit power. However, this time, the main root of the blood phantom vine did not shrink as quickly as the last time, but slowly shrank into a small ball, but still occupied a corner of the heart. This was the part closest to the chest. Yang Chen deliberately did this. The huge medicinal power and spirit power filled it, so that the blood phantom vine opened most of the heart, leaving only a small part. Suddenly, Yang Chen's hand moved quickly, and a sharp flying sword directly penetrated the chest of Elder Hua, along the root of the blood phantom vine, and quickly cut a circle. Immediately afterward, the Chenkuan bag in Yang Chen's hand flashed, and suddenly, the blood phantom vine in the courtyard seemed to be pulled by something, and the blood phantom vine madly gathered in the hands of Yang Chen. No one found that the main root of the blood phantom vine with Elder Hua's flesh and blood entered the merit ring on Yang Chen's hand, and most of the blood phantom vines were directly sucked in by the merit ring. Only a small part of the blood phantom vine was deliberately sent to the Chenkuan bag in Yang Chen's hand by Yang Chen. It was in the same hand of Yang Chen, and the distance was so close that no one would think that Yang Chen could fake it. The vines in the sky seemed to be stuffed into the Chenkuan bag in an instant, and there was no trace left in the courtyard. Yang Chen himself rushed directly to the edge of the restriction, and quickly used the technique to open the restriction and threw the Chenkuan bag out. Chapter 264. As soon as the Chenkuan bag was thrown out, Yang Chen no longer cared about anything. He quickly rushed to the front of Elder Hua Wanting, who had already revealed his body. He was still in the air and a porcelain bottle had appeared in his hand. The figure stopped, the porcelain bottle had been opened, and the powder in it was quickly applied to the wound on Elder Hua Wanting's chest. After being sucked by the blood demon vine for hundreds of years, there was almost no drop of blood in Elder Hua's body, such a big wound, there was no blood color. His exposed face was deathly pale, like a zombie. As soon as Yang Chen's powder was sprinkled, the flesh of Elder Hua's wound began to turn over, and a trace of granulation grew faintly. In less than a breath of time, Yang Chen has done all this. And under his eyes, the wound has begun to ooze a little red, obviously Elder Hua's body has begun to restore blood production. To be exact, Elder Hua has always had the function of producing blood, but she has forcibly suppressed it with her strong cultivation base, and it has not been absorbed by the blood demon vine. Now without the fetters of the blood demon vine, the time immediately began to recover quickly. Elder Hua seems to have no major problems here, the blood demon vine is gone, it is equivalent to removing the big problem of Elder Hua, and the next step is to take care of it. With the cultivation base of Elder Hua Wanting, I believe that within a few months, she will be able to restore her cultivation base, and may even be more refined. At this time, Yang Chen began to pay attention to the Chenkuan bag he threw out. As Yang Chen expected, even though Yang Chen has solemnly warned several times, there are still people who have a fluke about the blood demon vine. The moment the Chenkuan bag was just thrown out, an elder immediately reached out and caught it. Without thinking about it, his spiritual awareness immediately explored the Chenkuan bag. Don't! The sect master of Blue Cloud sect only had time to shout don't, but could not stop the elder's action. Boom! Like a blood-colored flower blooming, a dozen or so blood-colored vines stretched out from the cosmos sac along the elder's divine sense and swept toward the elder who had sent out the divine sense. At the same time, the attacks of the 6 elders and the sect leader had already reached the cosmos sac. The joint attack of the 7 Yuanying stage ancestors, the Chenkuan bag, which was not very strong, was directly blown into pieces, together with the vines of the blood phantom vine, turned into powder. Unfortunately, because of the elder's greed, more than a dozen vines of the blood demon vine directly sprang out. These vines were like living creatures. Smelling the scent of humans, they instantly began to pounce on the people around them. The reason why the blood phantom vine was terrifying was that in a short period of time, even if these vines were separated from the main body, they would not die. As long as there was fresh blood, the vines could immediately entangle it, pierce the skin of the blood food, and it could accelerate the growth of roots and grow into a new blood phantom vine. Everyone present had a certain understanding of the harm of the blood phantom vine. Except that they did not realize that the blood phantom vine could track the divine awareness and escape from the Chenkuan bag, they were clear about everything else. Therefore, everyone's attacks fell on these small vines. Peng, peng, peng. A series of sounds rang out, and a few of the shocked elders successively smashed a few vines. However, there were still 2 or 3 that slipped through the net, and they each pounced towards a few people around them. Sun Qingxue had the lowest cultivation base, and one of the targets was her. However, she did not panic at all. As early as when Yang Chen handed Sun Qingxue the medicine bottle, Sun Qingxue knew that Yang Chen would not do this in vain, so she was always vigilant. When Yang Chen threw out the cosmos sack, she had already opened the medicine bottle and sprinkled the powder on herself. The rattan that rushed to Sun Qingxue seemed to suddenly feel the medicine, paused in the air, and was suddenly smashed by the sect master. The medicine bottle in the hands of Sun Qingxue also disappeared in an instant and appeared in the hands of the sect master. Then, a large amount of powder was wrapped in the other two blood phantom vines that were about to entangle the two elders. The two rattans fell to the ground and began to twist. Several elders did not dare to have the slightest neglect. As soon as the rattan fell to the ground, there were countless palms falling. The last two rattans of the blood phantom vines were also turned into powder. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, things were not over. What escaped at the same time as the blood phantom vine was the poison of the blood phantom vine. The blood phantom vine itself was a highly poisonous plant. The restriction firmly shrank the poisonous things in the courtyard. If everyone followed Yang Chen's words and directly damaged the Chenkuan bag, such a thing would not happen. But the elder did not believe in evil. The consequence of not believing in evil was that everyone except Sun Qingxue felt a paralysis in an instant. Even if you don't breathe, the poison of the blood phantom vine will still attack when it touches the body. As soon as the sect master felt that something was wrong, he immediately learned from Sun Qingxue and swallowed a little of the powder in another porcelain bottle and quickly sent the medicine to the whole body. Suddenly, the feeling of paralysis began to disappear quickly. Knowing that the medicine was right, the sect master immediately distributed a little to all the elders present. No one dared to be negligent. They hurriedly swallowed the medicinal powder to relieve the numbness in their bodies. Then, everyone looked at each other and completely relaxed. It was as if everyone had just escaped from death. All the eyes were focused on the rash elder just now. Except for Sun Qingxue, everyone's eyes were full of condemnation, especially the sect master himself, even with a trace of anger. Yang Chen had repeatedly told them not to do anything indiscriminately and not to take chances, but some people were not convinced. If it weren't for Yang Chen to give Sun Qingxue 2 bottles of medicine, they might have lost at least 3 or 4 of them now. They saved an elder Hua, but they had to lose 3 elders. If such a thing really happened, it would be a disaster for the Blue Cloud sect. The elder who made the mistake also knew that he had angered the public. He lowered his head and did not dare to say anything more. At this time, she had to accept whatever punishment the sect master said. If she hadn't made the decision, such a thing would never have happened. After staring at the elder who made the mistake, the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect turned his eyes to the courtyard. Yang Chen was carefully applying medicine to elder Hua Wanting and did not seem to see what was happening here. In addition to rejoicing, the sect master suddenly had a feeling that she could not face Yang Chen. This was something she had never felt since she reached the Yuanying stage. Even the sect master didn't know what she was glad about. Was she glad that the elder's mistake in the sect was not seen by Yang Chen, or that Yang Chen had just given Sun Qingxue 2 bottles of powder? Anyway, what the sect master wanted to do most now was to wait for Yang Chen to come out and thank Yang Chen. Chapter 265. The outside was a mess. Yang Chen in the courtyard was secretly laughing. A large part of the blood phantom vine, which contains the main root of the blood phantom vine, has fallen into Yang Chen's merit ring, and when it entered the merit ring, it was transplanted by Yang Chen into the medicine garden's purified bottle. The ordinary environment can't make the blood phantom vine survive, but the main root still has a mass of elder Hua Wanting's flesh and blood. This was the flesh and blood of a master of the quasi-darching stage. The powerful flesh and blood that has not been fully absorbed by the blood phantom vine for hundreds of years was enough to support the survival of the blood phantom vine in a short period of time. Everyone thought that the blood phantom vine had disappeared with the destruction of the Chenkuan bag, but the real good things fell into the hands of Yang Chen. Of course, Yang Chen would not tell anyone, including Sun Qingxue. What he had to do now was to make a full favor. Now that the blood phantom vine has been solved, the rest of the work of eliminating the toxicity in the courtyard and restoring elder Hua Wanting, Yang Chen did not fall behind. It must be known that in his previous life, Elder Hua wanting relied on her strong cultivation base to force out the blood phantom vine and then slowly refined the toxicity of the blood phantom vine under her powerful cultivation base. Finally, not only did she recover her cultivation base, but she also directly entered the realm of the darching stage. What Yang Chen has done now was just done by Elder Hua wanting in less than a year. It was a completely free favor. This kind of opportunity was rare, and Yang Chen would never let it go. Since he was doing a favor for a master of the quasi-darching stage, and he also wanted Hua wanting to accept Sun Qingxue as a disciple, Yang Chen spent enough capital on the recovery of Elder Hua wanting's injury this time. 1,000-year-old ginseng, full of years, was put into the profound spirit furnace in front of Hua wanting and quickly refined into ginseng liquid. Without other auxiliary medicines, it was directly poured into the mouth of Elder Hua. Hua wanting had not had any replenishment for hundreds of years. She relied entirely on the spiritual power of the earth vein here and her own strong cultivation base to survive until now. The vitality in her body was almost exhausted. Although her spiritual power was unbelievably pure, it was also very little. As soon as the ginseng liquid entered her mouth, with Hua wanting's knowledge, she immediately knew what it was. For her, who was unbelievably weak, it was a timely help. With Elder Hua's cultivation base, there was no problem of not being able to receive the supplement. The remaining spiritual power was raised and the ginseng liquid was quickly sent to all parts of the body. The flesh, which had almost withered by the blood demon vine, seemed to be alive and directly absorbed the ginseng liquid into the flesh and blood. After a while, the pale and bloodless skin showed a light pink color. His entire person also showed an aura full of vitality. The color of Elder Hua's body changed abnormally fast. Not long after, the pink became a normal captivating red. It seemed that in that short instant, all the blood in Elder Hua's body had been regenerated. Next, the huge spiritual power contained in the 1,000-year-old ginseng was quickly refined and absorbed. Yang Chen's ginseng liquid has been removed from the impurities, and it was the easiest state to absorb. Soon, the spiritual power of 1,000-year-old ginseng entered the body of Elder Hua wanting. During the period of time when Elder Hua wanting recovered her spiritual power, Yang Chen had quickly sprinkled a few bottles of powder, which quickly removed the poison of the blood demon vine that was blocked by the restriction in the courtyard. After doing this, Yang Chen turned around and waved to the Blue Cloud sect lord and several elders outside the restriction, indicating that they could come in. Several elders outside the door had been waiting anxiously. Seeing Yang Chen's gesture, the lord directly removed this layer of restriction, and the elders almost rushed in at the speed of a charge. "Don't move, Elder Hua." The lord saw that everyone seemed to have signs of supporting Hua wanting, and hurriedly shouted. The elders knew the severity of the situation and stopped what they were doing. They surrounded Elder Hua and observed her. Yang Chen was ignored at this time, and was directly squeezed out of the circle. Yang Chen didn't care, smiled and greeted Sun Qingxue, who was also outside the circle, and then motioned for her to lean outside and not block these Yuanying stage ancestors. Just as everyone released their spiritual awareness to explore the situation of Elder Hua at the moment, the body of Elder Hua in the circle suddenly broke out with a huge and extremely pure spiritual power, and with a bang, all the people around him were blown away. More than a dozen elders, including the Lord of Blue Cloud sect, no one could block this spiritual power, and everyone was involuntarily pushed away. Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue were far away, but they were also pushed away by the spiritual power. However, when Yang Chen encountered this spiritual power, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "No way." In such a situation, it was clear that Hua wanting was going to cross the tribulation at this time. Although he knew that in his previous life, Hua wanting immediately entered the realm of the darching stage after forcing back the blood phantom vine, but Yang Chen did not expect that in this life, Elder Hua also began to cross the tribulation after just solving the blood phantom vine. Thinking about it, the hundreds of years of tempering have made Elder Hua have enough foundation, and the ginseng liquid of the Millennium Ginseng, let the weak Elder Hua be supplemented in time. He wanted to enter the realm of the darching stage. For Yang Chen, this was a good thing that could not be better. It was a sure thing for Hua wanting to enter the darching stage, but now she began to cross the tribulation under his influence. Regardless of whether Hua wanting admitted it or not, regardless of whether the blue cloud sect admitted it or not. This was a solid favor, and they were bound to owe it. In the stunned eyes of the elders, in the incredible eyes of Sun Qingxue, in the complacency of Yang Chen's treacherous plot, Elder Hua's body, which had been sitting for 100 years, was wrapped in a dark red light and slowly rose into the air. Now everyone understood what had happened, and there was an excited look on everyone's face. Especially the sect master and elders of the Blue Cloud sect. They were already Yuanying stage ancestors. To be able to witness a peak Yuanying stage ancestor crossing the Yin fire tribulation at this time, what a great opportunity was that. The Yin fire was silently formed, no one knew what process Elder Hua was experiencing now, but one thing could be seen, that was, Elder Hua's body seemed to be burning under the Yin fire, and it became more and more plump, not the previous haggard appearance. 1, 2, 3, 9. When the 9 Yin fire were completed, Elder Hua had become a young woman of no more than 25 or 26 years old, and her body had also restored the color of crystal jade. The only thing that was a bit of a hindrance was the erosion of the blood phantom vine for hundreds of years. Elder Hua's clothes had been tattered, leaving only pieces of rags, covering a few key parts. The other parts of her body were all bare and beautiful skin.